Everybody, good morning everybody, and welcome along to Three Sisters. It's round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC that Karting Live TV will bring you all the action from today. We're about to kick off with our heat process. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you pretty much until tea time, until we crown our winners of round 5. Alongside me is my ever faithful Nick Damon. Nick,
am I ever faithful? How lovely.
Here in the northwest of England, with just nearest town is Wigan. And as ever, Nick, the northwest is usually always wet. And we start the day off with a bit of a damp and moist track.
Yes, we do. Suddenly hearing myself back then. Yes, it rained heavily overnight because we're near Manchester. And we have an unsettled forecast, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, we had a lot of running yesterday. We even completed 3 of our heats, kicking the broadcast off yesterday afternoon. However, all of that rubber laid down over the course of the practice day will, of course, have been washed away now. So we've got quite a very green track. We kicked things off with a heat for the first heat for the senior Rotax class, the 162s. Kieran Gifford, he moved up 9 places to take the win ahead of Joseph Rippon and Braden Hill in third. James Wood just hung on to fourth. The biggest mover in that first heat, of course, was Blake Ticehurst, up 24 places to 7th place did Blake. Another big mover, Charlie Walsh, up from 20th on the grid to 10th, finishing in the top 10. That was a great run. Another taking of scalps went to Ben Ballew and Samuel Wyatt, who finished 12th and 13th. They moved up 15 places each. I think they must have moved through the order in unison. So that was Kieran Gifford taking the first heat win for the senior Rotax class. We then had the 177s out. And it's great to see Jamie Zyra here. Jamie here with his Dan Holland racing kit, and took the win in the first heat for 177s, moving up, would you believe, Nick, 17 places to take the win.
Showing off.
Shane Collins, we have here for the first time in the NKC. He comes here as the reigning Super 1 champion. He's here with Louis Large's team, LRG Motorsport, and Shane moved up 8 places. But Zyra was just coming, and Zyra eventually caught Shane and overtook him very cleanly. It was a great race. So we had Zyra winning the heat, Shane Collins second, Toby Case dropped down to third only. Scott Clee was the first master in fourth, moving up 10 places, would you believe. And then just behind him in fifth was Will Murdoch, moving up 14 places. Another big mover, Alex Thomas, up 10 places from 20th to 10th. And then we had Archie Elliott moving up 15 places to 12th. Ben Hitch, 16 place advancement there from towards the back of the grid to 13th. And it was, as ever, a very interesting start to the proceedings in the 177 class. We still haven't seen Harrison Crook and Ryan Taylor Truman go head-to-head with Jamie Zyra, and we're not going to see that this morning in this morning's first 177 heat. So we're going to have to leave that a little while before we see those 3 come together. But I'm sure by this afternoon's final, that will be the case. Jamie Zyra, Ryan Taylor Truman and Harrison Crook, as well as, of course, you can't discount Nathan Chafer as well. He's going to be in the mix as well. The junior Rotax Heat 1, that went to Nathan Travers in fine style. Melissa Adrian hanging on to the lead and then finishing right on the rear bumper of Travers. Will Swales finished third, Ben Adrian fourth, Leo Basterfield up 13 spots, 13 places Leo made up to fifth. Another big mover, 13th place move for Oliver Meek, finishing 13th, started 26th on the grid. Lucas Howell, current championship leader and all-plate holder in junior Rotax, he moved from 28th up to 18th, so he had a good haul of points, Nick.
Yeah.
So the 3 heats to kick off yesterday afternoon. It gets them out of the way. We're going to kick off very shortly with the senior Rotax second heat. We'll have a look at their grid in a moment. We just have them. Well, they're in 2.
Well, what I noticed is everyone's gone for slicks, which I'm pretty sure wouldn't have been the case an hour ago. But
it certainly wasn't.
There are plenty of damp patches, but they must be confident getting the heat in the tyres. More likely, they're not confident the wets wouldn't just disintegrate.
I think so. I think there's a lot more dry patches as there is damp patches out there on the track at the moment. 1,100 metre circuit here at Three Sisters, and for me, Nick, one of the jewels in the United Kingdom kart track crown, I think. It's not the fastest track in the country. That's PF. That's PFI. That still holds that accolade of being the fastest. But it's certainly the fastest track on the Junction 6 NKC calendar. And just looking at the track, Nick, there isn't anywhere really that you have to slow down.
No, it's a really, really swift, sweeping track. We got some shots here of the various chicanes, but even them are taking a reasonable pace.
Yeah, I mean that's the final chicane looks slow. It isn't. You fire into there, and you try and miss those high curbs. You can see the height of those curbs there. Nothing on the Wilton Mill final chicane one. You keep off these because of the high-speed nature of them. You are entering there downhill, of course, from the valley, and that will bring the carts underneath us at the paddock. We've got one of the longest straights as well, Conrod Straight, as they call it here at Three Sisters. That follows this sequence of bends here through the left-hander and then into the all-important Luna Bend, the right-hander there. That brings you out onto the straight. Now, that's an all-important corner where you have to keep your speed up. Keep that word momentum. Keep the momentum in the car. You don't want to scrub time off. You don't want to scrub speed off, I should say, because you're carrying that speed all the way down the straight here. And Rotax Max carts, the senior carts, will be hitting about 75 miles an hour by the time they think about the brakes there. We've got carts on track though, Nick, senior Rotax for their second heat, and it's Louis Rees and Arthur Thacker that will lead the field out. We've got a field of 32 carts out there, and it will be Josh Delacarter and Alex Timmins on row 2, Sam Hawthorne and Grace Lee Davis on row 3. Row 4 is Ollie Varney and Harry Wright. Then we've got Jamie Green and Charlie Walsh sharing row 5. Billy Vogt and Ben Harper on row 6. Row 7 is Rufus Flan and Nathan Jensen. Joshua Priest and Ollie Rowley share row 8. Row 9 is Alexander Mozoyan and Reese Green. Then we've got Marcus King and Jensen Watts. Jensen starting in 20th. We'll see what progress Jensen makes from his first heat of the weekend. Paula Nunez Aranda and Matthew Lambert share row 11. Row 12 is Kieran Gifford, yesterday's winner, and Kel Gray. Then we've got Zach Fletcher and Tommy Lee Davis, Michael Goodburn and Michael Thompson. Row 15 is John Hobbs and John Townsend. And then Farhad Aryan and Ben Hingley. Welcome to Ben back in the NKC. And they round off a 32 cart field. That's £1 in the jar to kick things off, Nick.
Yep, a big field to start with. Let's see what happens when we actually get the everything underway.
You know what? Sending them round twice. Good shout, Paul. That makes a lot of sense because of the very strange conditions. We, like you said, had a lot of rain, so we turned up this morning and the track was pretty wet. It's dried up because it's still quite warm. We've got an ambient temperature of about 17, 18 degrees, so that's quite warm. So the track will dry. The track will dry. However, it's going to take a little while, and the forecast is that we are going to see some wetness this afternoon. If my weather app, my fearful weather app, it's usually quite accurate. So I think by the time we get to the finals, we might have wet finals, which is a bit of a shame, really. So lining up nicely, Louis Rees and Arthur Thacker, Alex Timmins and Samuel Hawthorne, and then on row 3, Josh Delacarter and Jamie Green just getting ready to go ahead. It's going to be a tricky one. Are they sending them round again? The pole driver there, Louis Rees, asking for another lap, and they are getting it. So not quite sure why Louis was failing the need. Maybe another sighting lap there. We've got damp patches in these conditions because the damp patches are going to disappear as we get carts going round. And I'm not sure whether it was the discretion of the starter that sent the carts round again, but we have got another sighting lap. So just going through the infield section onto the Rogerson Straight, that takes us towards the end of the lap, which is that sequence of the left-hander here, which leads into the right-hand sweeping 180 degree turn. It's not a hairpin, it's just a 180 degree sweeping turn, very fast. Like I say, Three Sisters are lacking any kind of really heavy braking. It's you barely touch the brakes here. Speaking to the drivers in the paddock yesterday, everybody said the same thing. You barely touch the brakes anywhere, really. It's all about keeping that speed up. And you've got to be smooth. The faster you are, you've got to be smooth. Easy to get and scrub off speed. Here we go then. Let's see if we can get this thing underway. The lights go out and we are racing into turn one, the S's. Sweeping through these S's here and up the hill to the valley. We've got all sorts of consternation with karts spinning, getting caught out certainly in the middle of the S's there towards the valley. The rest of the field, though, certainly the lead pack already underneath us. And very tricky conditions there as the drivers go onto the brakes on the damp track here still at Three Sisters. Just still sorting themselves out. This could be anybody's race because it's so easy there. Just on the braking into the paddock. The Paddock bend, which is another sweeping 180 degree turn almost. And here we come then. It'll be one lap completed. You can see the dampness on the track, and as the drivers go on the brakes at the end of the straight here, Arthur Thacker's the leader. Kart's just beginning to slew. The number 2 of Ollie Varney moving up ahead of Louis Rees and into third there. As they go up and over the valley, Arthur Thacker with Josh Delacarta right on his bumper. Delacarta looking very racy, not allowing Thacker away. And look at that, absolute soaking wet patches, not just dampness there on the straight, just in front of the collecting area there at the paddock. Through the infield, double apex left-handers, and then out towards, on the Rogerson straight, out towards the final sequence of bends. See the drivers just leaning into the corner to get that outside front tyre to grip. 2 laps completed then. Thacker, Delacarta, Ollie Varney, Kieran Gifford up to 4th, moves up 2 there. Louis Rees 5th, Charlie Walsh, Alex Timmins, Billy Vogt, Jamie Green and Rufus Flan rounding off the top 10. Nathan Jensen there on the number 32, just outside the top 10 in 11th and moved up 2 places on that lap. Just looking down the order, we look like we've lost Jensen Watts, which is a massive blow to Jensen if he has gone out of the race pretty much at the start of this. So Jensen Watts came into this round as the overall championship leader, and we've got a change for second place as Ollie Varney and Kieran Gifford demote Josh Delacarta to 4th. They are off after Arthur Thacker. Can Thacker hang on to this? It's going to be a big ask. The 2023 vice champion in this class, Ollie Varney, on the number 2. And with Kieran Gifford carrying the number 4, it's only going to be a matter of time. We've only had 3 minutes, remember, our usual 8 minutes and 1 lap here in the NKC. And Delacarta doing a cracking job there, keeping about 2 karts lengths. This is the slipstream effect that we're going to see here. Behind the leading kart, Delacarta staying off the outside, down the middle of the track there. I think it's a little bit drier there in the middle of the circuit. Probably the slight camber on the road helping a bit. But Thacker hanging on to this lead in great style here. Here he comes, just underneath us. That's our commentary position there, where you can see great view of Paddock Turn and that infield left-hander. Now then, here's Ollie Varney right on the bumper there towards Luna. However, Thacker chops in front of him, leads into Luna. It's going to be a race to the line to complete 5 laps here. And it'll still be Thacker that shows at the top. Varney now dropping to 3rd behind Kieran Gifford, and Kieran Gifford's become the challenger. So Thacker, Gifford, Varney, Charlie Walsh up to 4th, Josh Delacarta 5th, Louis Rees, Billy Vogt, Alex Timmins, Rufus Flan, and it's Nathan Jensen now into the top 10. And this has become quite a string of karts as a move for the lead, and the switch back from Arthur Thacker. He retains that lead, lost it momentarily there at the Paddock bend as Kieran Gifford went down his inside, and a beautiful Tex move textbook overtake. However, the tricky, slippery track conditions offline brought to bear, and he could not hold Thacker back. Thacker doing a cracking job on the Birrell. Down the inside line to defend that line into turn 1. However, Kieran Gifford goes around the outside and takes the lead. Up and over the valley they go, and it's Gifford, our new leader, who immediately pulls out 2 or 3 carts lengths by the time they get underneath us and cross the line just underneath us there and into Paddock Bend. Thacker's got Ollie Varney, the number 2. Just trying to see the number there. I think we might be Charlie Walsh, actually, the number 6 now, moving ahead of Varney, and the number 6, Charlie Walsh, with his ST Racing livery, the yellow and blue cart there, now challenging for second, and Thacker's going to need that defensive line again into turn 1 and into the S's that lead up and over into the valley here, through the left-hander, then the sweeping right, up and over the hill, and immediately they're presented with this chicane. Out onto the short run down to Paddock Bend, and Thacker hanging on to that second place. This is allowing Kieran Gifford to just break free with a gap of just under a second there last time by. If Thacker has to defend, and he is defending, because look at this, he's got 4 carts now just piling up behind him. Thacker has got Walsh, Varney, Delacarter and Billy Vogt there just queuing up behind him, but he's doing a cracking job here, Nick, with just under 2 minutes remaining. It's whether or not they have to go around the outside, and they do indeed. And there is the number 6 of Charlie Walsh, and Ollie Varney's gone through with him. That was a great move.
Yeah, I mean, it's that traditional end of the main straight overtaking position. You've got to go for it, you've got to get inside. And one thing I would say, I've just nipped in here, we haven't speeded this up. This is how fast they're actually going.
It's
they
a
are
very fast
absolutely
track.
Flying everywhere.
Yeah.
At this point, you hit the brakes, but even then it's not super slow, is it? That's the only really slow part of the track.
1,100 metres in 44 seconds at the moment.
So
that's how fast they're going.
I'll work that out in a minute.
Yeah, work that out.
About 75 kilometres an hour, I think.
Yes. That's an average, by the way, so that's in the corners
as
well.
Average of just shy of 50.
We've got exactly 59 seconds on the clock there, so we're going to get 2 more laps from this. As we come up and over the valley, we've got Kieran Gifford now pulling out a gap of 2.5 seconds almost. And then down, passing the paddock now, Charlie Walsh and Ollie Varney. Charlie seems to be in control of this second place. Ollie Varney not quite in a position on his bumper to challenge. Behind them though, if we just drop back a couple of carts, we've got Arthur Thacker dropping down another place. The number 19 of Billy Vogt now up into 4th. But I think that's even settled down now, Nick, and things beginning to space out somewhat.
Is it a case where you just have to try and break the slipstream? You know, because it's a lot of free time down that back straight hill, right tucked up behind the cart ahead of you.
Yeah, it's very difficult to break the slipstream here at Three Sisters because the corner, the Luna bend onto the straight, which has got 2 kinks before you hit the straight proper, is just flat. It's an acceleration zone out of Luna, and it's a very fast corner. So little speed difference there to kind of make a difference, really, is perhaps what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
This is the Luna bend here, and that's a very fast sweeping right-hander that leads out onto first this right-hand kink. That's just acceleration. The second right-hand kink, and there's the straight proper underneath the timing beam. And then into the first bend, which is leading into almost a hairpin right. Again, very, very fast hairpin
so
right.
Much speed through both of these.
You are, yes.
They're more switchbacks than chicanes, aren't they?
Yes, that's more of an S bend than a chicane, isn't it? It's not like a tiny little nudgy thing where you've got to really hit the brakes to get through it. You just let the cart breathe through it. Try not to be too harsh on the steering because you'll just scrub off speed.
It's the whole point. Don't use too much steering angle. That's just speed gone. This is who's that with? Is that Varney in third?
Well, we've got a winner. Yeah, we've got a checkered flag.
Keeps happening, isn't it? The race ends.
Paul's on it.
Very surprisingly.
Paul was on it. Paul was on it. He had Kieran Gifford crossing the line to take the checkered flag. First checkered flag of the day then. Kieran Gifford in fine style there, coming through the order, just taking his time to move ahead. and then seals the deal with a gap that came down to 1.4 seconds. It was out to 2.5 seconds there to Charlie Walsh, but at the flag it was 1.4 seconds. Charlie Walsh in second, Ollie Varney third. Not that far behind, just over a second. Well, just under 2 seconds, actually. I saw that wrong. Billy Vogt fourth. Arthur Thacker hangs on to fifth. Josh Delacarter hangs on to sixth. Matthew Lambert up to seventh. Louis Reeves was eighth. Alex Timmins ninth. And then rounding off the top 10 was Ben Harper. I think most significantly regarding the championship was the fact that we lost Jensen Watts. Jensen came into this in the lead of the championship. He's on 723 points to Kieran Gifford 698. And now that's taking into effect dropped scores, so that's how it stands. Now, Kieran Gifford maximised things there, and he's maximised things twice because yesterday's, let me just get that up again, just to give us yesterday's result. Kieran Gifford has now taken 2 heat wins, so absolute maximum points. Where did he
start in that last one?
He started near the front.
Right.
Yesterday's heat, he started near the middle, towards the midfield.
He's having a good day.
That was a great start from Kieran. Moving swiftly on, though, as ever, in the Junction 6 NKC, we're about to go ahead with the second of our 177 heats, and it will be Zach Bolton who will line up on the front row.
Oh, where's the fan club?
So, hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. I know it's a bit early for you, only 17 minutes past 10 here in the UK.
Blimey. Don't say that.
Yep, still a full day ahead.
Let me say hello to Karting Passion. Hello to Paul Maidment. Hello to Michael Burke. It's 7 p.m. in Bathurst in Australia. Hello, Michael. How are you doing? Jack West says, Arthur Thacker, my goat is going to win. I assume he means greatest of all time and not because he's a farmyard animal. Go Nathan J, number 32.
Nathan Jensen.
And Troy Adams supporting Lucas Howell on YouTube because I can't come to Three Sisters this time, sadly. Well, I think you might at the moment it's sadly, but if the rain comes in, if we're expecting, you're probably quite pleased you're watching from the warmth of your living room or bedroom or study or any other room.
In answer to your question, Kieran Gifford, the grid had disappeared, but our good mate Gaz Bury is tuning in, as they say, and Gifford up from 23rd.
Really? Okay. Could be.
That was incredible. If that
I missed the first 6 minutes of that because I was doing something else.
Yeah. So 177's out on track. Ryan Taylor Truman will start in 10th. He's leading the championship on 730 points from Harrison Crook, who's also in this one, a little bit further down in 22nd. But it's Zach Bolton, Scott Smith on the front row of this 177 grid. Zach Fontenot and Chris Abraham on row 2. Loris Hilton and Matthew Lee are the two masters, start on row 3. Row 4 is Paul Moran. Hello to Helen, who will undoubtedly be tuned in at home, watching Paul's every move. Jack Sweeting alongside in 8th. And then we've got Josh Pickford and Ryan Taylor Truman starting on row 5. Alex Jones and Will Milner. Dan Milner and Andy Collinson start on row 7. Matt Zanetti, Sam Elliott starting on row 8. Dan Millward and Sean Rudge are next up. Then we've got Nathan Schaefer on the CRG. Look out for Nathan Schaefer coming through. Callum Porter, you can't discount Callum. He's a good choice of moving through the order as well. Great to have Callum along. Richard Evans and Harrison Crook start on row 11. Then we've got Tyler Fossey, Stephen Horner, George Walker, Lincoln Bailey Arneson, and then rounding off a 29-cart field is Marcus Basley and Ollie Hancock in the Masters category as well. The two Masters, Marcus Basley and Ollie Hancock, rounding off this 29-cart field. We're about to get things underway though, Nick, because I think that looks like a very ordered grid coming through Luna, which means we're not that far away from the lights. Yeah, I mean, it's they're going to try and get them started. So it's interesting. One thing about the track is the way it ends so quickly, because they go down the straight, get the flag, and then they go drive straight off on the alternate part of the circuit. You don't have a cool-down lap. You're just straight off and gone. Which means, oh, okay, bit of a surprise. You mean they don't come past us?
No, past us. Never see them again. The fight is not. We're nowhere near start-finish. We're right next to the paddock itself and the collecting area. But this is the...
Reminds me of Anderstorp in Sweden.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've never been there.
Where the paddock was very similar to this with a hairpin like that one. And then this start-finish straight was across on the other side of the track, which is pretty much the layout here.
Why are they going so slowly?
That's up to Zach Bolton. He's controlling the pace.
He's 2 cars back.
No, now he goes. We're going to get this underway.
No, that one can't, is it? Yeah.
Now, if you look at that, that is
Wow.
a perfect start for Zach Bolton. He controlled that start absolutely perfectly.
Everyone's oiled up, but apart from that, it's great.
Well, that's
off the track there.
a little bit of a Dick Dastardly tactic there coming into play that we've seen is quite common. Down the hill from the valley through the chicane. And underneath us, it's Zach Bolton now under massive pressure from the number 38 of Scott Smith. Zach, who broke free at the start, has got two carts right with him, Scott Smith and Lawrence Hilton.
Yeah, it was a great start. I mean, he was actually 2 cars back when he took the flag, and I think that possibly the guy on the outside had the right to go at that point, but decided not to. They actually passed start. Well, they passed start finish. So if the guy hasn't gone, there's nothing you can do about it. The race had started at that point.
Yeah, but you've got to stay alongside the pole man.
But he'd gone past start finish, Joe.
I'm not
they
sure
started
we
the
had
race.
Nick.
Those yellow cones are start finish.
All right, okay. I'll have to have a look at that.
Doesn't matter, but
anyways,
it's better safe than sorry sometimes.
We speculate for something that's already happened.
Because
it's not like us, and he's a change for the lead.
And is he going to go to third as well up the inside? Oh, nice little move there.
Oh, I tell you what was nice about
Taylor Truman.
Yeah, Taylor Truman just stopped in the middle of the corner there to stop Zach Bolton being able to do a switchback. There's the lead for Scott Smith on the white livery cart. Then Ryan Taylor Truman there on the Saudi livery door. Look how he stopped the cart though in mid-corner. Stopped himself sliding wide, which would have allowed Zach Bolton to do the switchback. Ryan Taylor Truman, championship leader, chasing down Scott Smith now. Zach Bolton on the LRG with Lawrence Hilton in 4th. Andy Collins in 5th. Will Milner. Harrison Crook now up to 7th. Sam Elliott, and it's Nathan Schaefer in 9th with Dan Milner rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, good clean start, but it looks like a break. Scott's trying to make a break, and certainly they are equidistant the top 3. Taylor Truman, 2nd. Zach Bolton, 3rd. And a little bit of battle now, 4th and 5th. It's Hilton in the 121 and Collinson in the 174. So it's the white nose of Hilton, who's under pressure from the multicoloured 74 as they go around the second part of Luna Bend, and then that second corner should have a name, shouldn't it?
It should do, yeah. That's Andy Collinson down the inside on the one. No, let's not. Andy Collinson down the inside, and that's a great move on Lawrence Hilton. These two in the Masters category as well. So the leading Master now is Andy Collinson. What do we mean by Master? Well, they're the giddy age of over 35. You classify as a Master.
It's not Master.
They're really old.
That's not Master. That's like in prime of life.
I
genuinely think 35 was about my peak.
Yes, adolescence. You're just coming out. You still be suffering from hormones and stuff, weren't you? At 35.
You can still do everything you could always do, and things haven't started breaking down yet. 35 is a brilliant age.
Yeah, but we call them masters in this one.
Only one of us in this team has yet to reach that age, and most of us, the other 4 of us are way past it. I don't know how far Scotty's past it.
Dim and distant memory. We've got another move from the number 6. That's Harrison Crook. Harrison Crook up and ahead of Lawrence Hilton there, just splits the Masters. He's got Andy Collins on his list to get by next time. There's Crook on the red and blue.
Nice little move there,
and there's Nathan Schaefer.
Schaefer there. Easy to see.
This is a championship that's shaping up here because Schaefer on the orange cart, he's 3rd in the championship, and that's Harrison Crook with the blue shoulders on his overalls, just coming up to challenge Andy. Andy knows this place like the back of his hand. He's raced here lots of times as Collinson. And there's Harrison Crook. There's nothing he can do about that, and it would have been silly to try. He knows how quick that TH Corsa kart is. And Andy, just discretion being the better part of valour there, and he will latch on to the back of him. We've still got no move on Scott Smith for the lead. Scott Smith having a great race, keeping Ryan Taylor Truman behind, and Scott having a great dice there.
Schaefer now is really looking to move forward, trying to get past. It's now Collinson, because Crook got past Collinson just behind. So Collinson now looking to lose 2 positions in this lap. The CRG, bright orange machine of Schaefer down the Conrod Straight, not Concord Straight, which is a better name, I think. Down the Conrod Straight, probably the same name for the number of Conrods who cried enough down that straight and pinging out the side of the engine. And it was a pretty traditional move there at the into, I suppose you call that turn 1, wouldn't you? Into turn 1.
Scott Smith still our leader, just ahead of these lot, and here's the championship, 2nd and 3rd. Harrison Crook with the blue overalls, blue and white overalls. Nathan Chafer with the orange and black ones. And Andy Collinson moving out the way for them. Scott Smith, though, he has won a heat back at the previous round of this, actually, at Wilton Mill.
The previous round?
Yeah.
Blimey. We have done so much since then.
Yeah, Scott also finished very well in the Super 1 Championship, 3rd overall. So having a good season is Scott, and at the moment hanging on with about 7/10 the gap of the line. This is the one that's taking our attention, though, because this is the championship unfolding. At the moment, Ryan Taylor-Truman's the championship leader, currently second in this race. Harrison Crook there in the blue and white cart. He's second.
He's
on
under a lot of pressure
718.
from Chafer as well.
Chafer's, yeah.
Well,
Chafer's needing to gather points. He's on 696. This is the dropped score that I'm mentioning. So this is as the championship stands in reality.
Chafer not close enough there to pick up a toe.
Zach Bolton doing a great job. He's done a cracking job to keep Harrison Crook behind him so far. They are gaining ground on him, though, and it's not going to be long with coming up to 90 seconds remaining. Crook looking down the inside of Paddock, and Zach not really having anything that he could have mustered there. He left him a cart's gap. However, it was Harrison Crook's size, and Harrison Crook went through it.
177 size, he's a bigger gap than normal.
And Nathan Chafer was looking predatory as well.
Chafer's really lining himself up for a move into turn one, isn't he?
Yeah.
On Bolton.
Well, Chafer was very predatory on Zach Bolton there and nearly followed Harrison Crook through. Zach looking over his shoulder, and again, discretion being the better part of valour. He knows how quick Chafer can be on that work CRG. Nathan Chafer Racing, of course, the CRG distributor in the UK. The orange and black livery denoting that. Here they come underneath us, past the paddock on the left. 47 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure. They are going to get round this lap, of course.
Yeah.
So it's 2 more laps after this one. And Chafer is fully aware, Nick, that he has to get past that cart in front to gather some points back on him going into this championship final at Warden Law next month.
Yeah. Already, I mean, I'm not sure some of the drivers, perhaps in the junior Rotax, aren't particularly concerned about championships and thinking about every single corner. You can be a bit bottom of these experienced, larger gentlemen are absolutely calculating every single move forward. And Chafer has looked good over the last couple of events, so he needs to just find a way to. He's done it. He's unsettled Cook enough for him to go a bit too wide.
Yeah, Crook slid wide there, coming out of the chicane onto the paddock on the left into Paddock Bend, and Chafer's through.
He found one of the damp patches.
He did find a damp patch, no question about it, and that's just like putting a wheel off.
Yeah.
And look, he just slid too wide there, lost a lot of time to Chafer. Chafer was alongside way before they got to the braking area, and that enabled Nathan to get through and into second place, and Harrison Crook will be kicking himself for allowing that. They're on to the final lap, and Harrison Crook's coming back at him into turn one, and a beautiful move there. We've seen in the past this season how forceful he can be, having to sort themselves out before they get to the chicane. And ahead of them, it's still Scott Smith holding off Ryan Taylor-Truman as they head to the flag. The leaders already into Luna Bend. There's the leader there, and Ryan Taylor-Truman has not been able to gain any ground. We know how quick Scott Smith can be, and he will take his second heat win of the season. Ryan Taylor-Truman second, and it was Harrison Crook that hung on to that gap to Nathan Chafer. Just trying to find the gap there. Yeah, just over 0.2 of a second there from Harrison Crook. Nathan Chafer fourth. Then Zach Bolton, great result for Zach from the pole position, came fifth. If you look at the names ahead of him, that's a great race to hang on to that fifth place, Zach. And Andy Collinson likewise, first of the Masters, and Andy finishing sixth overall, first Master. Sam Elliott, great drive to be second Masters there. Sam, I found out something I didn't know about Sam Elliott, who's been with us all season.
Is he a part-time taxidermist?
His dad's from Sunderland.
Oh, okay.
And we had a chat about the Middlesbrough score yesterday, where we beat them 1-0.
Yeah, well, I think you'll find our result was rather better.
Who's ours?
Gillingham away for the
Gillingham.
leaders. Beat them. Talk about people who want to talk to us. Vicky Harvey, hi again. My boy Oakley Garthwaite in his first heat this morning, the junior Rotax.
Yeah, Oakley's on the Carlos Sainz chassis, remember?
Jarrett Metters, I'm rooting for Lucas Howell. You better win or you'll have negative aura. I say. Bit new age on that one. Kenny Capes, good luck to all in TKM, especially Team Klassen. Michelle Harper as well under Benny Harper in 10th. Bethany Morgan, Sonny's gutted he's not there. So Sonny Morgan was supposed to be here.
Yeah, that's right. I saw him on the entry list for the IPKC.
After his accident in the Southwest Champs.
Yeah, that's. I saw him. I saw him on the entry list for the IPKC at Llandau, which makes sense because he's from South Wales. So yes, he's a big miss here, Bethan. I've got a message from his mum as well. If is he? I take it he's watching.
Yeah.
What was the? I'm going to actually private message.
What happened to him?
Yeah.
Bethan. Jack West. Joshua Withcombe is about to go from 14th to 1st in the junior heat. Okay, that's okay. We'll watch out for that. So Josh Withcombe is going from 14th to 1st, Joe. And Victoria Bevan watching Lincoln Bevan in Heat 3 of the juniors from the Isle of Man.
Yeah, we've always had the Bevans along, haven't we? Been a stalwart fan base. So juniors out next, Nick. Let's have a look at their grid, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're already lining up in the collecting area.
I'm not quite sure. Is someone break down? Seems a bit of a long delay. Can't see anyone offhand.
I'm not sure. I can't see anything being.
No one's wheeling anything in.
Now then, that's a clue.
What's
Chap
that?
with a trolley coming to the opening out onto the track. So he might want to go and retrieve his cart so he can get on with the repair of whatever it is.
Mm. There's 3 carts going to Scotty, apparently, which you didn't see it broken down.
All right.
So
Well,
Scotty has
out in the
eyes
field,
on in
isn't
the
he?
field. Anyway, we're just looking at the paddock and seeing all the panic there.
Yeah, that number 277 there, that's a fabulous livery, isn't it? The yellow and blue. I like that.
Reminiscent of the Chevron 5,000 cars.
I don't know. It's kind of makes me think that's the blue and yellow of Ronnie Peterson's helmet, but then I'm
right,
really old.
Oh, look, this could be a long collection. He's only just got his trolley going there. Has anyone got the Benny Hill music? Yeah, not for you to sing to yourself, Paul, but for us to actually. Okay,
Yeah,
he's on camera. Here we go. Listen, camera 2. Here we go.
There he is.
It's 22-2. It's Dan Millwood. He had to get. This is the problem. You see, he has to get his own stuff. He has to get his own trolley. Someone help him.
So Dan is.
Don't lift with your knees. That's terrible lifting by the marshal.
That a chain? That's a chain come off. See that bit dangling behind the underneath the rear wheel.
Yeah, he's lost his chain.
Yeah, that's gold
He's had
cart.
to run all the way there. Where are his friends? Sure, he's got some friends to help him. I wouldn't do that. I think I might try and go for the. Yeah. It's a bit rough. It's quite quaggy. It was quite wet. Some of that, even before it rained last night.
It was very wet, wasn't it? In places when we walked across the grass, it's a bit of an illusion that it's all lush and green. It's a bit muddy out there.
Woggy.
You don't want to be out there, that's for sure.
Okay.
So Dan Millwood will recover his cart to the paddock, his gold cart, and we'll get some advice, no doubt, of Paul Lazan as to
don't do that. Tighten the.
Why that happened. I'll just shut the door.
I know. Ash keeps coming in and he just doesn't.
Well, he can't. He's not a magician. He'd need David Copperfield to put that box behind the door after he's left.
Sure, it's available.
Right. Would you like me to?
Yes. Whatever you want to do, I want you to do it.
Right. Well, I was going to have a look at the championship in junior Rotax. It's currently Lucas Howell. Right. I'm going to actually. I was going to give you the overall, but I need the dropped scores. And I've got them here. Lucas Howell, he's on. This is really tight. The Junior Rotax Championship going into the final 2 rounds here. Three Sisters, round 5. Round 6 will be Warden Law in about a month's time. And you've got Lucas Howell on 721 points. Jaden Sherwood on 719. And then not that far behind in third is Charles Cheesy Green.
Charles Cheesy Green.
He's on 693, not that far behind as Tom Alden and Freddie Waylock on 677. Then Joshua Withcombe, Jasmine Taylor's on 654, Nathan Traverse is on 646, Sonny Morgan, who's not here, which is a real shame, and then Leo Basterfield, who had a cracking first heat yesterday, up 13 places.
I have news from out and about.
Go ahead.
Scotty says, windy and dark. I smell rain.
Oh, rain, that's early. What time is it?
It's about 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it's about 90 minutes too early. Let's have a look at the grid then for the juniors. Sam Green Gomez. He starts on the pole position with Frank Ward alongside. Daniel Clancy and Tom Holden are on row 2. Barnaby Grubb and Jill Leverton on the gold cart on row 3. Row 4 is Dylan Morton and Charles Green. Harvey Lee... I hate when that happens. Harvey Lee Winterich and Connor Tubby is on row 10. Ryan Sears and Jess Whitmore are on row 6. Row 10? Row 5. Row 6. Ryan Sears and Jess Whitmore. It's because I lost my screen.
Advanced reading with Joe. Here we go.
I lost my screen. Row 7, Joshua Withcombe and George Keir. Then we've got Freddie Willock and Jaden Sherwood. Michael Ambler and Jacob Aston are on row 9. And then on row 10, we've got Jacob Aston and Jacob Anslow. Jensen Hookie and Charlie F. Grave are next up. Row 12 is Freddie Theobald and Oakley Garthwaite. Leo Basterfield, let's see how he comes through the field today. He did a cracking job yesterday, up 13 places. He's alongside Zari Visarek on row 13, and then row 14 is Daniel Armour and George Theobald, and then Melissa Adrian, who had a cracking run to second yesterday. She starts 29th and rounds off the 29 cart field. We're already towards the start area though, Nick.
A little bit quick. They need to do a little bit there. Oh, they want to go round again, do they? They kind of made that happen, that going round again, by not getting themselves into any form of line-up.
The cynic in me tells me that sometimes that is deliberate.
No.
Yes.
It's always been TKMs, I felt.
Is that my slider, Nick?
Yeah. He's turned himself off. Can't believe it. Where's he going? He's just driving away. He's got a helicopter. Where'd that come from? Oh, he's back.
I'm blowing my nose, viewers. I'm sure you didn't want to hear all that.
Oh,
yes.
Come on, Sam Green, says Jarek Netters.
Sam Green Gomez, he's in the entry list, so he's got his full name.
Well, I assume he must be Spanish to have two surnames.
Yeah.
Well, the Gomez bit's Spanish. The Green bit sounds like it's more likely to be from.
Yeah, that's maybe Mum or Dad.
Chipping Sudbury,
yeah, one of his parents is.
Well, I think it's Dad, Mum, isn't it?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if you know, please tell us.
Now, whenever we're dealing with Spanish races in the RC, which there's a lot of them, if just one name is
their
used,
mother's
it's
their mother's name, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the first name is the one you end up using.
Yes. Here we go then. Sam Green Gomez.
It's still not really in line very well.
Well, they are catching up though. Sam Green Gomez bringing them to a slower pace through Luna Bend. We've got them bunching up nicely. Frank Ward alongside. That's Luna Bend.
No, there's no name to the second corner here.
That the hairpin's Luna.
And this isn't. This is the.
That's just a kink. That's just a
That's
kink.
a kink.
That's the first kink.
80-degree kink. Let's go.
Yes, let's go. Let's go racing. Here we go. It looks like Sam Ward has gotten ahead.
Wow.
That's the number 17.
No, he hasn't.
Or 87,
no, he's
is
actually
it?
in second. It's the white nose cart that's got through. Is that Green Gomez? I'm not sure. Is he
no, Green Gomez down to fourth.
Right, so Frank Ward was scored first, actually, over the line.
Still very slippery. It's the 42 with Frank Ward.
Is he leading? Yeah.
Looks like is that a Coles cart?
And then it was the 87. It was Tom Holden who seemed to get the whole shot, didn't get it.
TH Corsa. I make that mistake most weekends.
So black helmet, red cart. That's Tom Holden being shuttled down by the blue with the white helmet of Frank Ward, and they've broken away, which is a rare thing to see in a junior Rotax race in the NKC. And they're coming down the Conrod Straight. Starts over his right-hand shoulder. He's got to worry about at the end of this straight, but not close enough to get the advantage of slipstream. Lots of shuffling about behind them.
Yeah, we had a change for third there, Nick, just behind these two. That's Charlie Green. Charles Cheesy Green moving up on the Guy Cunnington cart into third and chasing after the TH Corsa of Frank Ward. Meanwhile, Tom Holden has left. The Mason Perrin racing driver checking out and leaving the rest behind, consolidating that lead. So the question is, how quickly can Charles Cheesy Green clear Frank Ward ahead of him and set off after Tom Holden for the lead of this heat?
The other question is Sam Green Gomez going to come back at the Daniel Clancy car? He's right in behind him. Clancy had a better exit off the corner, which may give him just enough breathing space not to get jumped at the first turn. Nope, he's okay, and they're going to sweep back up the hill again. There's a lot of this is quite a big rise and then drop at this point. It's not easy to see, but they probably go about 20 feet and back down again. as they go up and down and round before they go past Paddock. This is not start finish, just in front of the paddock and the collecting area, and out pops Green Gomez, but no obvious way of getting through.
Daniel Clancy gets nudged out of the way, I think. It was a bit of he was already sliding. We're back with that battle for second, though, with Charles Cheesy Green on the rear bumper of Frank Ward. Behind them, there was a bit of kerfuffle. This is Green, though, challenging, and Frank Ward down the inside into turn one. He does the switch back, though. He did a Mansell on Piquet there, didn't he?
No, Cheesy Green gets it again.
He went to the right, then he went to the left, and Frank Ward was lulled into that, and Cheesy Green then fired off down to the inside, and he's gone and already pulling a gap. We'll keep an eye on that one while Cheesy Green chases down Tom Holden. It's going to be a big ask for Cheesy Green to catch him and get by him. Let's just drop back off these two now, because I think that's settled down for a few minutes at least. We've got 5 minutes on the clock. This is
the 11 of Jay Leverton. With Tubby behind him at the start of the lap. Not sure it's still that way.
That's
and behind
seventh,
them,
Nick.
There's a right. Now it's the 48 and the 81. So that's Connor Tubby. Yeah, and Ben Adrian now got the inside of Tubby. Almost got the inside in. And ahead of him, it's Leverton. So there's been a bit of movement in that last lap. We obviously only get an update every now and again. They sweep round in front of us for the fifth time, and it's quite active there. The 333 of Daniel Clancy under pressure from Leverton, despite the fact that he actually got past him in the last lap. So that's kind of a switch back. Let's try and a repass.
Still that rain in the air threatening.
It's looking very, very grey over the right hand side. So you look towards the other. So this is the left hand side of the circuit. Look at the right hand side of the circuit, looking very threatening. Up the inside goes the 48 of Ben Adrian, another position gained.
So Ben Adrian now behind Daniel Clancy. Just got by Jay Leverton on the gold cart there. Jay, of course, being ran by that karting legend Paul Lozan. Not in the driving seat much this season. Choosing to pass on the Sorcerer's Apprentice like magic of how to drive a kart. And he's passing it on to young Jay. As the leader, Tom Holden, then he consolidates that lead to just under a second there. Charles Green is gaining though, Nick.
Fastest lap,
and he's taken 0.2 of a second out of that lead. Frank Ward still in third. Sam Green Gomez fourth. Fifth is Daniel Clancy. Ben Adrian up to sixth now. Jay Leverton seventh. Connor Tubby eighth. Ninth is Joshua Withcombe, and Jensen Hookey is the driver that rounds off the top 10.
More action here. And it's the 333 again, under pressure. That's Clancy. Got Adrian right on him as they go and switch back now.
That paddock turn, Nick, it's a very late apex, so you naturally leave the door open so it looks like you can pop through it. However, there's very little speed variation from the straight through that turn. It's very, very fast.
There's very little speed variation on this track. It's like, let's go as fast as possible the entire way.
I thought Paul was having a seizure there.
The recline his chair beat him.
Oh, we've got just off track here. We must have rain in the air because we've got a very busy collecting area for the next heat.
It's not raining though, because otherwise Ash would have told me.
And he's trying to see what tyres they've gone on. They're all on slicks at the moment, and
they're
on the ground. So
that's it.
Meanwhile, 2 minutes to go in this Junior Rotax heat number 2. And it's very, very close racing, is it, as ever, Nick? It's not about necessarily going for the win in a series like the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC.
Junction 6 NK.
It's about finding a group of people to race with, and you can find them every weekend in this championship.
Up the inside move, and that is Ben Adrian making it stick on Clancy. Now, the question is, the leader's already swished through. It was down to 0.3 of a second, first and second. As Charles Cheesy Green gains every single lap. But they are a long, long way ahead of these guys.
Man on the move as well. Down the order, he was right at the back of the grid. Oakley Garthwaite on the 101. He's on the Carlos Sainz chassis, so he's easy to pick out. He's up to 14th with just under 90 seconds
Here's
remaining.
our leaders. Holden, from Charles Green.
He's caught him, hasn't he?
He's caught him.
He's caught him, but can he pass him?
One thing. Oh, he's going to give it a go. Holden goes very defensive into turn one. Sweeps around the outside. This was a touch there, wasn't there?
I'm not sure if it was. It certainly looked it, but Tom Holden did very well to hang on to that in the brakes. And remember, the track is still relatively greasy, still relatively slippery, and certainly offline by just a couple of inches can absolutely put you on a damn track. So we've got probably another 2 laps on this one.
They'll get round once, and they'll have this one and one more. No, so right, 2 more.
So here we go, Nick. This is where Cheesy Green has to get onto the bumper.
Further away than last time.
He was, yes. Now that slipstream's going to drag him towards the bumper of Holden, but it's not going to be able to pull him past Holden. Holden, meanwhile, takes the defensive line, and it's another late apex because you have to keep to the right to get the best line through the left-hand curb there, and then the right over the valley, and there's Cheesy Green.
Right, straight up the inside.
That is very, 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 very brave. That is an outstanding move from Charles Green, and that took a lot of bottle to throw the kart in there, just coming over the valley, and he's already alongside when he comes into our shot, and look at how he just threw it in there. All credit to Tom Holden as well, because Tom had to accommodate that, really. And great racing there, but very, very brave driving there. That is not a very popular overtaking spot.
I've not seen that done in a competitive overtake. Obviously the first couple of laps is a kerfuffle overtake.
Yeah.
But, on to the last lap for these two. So Charles and Mate, seeing a big move. We've seen in the background. Looks like there's a move there between Green Gomez and Frank Ward. And Green Gomez is still in 4th though, with the very blue and yellow car, very Natalie liveried, and easy to stand out. Green now has 3 or 4 corners to go. He's going to go around onto the Rogerson Straight for the last time in this first heat. Another hatful of points, Joe.
Yeah, Charles Green, though, great drive. He slowly caught Tom Holden. He could see that orange cart ahead of him. The Mason Perrin Racing driver held on to the lead as long as he could, but what an audacious move it was to give Charles Cheesy Green the second heat for Junior Rotax. Holden crosses the line second, and then look at the gap back to 3rd, 4th and 5th, and that was Frank Ward, Sam Green Gomez and Ben Adrian. It was Daniel Clancy in 6th, Joshua Withcombe in 7th. We had Jay Leviton finally finishing 8th, Connor Tubby in 9th, and then it was Freddie Whirlock who rounded off the top 10. Just outside the top 10, Jensen Hookie, Oakley Garthwaite, the great run through the field. He'll be looking forward to starting his heat at the front of the field. Leo Basterfield finishes 17th. He's another big mover. And then Melissa Adrian off the back of the grid in 29th, up 10 places to take 19th. There's the rest of the finishers there. 27 karts took to the track, Nick. We had 29 karts on the grid listed. Only 27 took part. So I'm not quite sure why that was.
So I was enjoying the fact of Paul attempting to open a door then. It took 4 goes.
Has it started raining yet?
No, he's just chilly.
No,
our little boy's
just
chilly.
cold, is it?
Little Ash is this is a man who's about to go on a 2-month round the world tour. He's a bit frightened of a bit of chilliness.
Is he okay with spiders?
Oh, I don't
He's
know.
going to the Far East, isn't he?
Yeah, but in fairness, his girlfriend's really brave, and she used to live there.
Oh,
he's fine.
Right, okay. So
Just go with Lara, so he's fine.
She look after him.
She can fight all the nasty things away from him.
She'll look after him, won't she?
And he can continue to be mollycoddled like Hasman Bimbo's mother for his first 27 years.
Oh, you sound as if there's a bit of envy in there, though, Nick.
Jeez, yeah, 100%.
Oh, dear. Right then.
This is what you won't get at the TKC.
See.
Do you want it? Dunno.
I'm not sure. I don't need to tell you what I'm thinking. I think I've said it all. Right then, where were we?
Sorry for the in-jokes. All will become clear next week.
Yes, very much so. Yeah, big announcement coming on Monday. Tom Holden, 6th overall in Super 1, 47 drivers in Junior. So Tom Holden, another.
I'm liking the purple on the front of that cart, number 11.
Yeah, with the black and purple.
And he's got one of those. He's painted, giving it kind of a stealth look to his helmet as well. Who is the 11?
I like that, Finley Underwood.
So
I like that, the fact that he's got a helmet design.
He's also written Underwood on both his legs, which is just in
case. You see the way the helmet design makes the chin guard look very narrow.
If he actually aligns himself correctly with the nose, the whole thing flows through his helmet.
I think that's deliberate.
So at this point, Underwood's going to get livery of the day for us for the thinking it through.
The 178 Jason Ducis. I hope I'm saying that right, Jason Ducis. That's a Cosmic. livery, the blue, purple and white. That 150, that's Jason Bear. That's a new Carlos Sainz chassis. And
problem for the 50.
A problem for the 150.
Oh, I couldn't see the one there. Oh,
and I'm not sure why that has not started.
They're going to try. Can you bump? You can't bump a Rotax, can you?
No, not really.
It's got a clutch.
Oh, that is bad news.
It's not turning over.
That is bad news. Flat battery on that chassis for Jason Bear.
Such bad luck. That is sickening, isn't it?
Let's have a look at the grid, Nick. Finley Underwood and Jason Ducis are on row 1. Simon Spagnuolo and Raffi Salentano share row 2. Jason Bear will not be on row 3 with Blake Ticehurst. Sam White and Tristan Sharp are on row 4. Row 5 is Archie Carter and Bobby Rosier. Row 6, Taylor Dixon and Ben Baluk. Then we've got James Wood and Luke Evans. Levi Earl shares row 8 with Mason Perrin. That should be a ding-dong. Elliot Barrell and Max Kettle. We have an interview with Max Kettle's dad. That'll all become clear when you see the Paddock show. Great story there from Peter and Max Kettle there on row 9. Row 10, Finley Watson and Joseph Rippon. Ethan White and George Hummer next. And then we've got Adam Catlin, James Becker, Gregory Akers, Martin Bramwell, Ashton French and Kieran Thompson, Jack Maidman, Braden Hill, and running off a huge 32 kart. Junior Rotax field, Oliver Atkinson and Reese Knight.
We have back-to-back junior Rotaxes.
Sorry, senior Rotax.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. I'll come in again. Senior Rotax.
If you could.
The 162 class. That is what we have got right now.
Gaz
and we are about to get...
I get on my watch, I get the updates from Gaz. The only issue about that is I keep thinking it's one of the cameramen with the problem.
Gaz is
20 minutes away,
helping us out remotely.
It's looking brighter over there.
Yes, but we're due rain in 20 minutes, according to his radar. Are we going to get going?
I think we are.
We've got a cart off to driver's right there, spinning wildly.
40-something, 46, I think. Is it Raffi Salentano?
Off at a tangent, it is Raffi Salentano.
Oh, look at the athlete. That man is athletic. That is pure adrenaline doing that. Because at any other time of day, you go, it's really uncomfortable. Off he goes. Okay, let's get back to the front of the field.
Here we go then. It's Finley Underwood in that beautiful... Oh, it's not Finley Underwood. He's in second.
The break.
Who's that in first?
Jason Ducis, I would think, but I can't guarantee that. It is the 178 in the Cosmic car. He may only have a standard sticker step, but he's going hell for leather into the lead as he goes round Luna Bend. And Jason, we're saying Ducis, we're sorry if it's wrong. Underwood and into third, swept there. Was that Blake
I'll tell you, that's Sam
Wyatt.
Wyatt.
No, Ticehurst came into third.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, it was. Sorry, Blake Ticehurst ahead of Sam Wyatt there.
I'm not
Great
psychic.
sport.
I'm not psychic. I can read a timing bar.
Oh, you're reading the timing bar. I'm trying to identify them from the screen. Yeah, I'm old school. Yeah. Here we go then. Underneath us, they're on lap number 2.
It looks like a frantic.
It's a frantic pace. Yeah. Of course, Nick. It's where you pick up your positions, isn't it?
Right,
the early laps. Yeah. Look at Bobby Rosier, the number 1 as well. He's in amongst it as well. He was 6th there. I'm sure he's up to 4th or something.
Yeah, apart from Ducis, he's got away. He's then got a train of 6 carts battling for 2nd to 7th, led by the fantastically liveried Underwood. But he's got I think he's going to lose his position.
Oh, if he's not
the
careful.
Inside goes tight. There's not much you can do about it with this.
Not
you
at
can lose
all.
2. Now you can do 2 about losing 2.
Yeah, Ticehurst and
Wyatt went through. They now need to try and bridge the gap to Ducis, and they've got a chance, I would think. But it just seems, I don't know why this one seems so much more hectic than the others. I know it's an optical illusion in some way.
I think it's just the frantic pace. Wyatt alongside Ticehurst and Sam Wyatt making that move stick. Oh, and he's come back at him through the left-hander, the double apex, and Bobby Rosier is through as well. And he just got hung out to dry. He just found himself on the outside line.
Rosier's in second, isn't it? No, third. Rosier's in third.
Rosier followed him through. Blake Ticehurst came back at him into the left-hander. Here they go then to complete what will be 3 laps. Let's just take a brief look at where they are. Ducis leads, Blake Ticehurst second, Bobby Rosier third, Levi Earl it was who's come through with them, Archie Carter 5th, 6th is Sam Wyatt, Finley Underwood 7th, James Wood, Finley Watson, and it's Mason Perrin, the driver, rounding off the top 10. But this is a frantic pace, and I think it's the sort of pace, Nick, we're going to see all day until it rains.
And then it'll be a frantic pace off the track.
Yes.
Yeah, they're enjoying the grip at the moment. The track is effectively on the racing line, dry and clean now after the previous 3 heats. So they're going to find the sort of grip they're looking for. Tyres, remember, only a meeting and a heat old, so they're also still in the prime of life.
Incredible to think that Sam Wyatt went from Paddock Turn, he went into second place and they got absolutely mugged through the following double left-hander and ended up sixth place. He's still there in sixth. There's Bobby Rosier following through.
Oh, 3 wide through then. Wow, 3 did fit in that. It's a bit of a surprise. Big Lou, I think not quite sure who dropped back, but they actually lost the position or just dropped back. That's second and third now, really trying to bridge the gap. Ticehurst in the orange and blue, and also in the orange and blue, but with more blue, moving into second place goes the 18 car of Levi Earl.
Yeah, Levi.
So it was Rosier who was hung out to dry during the turn one last time around.
Yeah. And Levi Earl, we know how quick Levi is on the DGSW team with the Venator engine. He is rapid on that outfit, and he's off and after Jason Duchess now.
That's the move. It's the 333 of Watson trying to get past Underwood, but there's no last minute move past Wyatt. Actually, Underwood wasn't there anymore. I'm sorry, but getting the update once a lap isn't enough for this race. They've already changed 4 times before you get there again.
Up and over the valley into the chicane.
And our leaders.
Levi Earl.
Oh, he's going to get him.
Oh, yeah, because
the
leader slid wide out of the chicane. We've seen that happen. Yeah. And Levi Earl was there to take full advantage of that.
Tell you what, that was Deuces looking over his shoulder more than he was looking ahead.
Yeah.
And you miss it by a little bit. Wouldn't matter in the dry, but with the damp that's still there, you just slide, and it's gone. And now there's in the horrendous pressure from Ticehurst for second place. Rosier, I think, may fancy a bit of a nibble at Ticehurst himself. Rosier's at one kart moving away with the red and the green helmet, but actually it's second that changes. And looking to get second and third, so down to fourth place goes our erstwhile early leader, Ducis.
Yeah, Ducis didn't really have anything in the toolkit to keep Ticehurst and Rosier back. Rosier carrying the number 1. He's our 2023 champion in this class, so we know how quick Bobby is. And he's following Ticehurst, who's a very quick driver. I was just watching an old video that popped up on Facebook, I think, and it was Blake Ticehurst in cadet karting as they're down the inside into Luna, through the left-hand part of Luna.
They're inventing new overtaking places today, aren't they?
They are. They really are showing us that you can overtake in places that we didn't think possible. But that was about the momentum carried onto the Rogerson Straight, I think.
I think it was more drive.
Drive onto the Rogerson Straight, out of the left-handers and then through the right-hand kink. And Bobby Rosier now has Blake Ticehurst behind him.
Yes,
and he's still behind him. Look at that.
Let's remember he's second and third. Nice little break for Levi Earl at the front. He's got 1.5 seconds, which is effectively like a mile and a half at this day and age, around Three Sisters and around 5 of the NKC. But Rosier now has a battle in his house. Ticehurst. Rosier's very good round that sort of paddock bend entry to Rogerson. He gained 3 or 4 kart lengths just there.
Yeah, it's the unnamed double left-hander, isn't it? It's like one sweeping left-hand turn, but it's formed by 2 squared-off curbs. So it's kind of a double apex. You hit the first curb, you hit the second curb, and then there's a little bit of a kink onto the Rogerson Straight, and he's really able to punch out of that corner, and that's where he's gaining the advantage. And if anything, he's going to catch Levi Earl if he continues that. However, on saying that, Levi Earl just put in the fastest lap of the race there. Here they come, Ticehurst back towards him.
Oh, he's going under. One of the switchback was on, but it's just too tight as you turn left round Paddock Bend.
The optimum line in that Paddock Bend is the late apex. What you saw Bobby Rosier take there, because that lines you up nicely for the 2 left-handers. And there again, by the time we get towards the start-finish straight, it's Bobby Rosier's pulled out a gap again. So the gap to Levi Earl is 1.7, and it's Bobby Rosier chasing him down. You've then got about 0.3 to Blake Ticehurst at the line. However, that disappears round the lap. Archie Carter, Finley Watson, Sam Wyatt 6th, Mason Perrin up to 7th, Jason Duchess, Joseph Rippon up to 9th, and Braden Hill now inside the top 10.
All happening now, just about this one and 2 more. As they'll come across the line again with about 35 seconds to go, round Luna Bend. And the 89 for Archie Carter, looking to be under pressure from Watson, but Carter's on more of a forward momentum into little kind of gaps, but again Carter looking under pressure. Watson looking left. Oh, they're coming together. I'm not sure they came together. Or just too much curb then from Carter. He sweeps now down through the final chicane and into back. Oh, and that's a very aggressive move, blocking off again, and lost momentum though in doing that. And Finley Watson sweeps by at Paddock Bend and will pick up 4th place. Coming up now, round for the penultimate time round in a bend. Rosier slightly ahead of Ticehurst there. But away is Earl. He just eked out a little more, 1.7 seconds, and on to the last lap they go.
So the leader there, Levi Earl, has had a bit of a commanding lead of this second heat. It's the third heat, heat 3 for the seniors already. We are whizzing through this programme here. Of course, we had the first heat yesterday afternoon. Here comes Levi Earl, the DJSW team driver. Shares the team with James Wood and a few others that will come across the afternoon. There's the chasing two for second and third. However, we're getting towards the checkered flag for Levi Earl. Here he comes out of Luna and just underneath Scotty's camera there, and we'll take the checkered flag to take a very fine win. Levi Earl on the Venator Power takes the checkered flag with Bobby Rosier following along in second. Vic Ticehurst couldn't quite get past him. He will finish third. Fourth is Finley Watson. Archie Carter eventually finishes in fifth place. Sam Wyatt is sixth. Joseph Rippon seventh. Mason Perrin eighth. Ninth is Jason Duchess. And it was Braden Hill rounding off the top 10. Just outside the top 10, Ben Ballou, Ethan Wyatt and Simon Spagnuolo. And there's the rest of the finishers of the 27 kart field on the screen there on the timing bar. And we've got a change of condition out there.
We've got a bit of rain coming.
Is it spitting?
It's spitting.
We're in Peter Kay country here, aren't we?
We are.
He's from Bolton, not far from here.
It's always rains in Bolton.
Yeah, Scotty's just reported, has he?
Yes, he's coming with a weather update. Weather update.
That's Pearl and Dean.
I know.
It's got nothing to do with the weather.
No one knows apart from us.
Bigger bits now. I saw that completely wrong.
Bigger bits?
Bigger bits now. So a few spots very
I know the way you saw that.
Bigger bits now. So we are going to have a wet track. Now then, what consternation have we got out there on the collecting area? It's the first sighting of the TKM field. Mitchell Ball, our championship leader, he's won, how many has he won? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our races this year. He's won, he was first in the final at round 1, first in the final at round 2. He was second at round 3 and second at round 4. So Mitchell Ball on that number 1 starts the first of the heats for the TKMs on the pole position. I'm just going to get the grid up for us. There it is. Mitchell Ball and Tom Johnson. That's Tom on the Klassen Motorsport entry, the distinctive black and white livery, patterned livery there, the number 9. So it's going to be a ding-dong at the front there. Two of the fastest teams there. Flex Motorsport with Mitchell Ball. That's the blue and yellow livery kart. Tom Johnson with Klassen alongside. James Workman and Alexander Liebman are on row 2. Jack Crisp and Samuel King, who we get a chat to in the Paddock show. See that at lunchtime. They're on row 3. Row 4 is Joseph Booth and Matthew Temple Purcell. Joseph carrying the all plate, remember, from the previous round of Wilton Mill, which also was our senior TKM NKC all plate. Joseph Booth carrying that in 7th. Matthew Temple Purcell in 8th. 5th row of the grid then. Leo Crabtree and Francis Horn. Molly Nicholas Biles and Jake Humphrey on row 6. Row 8 is Matt Slate and Will Cregeen. And then on row 8, that was row 7. On row 8, we've got James Hull and Chris Whiteside. Row 9, Matthew Horton, Ryan Layton. And then James King and Ben Watson sharing the final row of a 20-kart field. Right, Nick, TKM, our favourite class. Why is it our favourite? Well, it's a single-cylinder air-cooled, you see.
It reminds us of our youth. They have got electric start, the lucky monkeys.
Yes, they have these days. No, I don't.
No finding a friend.
There is no way we could push start ourselves these days the way we used to do in the 90s.
No.
Not a chance. I would go flat on me face. I used to go flat on me face when I was in
jumping in was always
late 20s.
Jumping in was always a bit of a kind of a similar kind of active. Let's get the bobsleigh on board for the 4-man bob to try to hop in as you're pushing it. That was a difficult combination.
Lots of blue smoke. That's the 2-stroke oil burning off. That's the lubrication for these motors on these air-cooled units from Talco. 110 cc's of power, and Johnson slots in behind Ball, and it's line astern into turn 1. Into the S's, leading to the valley, and Johnson sliding very wide there, almost lost out to his teammate. And it's looking very slippery. Now, remember...
Someone's had a lovely trip up and down the bank there. It's the 48.
Remember, Nick, that we've got spits of rain on this track, and these guys are on slicks.
Who's got off
off the 48?
Oh, look, yeah. Oh,
James Hull.
There were 3 of them that went off, and one stayed... No, in fact, he was the first back of the 3 of them. The 3 of them have fallen off there. 61 and 84 as well have gone.
Yeah, Ryan Leighton.
Leighton and Hull, and who's the other one? Might be 24, might be... We'll find out because they're going to go around the line. They're not going to go anywhere. So as the rain carries on, it's big drops. It's singular big drops rather than chucking it down.
Well, they're on slicks.
It's very quickly. It is interesting how quickly grip goes on kart tracks. It goes much quicker than it does with a full-size car. Can last much longer on slicks in a wet track than a kart can.
Now,
that's down to the mechanical grip of the weight, basically.
After the first 2 rounds, where Mitchell Ball was quite dominant. We were asking the question, who can beat Mitchell Ball? And that was quickly answered when along came Joseph Booth. Now, Joseph is quite out of championship contention in this class. I'm just going to try and find him. There he is. He's down in 19th because he didn't take part in rounds 1 and 2.
No.
He turned up at round 3 and took the win. He turned up at round 4 and took the win. And so he's coming back, isn't he? He's coming back at Mitchell. But Mitchell... On the number 1, we've got the all-plate of Joseph Booth trying to get by the inside. Yes, he's made it happen. Wow,
made it happen quite easily.
That was quite a move. Made it look easy though, didn't he?
Yeah.
And it's not, because that kart is sliding around on the edge of adhesion, and it's so easy to overcook it and slide right off. However, the all-plate leads. Booth now in first place. Mitchell Ball second. Leo Crabtree is the driver that's trying to get on terms with Mitchell Ball, who likewise is trying to get back on terms with Booth. That rain looks like it's ever heavier, Nick, out there, but it doesn't really show that on the track.
No, I mean, I think it's what it is. It's big singular globules rather than persistent rain.
Oh, and there's Mitchell Ball coming back for the lead, and he's taking Crabtree with him. Crabtree had a slot in behind Booth, though. And this is going to be a ding-dong battle all the way to the end of the season at Wardenlaw next month as well, I feel.
Yeah, moving hard forward, but 1 from 0. And then it's Crabtree in the 3rd position. What sort of lap times these guys doing?
We're in the 46s.
So about 2.5 seconds slower, aren't they, than the Rotaxes?
Yeah, they are. So they're not... The wetness that Scotty has reported is not having an effect on lap time, really. This is the first sight we've had of these karts, so I'm not really sure what their optimum lap time would be. But as you say, they're usually a couple of seconds off, aren't they?
Well, they've done the thing you don't expect them to do, which is spread right out. And so 1, 2, 3, 4 in a procession, and then we go 5, 6, and 7. So 1, 2, and 3, 4. First and second are having a little bit of a ding-dong challenge. Booth trying to get through on the 0. In fact, he was quite close then. And will you have a look at the inside?
The driver coming back into this four-way is Tom Johnson, who started on the front row alongside. And it's just a case of, I think what Tom has done, Nick, is he's found where the grip is, where he can trust the kart underneath him, and he's got the confidence now to come back at Crabtree. But these 4 beginning to string out again. They'll come out of Luna here and head off onto the straight. It's Mitchell Ball who has responded to that wake-up call from Joseph Booth in second, Leo Crabtree third, Tom Johnson fourth, and then a bit of a gap before we get Samuel King coming through the order. On the number 16, we get a chat to Sam and his dad in the Paddock show. But there's the lead battle, and it's come back together, Nick. We thought, just a moment ago when I was looking at the screen,
it was 4 individual cars.
There was a gap.
Now it's 2 pairs. So you've got first and second's a pair, third and fourth is a pair. The gap between the 2 of them is only 4/10. So it's again a good exit from the Paddock bend there by Mitchell Ball. Move that from being nose to tail to 3 karts, and they come round the no-name kink apparently. And third and fourth a little bit closer, both in the grey machines.
He's a challenge for third. Johnson has to slot in behind Crabtree. The reason he had to slot in was because Crabtree was really quick into that first turn. All sorts of racing going down the order here. I know we're only able to cover the overall lead battle, really, if it is a battle, and it is indeed. As we've got another swap for position as Joseph Booth comes underneath us in the lead.
And Crabtree's in third, yeah. But Bit of information, fastest lap last time here was at the beginning of the season for NKC. It was round 1 in 2020. The fastest lap was a 45.2. So fastest lap we've seen so far is a 45.9. So that might be indicative of grip levels. Though from my memory, the weather wasn't that great the first round. We were here in April last year. But they look left, they look right. And very defensive from Booth, keeping Mitchell Ball behind him.
Up and over through the right-hander, up the hill and over the valley, and then plunging downhill into the chicane. Mitchell Ball is not letting Booth get away. We're just at the 2-minute bell almost. So the driver's fully aware of how much time is left on the clock. I'm not sure actually if that last statement I've just made is actually true, and whether or not there is a timing board. There is
a board
light
somewhere, but I don't think it's actually over the start. I think you've got a good point. This might be one of the races tracks where they don't quite know where they are.
Yes, they'll be trying to monitor.
They
in
get a
their
last
heads.
lap back board. That's it.
Yeah, that's the only indication as to how
They've
much
got
race time.
Alfanos in the front, there, haven't they? Which probably got countdowns.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, they'll see the lap counting down. Now these four come back together, Nick, and to be honest, with 90 seconds on the clock, I think anything can happen here. We're going to have a change of place. The drivers monitoring how much race time they have left. Mitchell Ball knows time is running out, and so does Joseph Booth, who defensively drives into Paddock turn. That's going to allow Crabtree and Johnson into the mix as they go through the double left-hander there and onto the Rogerson straight through the left-hand kink.
Is it me, but Crabtree and Johnson sounds like a specialty tea manufacturer?
You always come up with those sort of things. That poor kid who you said was a Bolton butcher is still in therapy. Here we go then across the line. It'll be 9 laps completed. And it will be plenty
of... around the outside. His ball going to try the long way.
Plenty of time, Nick.
Oh, but he might lose second place because certainly Crabtree's really interested in the 44, but he's now under pressure from Johnson.
We're on schedule for 2 more laps after this. So still 2 more laps. They're going to come by underneath or across the timing beam with plenty of time for another 2 laps.
I'm pretty certain that Leo Crabtree is very, very irritated by Tom Johnson because he's preventing him from really mounting a challenge forward. He's having to look over his shoulder the whole time.
What's happening there?
No, again, good drive out the bend, but as they go around Luna, it's still advantage Joseph Booth.
Now into the slipstream. Not a massive amount of slipstream effect from these TKMs. We're not seeing... I saw a hand in the air, and I'm not sure what that is for.
What was that about?
Not sure. Again, we've got a challenge on the outside.
Did they get a last lap board?
No.
They shouldn't have done. What was that about? Chipping down the hill.
Nothing. Well, I've got 2 laps on the timing screen.
Yeah, me too.
So Joseph Booth leading, Mitchell Ball in second.
Perhaps he's waving to a friend in the crowd.
Maybe he was waving in frustration of not being able to get past Joseph Booth. Joseph Booth was, again, white-lining it, as they call it in karting. We call that defensive driving in cars. And Mitchell Ball sliding.
Do you think he was doing one of those radio messages you're not allowed to do anymore in F1, going, is he doing in front of me?
Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look here, because it's going to be the last lap board. Mitchell Ball, as
they're all together around the outside, sweeping round the 44. Crabtree and Johnson getting involved in this one.
Joseph Booth drove massively defensively there into turn 1 and just hooked that inside line.
Out of it with a small advantage, so down the hill, with a gain there by Booth in second place.
Oh, slides a bit wide. That's allowed Mitchell Ball onto his bumper. And Mitchell just can't do anything because Booth is defensive driving at every corner.
Okay, a couple of corners to go now. Not quite sure where Booth's getting. This Booth gets fantastic driving. He hasn't. The fantastic drive there was more Booth. Ball looking on the inside, look on the outside, coming round Luna Bend for the last time.
Floor the throttle, and it's a drag race with 4 karts across the line. How's it going to finish? I think it's going to finish the way that it started on this lap. And it is indeed Joseph Booth, Mitchell Ball, Leo Crabtree, Tom Johnson. And we had
Mitchell Ball was 1,000th of a second faster than Joseph Booth that last lap.
We had the 4 karts in 0.2 of a second, Nick. The 4 karts were covered by
rubbish, aren't they?
0.2 of a second. They really are becoming my favourite class in the Junction 6 NKC. So behind that 4-kart battle for the overall lead, we had Jake Humphrey finishing 5th. The Ben Watson Klassen Motorsport kart finished in 6th. Samuel King was 7th. Matthew Horton 8th. 9th was Francis Horn. And then in 10th was Alexander Lehman. Behind them, I should say, Matt Slate, Matthew Temple Purcell, Molly Nicholas Biles, Chris Whiteside, Jack Crisp, James Workman, and then we had James King, James Holt, Will Cregeen, and then a lap down was Ryan Layton. Not quite sure. Well, that was one of the carts that went onto the grass bank.
Alfie Bella said Mitchie Ball for TKM. Deborah Humphrey, good luck. Jake and all Team Klassen. Old rival of Mitchie, says Alfie Bella again. Oh, it's 115cc, says Sam Cope.
Is it?
Oh, if he says. Don't know. Come on, Flex, says LF1 Ghost J. And then he says this. Is TT and DM linked with Sodi or something? Do you understand that?
Is what, sorry?
Is TT and DM linked with Sodi or something?
TT?
And DM. I think LF1 Ghost J is going to have to expand that out slightly.
Taylor Truman.
And DM.
I think Ryan is...
And Ferris Sharp, more importantly, hello from me and the dog. Go Tristan. So hello to the dog. What is it? You can't say me and that. What's the dog's name and what is the dog breed?
Yeah, exactly.
We need to know what the dog breed is, and what is its name.
And just let everybody know, dogs are more than welcome at Wardenlaw for round 6.
It's quite rare now, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a bit of consternation as to whether dogs were allowed, because some tracks don't allow dogs now. At Wardenlaw, we prefer the dogs more than some of the people, I think. Is what I would say. We've got the 177s out for their third heat. It's Marcus Basley on the pole position. He's the first of the Masters as well. Lincoln Bailey Arneson alongside. Ollie Hancock from the back of the grid in his last heat. He's up near the front for this one. He's starting third with Richard Evans alongside. We've then got Tyler Fossey and Alex Thomas are next up. We've got George Walker, Harrison Crook, Stephen Horner in 10th. 6th row of the grid is Shane Collins and Steve Thompson. Nathan Wells and Oliver Moss are on row 7. Row 8 is Josh Pickford and Kieran Thompson. Toby Case and Lewis Crocker and X. Reese Llewellyn and Josh Constable share row 10. And then we've got Sean Rudge, Nathan Chafer. Keep an eye out for him. Andy Collington starts this one in 23rd. And then we've got Dan Millward, Josh Howard, Troy Spencer, Nicholas Walker, George Willis in 28th. Row 15 is Bruno Van Dijk and Scott Clee. And then we've got Thomas Burchard rounding off a 31 kart field, Nick.
Another big entry.
Lots of Masters in this one, so we'll keep an eye on.
Lots of good lads.
Yeah, lots of... we've got a number 75 has oiled up.
Oh.
Now, where was he supposed to be?
Lincoln Bailey Arneson was 14th officially as he went past.
He's now trailing off the back of the field.
Give it some revs.
So
okay, they're bringing them round. Marcus Baisley. Now, is he going to go slow? He's going a lot quicker than we saw last time round, and they're going to get themselves a go. And they're off into turn 1. The normal shuffling left, shuffling right, 4 wide, and they sweep through a huge field of 177 karts running through the S's of Three Sisters.
Up and over the valley and into the chicane for the first time then in this 8-minute and 1 lap heat. It is the 177 class being led by Richard Evans on the number 7. Carrying the number 7, 7th in the championship last year, a seeded driver. As they come out onto the Rogerson Straights for the first time then. And Richard Evans is pulling out a bit of a comfortable cushion there. Marcus Basley, first of the Masters, chasing him down. Behind them, we've got the rest of this field getting on with it, and then a great battle there beginning to develop there as they cross the line then. Evans, Thomas, Harrison Crook up to 3rd, Ollie Hancock 4th, Basley down to 5th, Tyler Fossey 6th, Shane Collins 7th, Stephen Horner up 2 to 8th, Nathan Wells and Steve Thompson rounding off the top 10.
This has been WhatsApped by Alex Thomas's mum saying hello from home, and his dog sitting again, no details of the dog, and then some reprimand from me because I didn't tell you something I should have told you yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. He's got a quick release sprocket design.
I think we're aware of that, aren't we? We mentioned that.
I don't know. But anyway.
So is that Alex Thomas's design?
Alex Thomas's design, yep.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
But again, no details in the dog's name.
We need the dog's name, and I also think we need to have a proper
picture,
look.
Really.
We need a proper look at our Paddock show, maybe at Warden Law, for Alex Thomas's quick release
sprocket design. But
Harrison Crook into 2nd, by the way.
Alex Thomas has dropped a position and being dropped by these top 2, Crook and Evans, 7 and 6, racing down in front of the paddock, and they're going to turn sharply, swiftly right before the left-hand 180, though it's hardly a hairpin because it's so wide at Paddock, and down the Rogerson Straight.
Yeah, that double left-hander, the squared off curbs, is more of a hairpin, isn't it, leading out onto the Rogerson Straight. How long before the number 6 gets by the number 7? 2 seeded drivers here, 6th and 7th in the championship, and Harrison Crook doing very well in the championship for this season. Harrison Crook currently 2nd. A little bit off Ryan Taylor-Truman, who had a great start for the Southern Cup. Our Southern Cup winner is Taylor-Truman. He's not in this one. So Harrison Crook needs to optimise his points haul for this heat, and at the moment he's in a good position to do so. However, Richard Evans having to make room for Harrison Crook. Evans slid a little bit wide there and opened the door. I'm not sure if he did slide wide or just took the optimum line, which is a late apex into that paddock turn, Nick. And now we see if Harrison Crook, who we get a chat to in the Paddock show, yeah.
Paddock fun with Harrison Crook.
And he was worried about his hair, but I'm going to show you, Harrison, your hair looked fine.
Yeah, he didn't worry.
As you'll all see.
You can worry about more the false starts you kept doing yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's some cracking stuff in there. You went 3 minutes in before you stopped and started again.
Did we?
Yeah, TKM one, yeah. Because the engine started.
Yeah, of course. Somebody fired up an engine just as we went into an interview.
Okay, good
which
news.
Is never good.
The dog is called Barney.
Barney,
I've got a picture as well.
Excellent.
Oh, it looks
what
quite,
is he?
Oh, it's kind of a little,
Barney's a cutie. Is he an old fella?
Looks like an old fella.
Yeah.
He prefer to be at the trackside.
We all prefer to be at the trackside, and he's going to be.
Can be at the trackside at Warden Law.
And we will have him at Warden Law. Yes, we'll come and visit you and see Barney. Let us know if you're bringing your dog out to Warden Law. Just because we like dogs up there in the northeast. Who doesn't?
Well,
people who
Wilton Mill, Three Sisters.
W.C. Fields once said, people who hate kids and dogs can't be all
That's not
bad.
helping the picture at all, is it?
No,
Man standing in front of the transmitter.
No, standing right in front of everything there. Yeah. The big clue is the camera on the tripod.
He's not noticed that.
No, he's up and out of the way. He's been told to get there by a marshal.
That's fine, doesn't matter. Oh, dear. Okay, so the back at the front. Not much else happening. Is there much else happening behind these two? This race is, third and fourth. That looks more fighty. Basley from Thomas. Thomas now down to fourth. Come on, but Barney's barking you onwards. Come on, Alex, you can do it. Oh, his pocket's fallen off. No, right, quick release. So the one at 11, now in fifth. And it's actually Shane Collins who's now been at the fourth place. So it's third and fourth. Up and over the hill. You see the gap to the top two. There's flash underneath the bottom of the screen there. There's Baisley with the orange helmet. And the blue and the sort of purple of the 19 cart. So actually Collins has got past him, hasn't he? So it's Collins now ahead of Baisley, so 102. And they're running round in third and fourth. Back with the leaders now. They've got themselves kind of back attached again after everyone's dropped for a bit. As they fire on towards turn one and then through the S's.
Rain seems to have blown over Scotty's.
That's famous last words.
Yeah, rain seems to have. I mean, it is forecast.
There's going to be some, just how much?
But right now, Harrison Crook is, I think, relatively comfortable in the lead. Shall we drop back to Paul and see what is happening behind these two? Oh, that looks like a settled third and fourth as well. Shane Collins.
Fifth is settled. Sixth is settled. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th.
There you go. This has got promise. Shane Collins in third. Marcus Basley in fourth. Alex Thomas now in fifth.
The leader of this trail is Joshua Pickford, but I could be wrong.
That is a huge trail of carts there. The 174 Andy Collinson
is in 11.
Is in 11.
Got the 42 of Steve Thompson ahead. No, you haven't. We've gone past Thompson there. Picked up 10th place.
Is that Joshua Pickford being challenged by
the other one now?
He's being challenged by Stephen Horner.
Just people say, our cameras left, right, and centre. So you got the.
When I do that, Nick, the blow me
nose,
you've got to talk.
You leant across. I didn't know what you were doing. Normally you lean across, it's to shut me up. Stop saying that. Stop making that up. Is what normally happens.
So that is a bit of a tussle for 6th and 7th there. Josh Pickford has Stephen Horner breathing down his neck. Horner trying to get on terms, trying to get in a position to have a go. Here they come, up and over the valley. Just ahead of them, Alex Thomas. He's comfortable in that 5th spot. And that's the battle for the lead. That's come back together, isn't it? Richard Evans is not letting him get away. We're less than a minute to go, and Richard Evans has come back, and he's got the line into Luna and takes the lead. Takes the lead in commanding style. He's been playing a waiting game, Nick.
Well, he's going to have to hold back Crook for 2 laps now. Just found the advantage, but there's now this one and one more as Crook immediately looks to take back the advantage.
And Harrison Crook on the outside there. That's a bit of an optimum line. However, Richard Evans in great style there. Fastest lap of the race last time, but no, not quite fast. Fastest last time. It was the previous lap when he was challenging.
There is a brilliant situation here where a marshal and a driver is standing in front of both our cameras.
That is brilliant. Thanks, lads.
Can we cut up the marshal? Next time past, we'll cut up and show how ridiculously dumb these two people are in they can't see cameras. But they are standing in front of both of them, equidistant, having a chat. Right,
we're getting towards the last lap board while Nick monitors our cameras being blocked off by...
Well, there's a bit of a gap now, isn't it? And away and gone is...
he's pulled out.
Evans.
He's pulled out.
He was settled for second.
He was playing...
And here are the people in front of the cameras. They're in front of camera A. And then when you swap round, they're in front of camera B.
And
what a pair of idiots.
They are separate people, aren't they?
No. It's
the same people.
So our cameras are looking across, but that is just brilliant.
Yeah.
I know they probably don't realise, but you see, they go, come on, chaps. I think once that driver's gone, the marshal will go as well. So it's just a one-off of people not realising how technical things work.
Here we go then, the checkered flag being readied for Richard Evans as he heads through Luna. He's broken Harrison Crook's toe, and he will take the third heat for the 177s with a great finish there. He settled in behind Crook, didn't he, and just bided his time. Harrison Crook finishes second. Now look who's there in third. Shane Collins has come into this championship with a Super 1 championship from this year under his belt. He's come into this with LRG, and he's right there in the mix. This is adding another name into the mixing pot of Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harrison Crook, Nathan Schaefer and Ben Hitch. So this is great
lot of
news.
Rescue carts going out. Look at the carts for the emergency rescues spinning out. This could be a bit of a gap. So good news, I have dog news for you.
Excellent.
From Vicky Harvey. Oakley, it's Oakley Garth. There's 2 Cocker Spaniels, Millie and Nala. I may bring them to Warden Law and meet the lovely commentator. We meet a lovely commentator. And Gaz.
Oh, yeah, you're not there, are you? Yes.
Jenny Thomas. Come on, Alex Thomas. Gutted no dogs this weekend. Our Dalmatian Luna. Hi, Luna. Hi, Luna. Come on, Luna. Luna, come. It's
so she's got a dog called Luna?
Yeah, say Luna, yeah.
Also, hello, Luna.
Hi, Luna.
Luna.
The Dalmatian, they're a bit back crazy.
Yeah, they are great. Are they coming to Warden Law?
Everyone's coming to Warden Law.
Excellent.
I think you may end up...
We're going to have a dog show at Warden Law.
It's going to be Warden Law. It's NKC / Crufts Northeast.
We there was consternation in the paddock when it was found out that dogs aren't allowed at Three Sisters, and I quickly clarified that my home track at Warden Law cause I've seen loads of dogs. Everybody's got a dog at Warden Law. Quickly established and made sure everybody knew that we were indeed going to be welcoming dogs. Like I said,
have you seen that Gaz has gone all mathematical?
Yes, he's great.
Justin, have you read this out or not? Just an FYI, Mitchell Ball's 8th win means he has a win percentage of 47%.
He's gone all American on us, hasn't he?
Races last year, he won only 3.
He's got all American on us.
I'm not overly sure I can just... Told the local marshals to radio over about the people said, thank you, Scotty.
Excellent.
Scotty's trying to move the marshal.
Yes. Well, they have moved now that they've recovered that cart. Like you said, Nick, they won't be hanging around there, I would think. It's not somewhere that they will be hanging out very long.
Come on, Lucas, again. When you have negative aura. Jarek's very much in this negative aura. It's quite interesting because Ash is hiding indoors and now Paul's gone out to take the air.
So neither of them know what we're doing production-wise.
No, they're just cameras stuck on and we're just chatting. It's how it is. Rescue cars going on, rescue karting going on, sorry.
Say that again?
Rescue karting.
Right.
Look, there's a rescue cart there to your left.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that is Nathan Schaefer. Oh, no, that's significant. That went
that's
by
a lot of points.
That's significant for the championship. Nathan Schaefer, Paul, being pulled in. We wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind seeing that. Where's Ash?
Ash has gone.
Ash has gone
to the toilet.
Brilliant.
Just natural. So it's a CRG. Can we see a hanging chain or anything? He'll actually walk into shot in a minute.
So Nathan Chafer has a DNF and does not score any points.
Do you not get some points? Even for if you.
Well, I mean, a significant amount of points, which he's needing. He's third in the championship.
And there's his head. There's his head, just walking by the bottom right there.
Brilliant.
People need natural brakes.
Other companies don't have this,
What, natural brakes?
No. Well, no, we don't do that. To learn. Right then.
Hold on forever.
Junior Rotax, the third time we've seen Junior Rotax out in round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC. We've got Alexander Stevanov leading the field round in that pole position with Jaden Sherwood, who is a contender for championship honours. It's very, very tight at the front of this Junior Rotax field. Jaden Sherwood.
Back, by the way.
Only a matter of... now he's back. Yes. Yes. A significant point in the championship, completely missed by our bladderless cameraman, who's the youngest amongst us. I'll just like to add.
No excuse.
Yeah, no excuse whatsoever. He wasn't even on the drink last night, so that's even less of an excuse.
He couldn't get up for a run.
And he couldn't get up for a run this morning like he promised to do.
Rain's back.
And here comes the rain, is it? Yeah, it's splashing. Let's see if hopefully
rain again.
It doesn't throw down. So Lucas Howell is behind Jaden Sherwood. That's a championship battle on the front and second rows. Alexander Colantano is alongside Lucas Howell on row 2. We've got Carthy Cometa and Oakley Garthwaite. That's going to be a ding-dong on row 3. Harry Hadley and Ryan Sayers are next up. Got Charlie Humm and Jesse Whitmore on row 5. Zari Visarek and Connor Tubby share row 6. George Theobald and Charles Green are on row 7. Elliot Surtees and Oliver Meek are on row 8. And then we've got Frank Ward, Sam Mott, Lincoln Bevan and Harvey Williams. Jacob Aston and Harvey Wilson share row 11. Row 12 is Jacob Hobbs and Archie Hardiman. And got Dylan Morton, Jack Theobald, Will Swales, Ben Adrian and Nathan Travers. Now then, what were you giggling at?
Jenny Thomas says, haha, that's a crazy Luna running around.
Excellent.
We've got the Dalmatian.
Yes.
It's probably not a great...
Here we go. We've got a... We can talk more to Luna if you want.
No. We've
got a wave round.
I've got other things I need to do.
Right.
I might have to fiddle with stuff after this one.
So Jaden Sherwood on the front row alongside Alexander Stevanov. Jaden Sherwood on the... Trying to see. On the O plate is Lucas Howell, who's up onto the front row, I think. Is that the O plate on the front row? So have we lost somebody?
I don't know. Lucas Howell wasn't supposed to be in first then.
So we've got the front row of the grid being formed up. We have lost Alexander Stevanov.
Yep,
Stevanov has not come out.
He's absolutely back.
Right, he's not come out.
He's gone from first to the back.
Right, okay, so championship honours up for grabs here in this third heat for Junior Rotax as we've got Lucas Howell leading the championship alongside Jaden Sherwood, and Lucas Howell has taken the role.
Oh, no, he's come to the front.
There's Stevanov taking his place, yeah.
Right.
Wow, that was
brave.
That was very brave. Right at the very end as well, just out of Luna.
That was going for it.
There goes the Dalmatian again. Here we go. On towards the start finish, and it will be Alexander Stevanov who will lead the field towards turn 1 and into the S's, into the valley. Here we go. The whole field have got through, dare I say it? Yes, they have. Through the left-hander and then curving uphill now into the valley. It'll not be long, Nick, before we're into the chicane. There it is.
Yeah. Oh, I want to say lap 1 complete, but it's not. It's like the first third of the lap as they come sweeping down underneath our position and round to the right. And they're going to Paddock bend, but it's
Garthwaite squeezing.
They're taking out the 95. So Carthy Community moves back down to 4th. So still been some movement around that if in 4th. Third place appears to be Howell, and they are all now shuffling themselves out as they go around Dalmatian Bend.
Oakley Garthwaite looks like the fastest man on this track at the moment. He's in that red, black and yellow Carlos Sainz kart, and he just scythes past the number 111 Jaden Sherwood and into second place, and that was all about the engine power on that Oakley Garthwaite kart. He's been run here by his dad this weekend as ever, and I would love to see Oakley in this championship for the whole season. He's in for the Northern Cup, of course. And here we go. He's looking very challenging on Lucas Howell, the TH Corsa driver on the O-plate. Took the O-plate honours, did Lucas. And Lucas looking very strong. He's had a great season, Lucas Howell.
Yep, and he's leading this one away. from the Carlos Sainz kart. Let's hope it doesn't have the same result as Carlos did in qualifying. He's backed up against a wall. There's the cone into the turn 1. Now, the top 4 broken away, and then we have a scuffle behind between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts. So it's a snapped 4 and then a 6. And we run onto a new lap. Up the inside there, thinking about it, but deciding against it.
Cheesy Green.
Cheesy Green's got a win already, and he's just racking up the points these days. I assume he's had his front and his middle, so he's got his back start to come.
Well, this is great for the championship, Nick, because Lucas Howell leading, Jaden Sherwood in second, Charles Green in third in the championship, and that's Cheesy, the 4th kart in that train. It's a 4-kart battle for the lead, and look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is that 8 karts?
8 karts there.
From 5th and down over. Meanwhile, Cheesy Green into 3rd, is it? Yes, he is.
Taking 3rd at the end of the
green and orange
back
guy
straight, or the Conrod straight.
Yeah, is it the Conrod straight?
It is
called the Conrod straight.
I think the back straight's better, but it's the main straight. And we found out there was another straight earlier because Ash said so.
Challenge for the lead.
It's not really though, was it? It was kind of there was no chance he didn't get through there. He kind of just, I think he was just looking for a little line, wondering if that would carry on a bit more speed through the first part of Paddock Bend, but it didn't really do an awful lot as Green now just tries to break away from Sherwood, who in fairness is sticking with him and also gain a free bit of slipstream down the Conrod straight this time along.
I think Oakley Garthwaite, if he could get by, we might even see him pulling away from Lucas. There are, you know what, looking at these two leaders, so the TH Corsa, that's the blue and white and red car that leads, and then we've got Garthwaite on the Carlos Sainz chassis. They look like they've got different strong points around this lap. So all very equal through this section here.
I don't think Howell pulled a bit, I think, there.
Well, he did. He pulled out. He punched out of the corner. But then Garthwaite, when they come through Luna here, and then Garthwaite has a lot of straight line speed. And look who's in the slipstream. Cheesy Green's coming.
I think they're 1 tooth different on the gearing.
They may be, yeah. That's why Howell's punching out. Now that the way that they went into that first turn completely negated our theory.
There's Green now looking at either side of Garthwaite.
This is where Cheesy Green pulled off the most audacious move of the year, I think, let alone the weekend, into that chicane. So Garthwaite's going to start focusing on defending that second place from Cheesy Green, and Jaden Sherwood isn't out of the mix at all, is he? Sherwood, the number 111. He's with Coles Racing, of course. So we've got TH Corsa, Garthwaite on the Carlos Sainz chassis with his dad running him, and then Guy Cunnington Racing in third. Oh, and Garthwaite defending ferociously there into turn 1.
Well, I think also Cheesy was having a look left, look right, see what would be available, and the answer was nothing at that point. He comes in with replay of this down the back straight, over his look at the left shoulder, dives in. Oh, that was a heavy block. You're right, Joe.
Yeah,
heavy block.
They both went right at the same time, I think, there.
So Green's still in third place. Going Paddock Bend. I would say 1, 2, and 3 have actually condensed very slightly. Howell from Garthwaite from Green. You can't have to think that Jaden Sherwood in the red and blue kart in fourth place. I think he's just waiting for what's going to happen and pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Sherwood playing a waiting game. Dare I say it, this high-speed game of chess is not really a high-speed game of chess. It's a high-speed game of fisticuffs for that second place. And Cheesy Green down the inside there, last of the late breakers. And Sherwood, with only Garthwaite having to go to the far left-hand side into the corner. That left the door wide open, and Sherwood has gone through it.
That's not a surprise. He was sitting there the whole time thinking something's going to happen in my favour.
You did call that, Nick. You did say he was waiting for an opportunity. Meanwhile, of course, Lucas Howell on the O plate is off leading this race, and this is playing right into his hands, isn't it?
Yeah. Garthwaite, he needs to kind of see what he can do. This is what it happened. Look, again, looking left, looking right. Garthwaite over his shoulder. Green hops up the inside, backs it in.
That was all on the brakes.
And that sort of moves Garthwaite too far to the outside and made it actually relatively easy for Sherwood to pick up those pieces.
Yeah, put Oakley Garthwaite offline. Garthwaite has come back. Garthwaite come back on Jaden Sherwood, and he's back into third place. No, he hasn't. No, he's still in fourth. So it's Howell, Cheesy Green, Jaden Sherwood, and Oakley Garthwaite now in fourth still.
Now, can Charles Green, can he win his second heat of the day? He's already got one under his belt. and looking for another maximum 50-point haul. Don't forget the points for the heats count towards the championship. It's not just qualifying for the main final.
If Cheesy Green can get ahead of Lucas Howell, this is great for the championship, Nick. This is going to close the championship up. The points that they gather through this heat phase is all towards the championship. And there he's trying down the inside, and he's on the grass down the inside.
There's contact there. Now, I'd be very surprised if that's not giving him a nose penalty. Yeah, that was heavy contact. He's got a nose penalty.
He's trying to get down the inside, and
if you look at it here, he gets blocked round. He ends up there, and I'm pretty sure his nose is down now, as he got a big run off the rear wheel of Lucas Howard. There's some quite aggressive blocking going on here that would be very much not approved of by. Look, that nose is down, isn't it?
Lucas Howard, looks like it is. It looks like it's dropped.
It's a 5-second penalty for Charles, which will put him down all the way currently to 7th.
It's going to be 2 more laps here as they cross the line, Nick. It's 30 seconds on the clock or so.
Annoyed. I mean, I don't know really about what are the rules of blocking, really? Because it is heavy blocking.
Well, you know what? I just recently found out that in comparison to car racing, where we're very familiar with going off and doing endurance races, where it's frowned upon, and there is a regulation about what they call white lining, and there's down the inside has gone Cheesy Green.
That's not going to be the win, unfortunately.
Well, he's got to pull out 5 seconds to take the win. And that's going to be a big ask with only
1 lap to go.
1 more lap to go. Cheesy Green, though, just negating some of that 5-second penalty, and everybody trying to trip over Lucas Howell. And Lucas Howell is not happy with being demoted to second. He'll want to take the heat win. And they're side by side, are they? They're nearly that looks like 3 or 4 wide up almost. Into the final lap, there's no change. Green, Howell, Sherwood, Garthwaite. This is a cracking battle for the lead of this third heat for Junior Rotax. Here they come underneath us for the final time in this heat. And down the inside has gone Sherwood on Howell. And Garthwaite, opportunist move there, up into third. Lucas Howell from first to fourth in a matter of 2 laps.
Heavily lent on by the 111 of Jaden Sherwood. Now, we expect Green to get a 5-second penalty, which will stick him down to 6th at the moment. But that means that Howell will get a third, and it's going to be a win, points-wise, for Jaden Sherwood. Garthwaite will get a second and Howell third. But don't forget, this is all unofficial from what we're seeing.
I was about to say, so Charlie Green takes the heat win. Let's wait and see if he gets a bumper penalty. That bumper does look like it's lower than what it should be. Jaden Sherwood there squeezed his way down the inside of Lucas Howell in what looked like side-by-side racing to me, Nick. We'll leave that up to the officials. Oakley Garthwaite went through with him. Oakley Garthwaite also took the fastest lap of the race on lap 9. Lucas Howell ended up 4th. Jess Whitmore, I'm afraid we neglected them with our coverage there. Jesse Whitmore, Xari Visserek, Oliver Meek, Harvey Williams, Charlie Hume, Connor Tubby, Karthik Kometa just outside the top 10 with Nathan Travers in 12th. The rest of the finishers there on the timing bar on the right-hand side of the screen, which is all you can see. We're still on slick tyres, Nick, so we've still got a dry track, and we are very quickly, as ever, in the Junction 6 NKC, whittling through these runners. We are Senior Rotax coming next. We'll have a look at the grid that are already formed up nicely. So it's Senior Rotax heat number 4. That is coming next. Just going to redo my page. So Senior Rotax heat number 4 with George Townsend it is on that number 167. George with the Tyro team. And alongside him, Zach Fletcher. Behind them on row 2, Kel Gray and Gregory Akers. Row 3, Michael Thompson and Charlie Walsh. Charlie Walsh having a great run in the earlier heats this morning. Ben Ballou and Max Kettle start in 7th and 8th on row 4. Michael Goodburn and Matthew Lambert start on row 5. We've got Braden Hill and Archie Carter starting on row 6. Row 7, Jamie Green and Ollie Varney with Bobby Rosier just starting behind them. And Taylor Dixon alongside on row 8. Row 9, Louis Rees and Paulo Nunez Aranda. Row 10 is Alex Timmons and Arthur Thacker. And then row 11, Josh Della Carter, Alexander Mrazoyan. Joshua Priest and Jensen Watts. Jensen will have a no finish, a DNF, to his name here, so he'll want to maximise the start from the back of the grid. We'll keep an eye on his progress. Marcus King starts behind him on row 16.
Nope, got no starter here.
Ben Harper, Rufus Flan, Nathan Jensen, Ollie Rowley.
666 also can't start, same problem again.
Billy Vogt, Farhad Arian and Ben Hingley. Ben Hingley starting at the back because he's a newcomer to the championship, I think is the situation there.
Who's the 666? They haven't started.
The 666
Josh Priest.
Yeah, Joshua Priest.
With some very agricultural timber. As you're looking there, go back to that shot again. Go back to that previous shot. We can see the water now and that puddle in the background.
Oh yeah, splashes of rain.
So that's the sort of rain that will get onto the track and will make it greasy and will make karts fall off.
Well, we've got rain on the window of our booth here, which is just overlooking the collecting area.
Okay, so about to get going. This could be one of those races which suddenly descends into chaos if the rain gets a little bit harder.
It only has to get slightly harder, Nick, to be honest, for it to descend into chaos when you think about it.
Yes, it's quite close to chaos most of the time. So they all calm down.
Here we go then. George Townsend and Zach Fletcher. That's your front row of the grid through the second kink. Onto the start line. The race will get going. And it's a bit of a research mission into turn one with regards to grip if that rain continues to come down. And that's Charlie Walsh. We've got karts off in the midfield, everywhere. Off into the grass banking area. 3 karts off. But the lead battles through the chicane. And underneath us, Charlie Walsh into the lead. The number 6 leading.
There we go. And it's just onto the Royston Straight for the first time. And it's a nice easy lead for Charlie Walsh in the 6 kart. Third place is the 27, which is Zach Fletcher, and it's one George Hansen now. So basically, all that happens. Walsh got into first, and second and third shuffle back down. Who's in 4th place? It's the 45 machine of Gregory Akers. And then it's Lambert, Varney, Carter, Braden Hill, Taylor Dixon, Al Thacker. That's your top 10. Kind of in 4 groups at the moment. Certainly the big scuffle is that 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and they are all over each other. I think they've actually changed position. Yeah, Fletcher now picks up 2nd, Joe.
Yeah, Charlie Walsh with that HRS engine power, though, off into the lead. Nigel Horner's motor showing good form here at Three Sisters. I'm pretty sure Charlie Walsh is on HRS. Behind him, he's pulling out. I thought he would, starting on the second row of the grid, the ST Racing liveried kart. I'm sure he's not here with John Stewart's team, looking after himself here. And that track looks a little bit slipperier, Nick. The karts towards Luna, there goes the Dalmatian, is a little bit sliding a little bit wide towards the apex. But we've got a great battle for second involving about 20 karts, I think.
Yeah,
everybody's in second.
Walsh is checking out, and the rest of the field is really kind of struggling behind. I think Zach Fletcher, is Zach Fletcher now scored? No, it's not. It's 167 of Townsend. Townsend did look temporarily, and by that I mean for a minute, about 13 seconds. But up the inside comes the 7, and Lambert moving forward nicely, and all blue. The blue car and the mainly sort of blue highlights to his outfit, and he now pushes away down the Royston Straight, having gained 2nd place. So coming through nicely, Lambert. He was in 4th when we scored them just 44 seconds ago when they were across the line, but he's been up 2 positions and he's gapping already. So real pace there for Lambert.
Yeah, Lambert with Nib Sport, of course. That's the livery there. You can see it on his overall just under his name, and he will be chasing off after Charlie Walsh. These are 2-seated drivers, 6th and 7th in last year's NKC Championship, remember. So Lambert, we'll see what the gap is next time by. They're just coming underneath us. The rain continuing to fall ever so lightly. So not quite. There'll be a little bit of temperature in the track. That's just keeping the track airing on the side of the dry tyre. We're not seeing anybody slipping and sliding around as we would normally if we had a downpour. The downpour is due. It's just not decided to come quite yet. Certainly dry tyres being the order of the day. Here comes the field then. Charlie Walsh leads. Matthew Lambert, 1.9 seconds the gap, and behind them George Townsend coming under immense pressure from Braden Hill. Ollie Varney in 5th. Archie Carter 6th. 7th Taylor Dixon. Bobby Rosier. Marcus King up to 9th. That's a great drive from Marcus so far. Gregory Akers rounding off that top 10.
Yeah. Typical of a senior Rotax heat, people going shuffling about, and of course with the mixed grid, so people who are at the back who shouldn't be there, and people who are at the front who shouldn't be there on pure pace, not obviously in anything else. We're just seeing movement there by Ollie Varney. He's coming through the field. That's the kart in the lead of those 3 karts, green and I think it's blue helmet, just to the right-hand side of your screen there, coming round Luna Bend down. I think Varney's now moved up to fourth, and he's going to try and chase down Braden Hill next time round. Yeah, Varney, it's George Townsend, big loser, the 167. Townsend's had lost another position. He goes back down behind Carter, so he's down to sixth now.
Yeah, great driving from the senior Rotax runners. The two leaders are off and have checked out, but behind them we've got this train of carts just slowly making progress there. That's the number one of Bobby Rosier there, right on the rear end of George Townsend, I think that was. And Townsend, the cork in the bottle, and behind Rosier, Taylor Dixon. He's wanting to get by as well, wanting to maximise their points haul, not just for the championship, of course, as Rosier gets down the inside of George Townsend. It was Townsend who slid wide going into the Luna, sweeping right-hander. Still anybody's race in that mid-pack though, isn't it?
Yep. Walsh has got away. Lambert's got second, it seems. And then after that, the bronze medal position in this particular heat could be picked up by any one of these five carts who are currently overtaking each other as they sweep down the hill before they make the right-hand turn, go down the valley through the final chicane and into Paddock Bend. And it's a little pop out and have a look for the 300 cart of Ben Hingley, who's obviously a bit further back. This is in 13th place. I think Hingley's really gained in the last couple of positions. He's behind the 43. He has. Hingley is battling with someone who's scored 7 places above him previous lap, but who knows what's happening next. Hingley's gone past again. So just you get Ben Hingley in the 300 cart was scored in 13th last lap. Oh!
Well, he started at the back, remember? Ben started at the back. He's new to the championship, the Ultimate R driver. He's raced for Ultimate R for a few years now.
He's 10th now, but he's also picked up a couple of positions as well, and he's just scything through the field now. Look left, look right. Yellow helmet, just about to take over the blue cart, I think.
Yeah, it's great to have a driver of Ben's stature and experience in the series.
He's having fun, because there he goes, another position. That's the 19 of Billy Vuti's got past. Right, so Hingley now
in the
is
ninth.
Up to ninth. Got 2 minutes, but he's come from the back.
The very back as well.
And scything.
Yeah, absolute on a charge through the field. If anything, Nick, the carts don't look as settled in the corners. They look a little bit slippy.
The rain's absolutely happening now. If you look on the screen, on our window, sorry. So no movement downstairs in the collecting area. So they've stayed on slicks for the next heat. I mean, I think these tyres have got enough heat to ignore the rain. The rule is
the carts have to be on the ground at a certain time before the race, their next race starts, and those carts are already on the ground. So the choice has been made. They've got to delay the start before they're allowed to go on to wets. So as much as they're looking at that track thinking wets is probably the order of the day, they can't do that.
Yeah, it's very, very light rate. Coupled with the fact the ambient temperature is not too bad, and there's a bit of wind, but out the front we've got the top two coming together. Walsh now less than 2 cart lengths ahead of Lambert, who's closed down that 1.7 second lead, sweeping into turn 1. Not quite ready for the move yet, but Lambert in the blue machine, following that yellow and blue car of Walsh. They come up and down over the valley and through the final chicane, and now come down beneath us the Paddock turn. Interestingly, looks like Walsh has got the mental hurry up and just try to re-gap Lambert over this last half lap.
Well, he had a huge gap, didn't he? He pulled out a huge gap at the beginning of this race, and Lambert's just plugged away. And I'm not sure if that's a case of Charlie not needing to push massively and the weather becoming a factor there. A little bit of oversteer, power slide for Charlie Walsh. And this is a worry when you're a driver. You've got the psychological rain landing on your visor, telling you the track, telling you it's raining, and then you've just got to go off feel. And sometimes, certainly at the end of that long straight here at Three Sisters, you don't know just how much grip you've got until you try to turn right and you try to go on the brakes and the rear wheels just lock up because you've lost all of that heat in the tyres. However, plenty of grip through this part of the track. And as I say that, Matthew Lambert slides a little bit wider than we've seen.
Look at that. Suddenly Walsh in this 5% reduction of grip is massively happier. Look at it. Whoa, yeah, he's massively happy in the 7 of Lambert, who's, I think, hasn't quite worked out that speed is different, and they're about to go over and start the last lap. And look at the massive gain we've seen from Walsh in this one.
He looked over his shoulder, didn't he? And saw Matthew Lambert was perhaps a little bit too close than what he liked.
Well, I think also the slight change in conditions But they are still doing pretty similar laps. No, they dropped 3 seconds. They dropped 3 seconds that last lap.
Right, so it is
So
coming.
it is now coming, and it is now making a difference. There's a kind of a wandering down of the start line marshals. You see the start behind us thinking, are we going to give them a chance to get wet? At the moment, it's not treacherously wet, it's just slower wet, isn't it? They're all staying on the track reasonably effectively.
Yeah,
anyone spin off as such.
They're not firing off.
It's just a reduction of grip.
Into the braking area is not what we're seeing, which we can see that. Look at this. Now we're beginning to see the track evolve.
Oh, there we go.
As Matthew Lambert
loses second place.
Completely wide and loses second place to Ollie Varney, who scrabbles around Luna as Charlie Walsh survives to take the checkered flag and take the heat win. Who is it going to be? It's Ollie Varney, who scrabbled for traction out of Luna corner. Matthew Lambert third.
Last lap was 8 seconds slower.
Wow, so that is that. Well, we could see that, Nick, the way that they were scrambling for grip. Braden Hill through in fourth, and then there it is. Look at that, just slid wide, couldn't hold on to it.
Puddle.
He really did cool that tyre down, and there, coming out of Luna, was when we were scrabbling for grip. Bobby Rosier fifth. Ben Hingley from the very back of this, what was it, 28 cart field, started in 28th, and has come through to 6th place. And another driver that started way down is Jensen Watts, who's maximised and optimised. I know I need lunch. Has maximised and coming through and into 7th, following Hingley through. He will take a points haul there, but he took a DNF, so Jensen Watts, championship leader at the moment, coming into round 5. He'll not have been happy with that DNF. However, he's clawing that back, see where he ends up on the grid for the final. Archie Carter was 8th, Billy Volk 9th. Marcus King with a top 10 finish there for Marcus. And there's the rest of your finishers there on the timing bar, still on the screen, while we overlook the collecting area for our next heat, Nick, which will be our 4th heat for the Junior Rotax 177 class, the heavier class, the 177 weight category.
At least they're a bit more mechanical grip, because they're not going to have much general traction. I think they're sitting here at this point. We're on the edge of the crossover, I think.
I think we're on the crossover. I think if we had a choice, we'd be on wets, and everybody is on dries because the carts were down on the ground.
Just checking. I can't say. I'm not sure. Might have been a couple. Are the wets narrower?
Yes.
Oh, well, perhaps not then. Just an optical illusion. I was wondering whether a couple might have been on the wets, but they're not. You've been brave to put them down the wets 5 minutes ago. 10 minutes
yeah, that's right, because it wasn't there, was it? Ben Hitch is on the pole position with Dennis Zeric. How am I saying that? I was told how to say that. I've totally forgot.
This. Oh, right, yeah.
Treziak, I'm going to say it. Treziak. Dennis Treziak. Alfie Williams and Marty Gilfillan are on row 2. Rob Simpson and Archie Elliott are on row 3. Liam Deedman and Cole Edwards, row 4. Then we've got Tim Darlow and Jake Davis. Championship leader Ryan Taylor Truman starting 11th with Jack Sweeting alongside. We then got Matthew Lear and Zach Fontenay on row 7, I should say. Row 8 is Keith Mason and Scott Smith. Zach Bolton and Lawrence Hilton start on row 9. Row 10 is Paul Moran and Chris Abraham. Will Murdoch and Callum Porter start on row 11. Row 12 is Stephen Mottram and Jamie Zyra. Alex Jones and Will Milner start on row 13. Row 14 is Matt Zanetti and Sam Elliott. And then Dan Milner rounding off the 29 cart field. We've got 28, have we? Yes, 28, so not 29 carts. I can't tell you who's missing. No, I can't tell you who's missing right now. Well, because we're about to go racing. Because we're already at Luna.
We are.
Coming out of Luna. It'll be very, very tricky this first turn here. We're on slick tyres on a damp track. Never ideal. The slippery surface flags are flying now at all of our marshals' posts. We don't really need to throw those flags. The drivers can pretty much tell you how slippery it is. Here we go then.
Good start on the out. It's a very slow start.
It's a slow start, isn't it?
I think they're probably pressing the throttle, but the wheels are just spinning. And it looks
tippy-toeing round turn 1.
Wide.
Absolute tiptoe through turn 1. It's all into slow motion, and there it is, Nick.
Dancing with the stars at the back. That's the you've seen better. You wouldn't have seen better pirouettes last night at 7 on BBC One than some of those.
Yeah,
Strictly come spinning.
That was.
Oh no, this is really slow.
This is going to be.
This should have been wet. They're all thinking, if anyone's on wet, they're going to absolutely cream this race, but it's not going to happen by the looks of it. So who's got away slightly?
It's the number 54, is it?
Is that our leader? Is that second place?
The number 54 is Archie Elliott.
That's a great start from 5th place.
Yeah, Archie Elliott turns in, nothing happens, and then it grips up.
There's 41 in second, so Hitch in second.
Everybody barreling into Luna there and looking like there's enough grip there. This is the scrabble for traction, though, to get the speed onto the straight, and it's coming off the straight here and into that braking area. Where do you brake? About now, I would say. Look how far out of the corner that they are using the brakes, tippy-toeing on the brakes. Archie Elliott doing the best job so far and leading this field round.
Ryan Taylor Truman, a big loser on that first lap. He's dropped down to 19.
Oh, and he's dropped down significantly to Jamie. Jamie Zyra is up 12 spots to 6th.
I think that can happen in this weather.
Incredible. There he is, Jamie Zyra on the 95.
Getting a little bit more confident now. It's the 10 kart. That's the bright orange and but fluorescent yellow and purple. Who is the 10 kart there? Oh, it's Cole Edwards, who should be in NASCAR in fairness. So Cole Edwards, he's running. Oh, that's not him. That's Cole Edwards, no longer on this track. Reinterpreting the design of the circuit.
How's he going to get back in?
Causing trouble.
He
split. But what he's done is he put a split in the field, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Right, here we go then across the line. Let's get a grip on who was where. Archie Elliott leading. Liam Deedman second. Ben Hitch third. Jimmy Zyra up to fourth. Zyra's third now, is he?
Yep.
Right, Martin Gilfillan's hanging on to fifth. Alfie Williams, Scott Smith, Jake Davis, Cole Edwards, and Dennis Ziriak.
55-second laps against the 44s they're probably doing, or 45s they'll be doing in the dry, or perhaps even a bit quicker, it's really dry. So it's 10 seconds. They will speed up. Look
at that on the brake. That was purely on the brakes, Nick. He just fired it in there with a pure slide into the braking area.
Bit of braking confidence.
Absolute masterclass in driving on a damp track on slick tyres at the moment from Jamie Zyra. He's chasing after the karts ahead of him, though, and that is... I think he's only got one kart ahead of him now, hasn't he? Yeah, he's into second. Archie Elliott's the driver. 52 dead, 51.9, so Zyra pulling a little bit of a gap back. 2.2 seconds, the gap between first and second. Everybody still tippy-toeing.
But I think the rain stopped.
Yeah, I thought it might have.
So they'll very
you can
quickly
tell by those puddles, it's not quite
very
stopped.
Quickly start to dry the racing line with 28 karts.
I'm just looking at this paddock. Turn out the window, Nick. That looks dry.
Bone dry, yeah.
That looks bone dry.
Yeah.
So you've got parts of the track where it's raining. Because I've been at the Nürburgring. Parts of the track where it's raining and parts of the track where it's not.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see what the lap times are. So we had 52 last time round. I think we're going to see a slow and steady speed improvement. That's Zyra in second, third place Debon, fourth place is Hitch in the all-white cart, I believe. And then here comes the run all the way through. That time round, 49. Yeah, they found 3 seconds that. So the rain stops, the grip catapults up.
Yeah, Zyra, the man on the track at the moment that's finding the speed in the kart, and he can see Archie Elliott coming towards him. The gap was over 2 seconds, just under 2.5. It's down to 1.3 last time by. And you can see now we don't even need a stopwatch to tell you what that gap is, because Zyra is almost on the rear bumper of Archie Elliott.
Yeah, this is all a combination of confidence and experience, knowing what you can do with the kart in these conditions, feeling what you've got underneath you. And in fairness to Zyra, he's obviously feeling an awful lot more than Elliott is, because he's just picked up over a second on this lap, and it's only a matter of time.
Down the inside.
About 3 seconds before Zyra goes forward for the lead.
Yeah.
But he's just enjoying his... But in fairness to Elliott, there's no point fighting this in these conditions. When he's got these big gaps, he needs to just concentrate on his best result possible. And his best result possible would not have been achieved with blocking Zyra.
Well, the lap times are coming back towards us, Nick, so it is staying a little bit drier than it started.
The carts arriving in the collecting area have got a bit of a thought about things now.
Oh, that's it. I hated days like this.
Because now they've got to think, because I'd say it's slicks now if it doesn't rain again.
Yeah, it's a slick. I think it's a slick tyre track. You can look at the speed through Luna. They were tippy-toeing through there just a few laps ago. And now with just under 3 minutes they're now being able to lean on the kart and firing out of that corner.
45.8 that time.
Yeah,
for Zyra.
we're getting down there.
45.5 for Scott Smith in third.
Scott Smith coming
Flying.
through in third, absolutely flying. It's not going to be long before he's on terms with Archie
We're
Elliott.
now only a second off dry times, a second and a half of dry times.
Ryan Taylor,
dry times.
I don't know what happened to Ryan Taylor Trim. I think he got.
Whoa, hello.
I think he got mixed up in that midfield battle.
He's coming back through again, but he got kerfuffled down to 19th, didn't he?
Yeah, he's up to 10th. He's back up to 10th there, and he just got ahead of Tim Darlow on that last time through.
So Elliott disappeared really wide, as we've seen before, coming onto the straight next to the collecting area. And so now he's fallen very much into the clutches of the all-white, let's save some weight, Scott Smith machine. And head down from Scott. Laps get 44.7. We're just a few tenths off dry times now. So I'm looking to my left, and people they've all wandered up with wets on the carts. Joe, the next team all got wets on the cart. They're now having to try and change them before they put them on the ground.
Right, yeah.
It's 3 minutes to go, isn't it? So they're 1 minute and 40, so they should be in and on the ground by now.
So they've wheeled them into the collecting area for the next race. We'll talk about that in a moment, actually, Nick. Because I think
second place changed as it was. No surprise there. Scott Smart got past.
I think this track is evolving all the time. The carts are out there on it, and you can see the speed there. That's Luna Corner there. And we were tippy-toeing through there a short while ago, and now we are absolutely on full power and full traction through there. And look at the brakes. Look at where they're braking. We were braking halfway down the straight before. Now we're braking into the corner like we were in the drive.
Smith catch up Zyra is the question. There's only a second between them. That time around with the pass, he was half a second faster. So
yeah,
Smith
he's coming out.
Not doing that. Lost some time there.
Now the thing is, he's gonna have a wet left rear tyre going into that one there, which slowed him down because he put his cart right. I mean, it's just momentum out the chicane. He's not going to tug it back and try and stay off the track.
He's got this one and two more. Zyra, of course, is no slouch in the dry, so he may get a similar hurry up. Look over his shoulder and think, hang on, so what are you doing there? And he's looking over his shoulder going, what are you doing there? And the gap last time went down by a tenth despite the error made by Smith. And now it's dry. Archie Elliott's having no problem hanging on to the pair of them.
Right, it's going to be one lap to go after this, so this is the penultimate lap now.
Gaining quite quickly is Smith. It's whether he can get there in time. He's got one more after this, and then of course he has to be in a position to be able to overtake as well.
They are coming back towards Zyra. I must admit, it was Zyra's skill in the wet conditions on the slick tyre that really put him where he is, scything through the field from way down the grid. But Scott Smith's coming back. Right, the gap was 8 tenths. Let's call that 9 tenths.
Half a second now, isn't it?
Let's see what it is. It's 6 tenths.
Yeah, so that's not enough. So can't afford any mistakes, but Zyra can certainly stay ahead of Smith.
He took about 3 tenths out of his lap, out of the gap there. He's got another lap to take another 3 tenths, but he needs just over 6 tenths, so I'm not sure there's enough time.
No, he's running out of overtaking opportunities, really.
And I think Zyra's monitoring this as well. Zyra there with the yellow helmet, the yellow and blue liveried Lando Norris kart, and the white livery, the plain white pods and front nose of the front nose. That's the first time.
There you go.
There it is. Another pound.
I was letting that one go. We did it. So okay,
here we go.
The line
Checkered
now.
Flag.
Zyra from way back, thanks to his skill in mixed conditions, takes that one. Scott Allsmith also good driving. Archie Elliott's going to come third. There's a very, very long gap to our fourth place finisher, who was Cole Edwards at the end of all that.
Yeah, he got ahead of Liam Deedman, didn't he?
Yeah, Deedman fifth, Hitch is sixth, Will Murdoch seventh. Ryan Taylor Trim had a comeback after the disastrous first lap to eighth. Alfred Williams was ninth, Jake Davis was 10th. And it was Porter, Zanetti, Tim Darlow, Hilton, Mason, Moran, Gilfillan, Alex Jones 18th, and Zach Bolton was 19th, and Sam Elliott, Rob Simpson, Dan Milner, Chris Abraham, Matthew Lear, Jack Sweeting, and Stephen Mottram. And our pole sitter, Dennis Trizak, ended up in next to last. And Will Miller. There's a lot of people on the ground with wets on the cars.
Carts.
On the carts.
That's another pound.
Oh, I've been doing too many different things. Wets on the carts. That's just a recipe to burn money, surely.
Yes.
If it doesn't, you want to be on slicks.
It's a slick track now.
Is it TKMs or
those? It's it's TKMs. Yeah.
So it's TKMs. Does anyone go on slicks?
They're on wets,
all gone
aren't they?
Wets.
Yeah.
Why are they all on wets?
Well, it's relatively damp, isn't it? And we're not outside, Nick.
That is true.
Ash has come inside again. just when we needed him.
Ash, we need more focus on the tyres.
Yeah, we need to see the track conditions, Ash.
That's what we need.
There's Paul.
Our
What's
emergency
Paul
cameraman's gone there.
It's not weatherproofed as well.
Right. It's not raining, right? That one is 37, definitely on wets.
Yeah, that's now they're worn wets on the number 84 while Nick dies.
Thank you. Fresh wets, fresh wets. No one's gone slicks.
No one at all has gone
Anyone who
slicks.
went to slick would win this race. Doesn't matter where they start. There we are. There's slicks. Up. No, out.
No, on the back.
At the back of the grid. Back of the grid.
Back of the grid.
Oh, he's not got his headphones on. Ash has got headphones on. Isn't there?
No, there he is. That's the only runner on
who
slicks.
is that?
It's the 20.
It's the winner.
Is that Leo Crabtree? I can't see the number.
He's going to win. Let's wait for the others to go. Hold on. 24.
24? Where's 24?
Rob Simpson. No, it's wrong team. Wrong race. 24 doesn't exist. That's impressive, isn't it? Is it the 44? I misread it. Is it Leo Crabtree? I might have misread it. It might be the 44. I think I misread that. It was the 44. Okay, so one kart's on slicks, and 19 or so are on wets. What's the grid order?
I'm trying to find out who number 24 is.
I think it's 44. I think I misread it.
Got Jake Humphrey and Molly Nicholas Biles on the front row there.
There's 44.
Yeah, Francis Corn and
He's
Will
on wet.
Cregeen. Am I doing the grid or what?
I don't know, are you?
I don't know. You keep talking over us. I'm doing the grid or what?
We're doing news.
I know. Do you want the grid or what? You just asked me for the grid.
Do the grid.
Francis Horn and Will Cregeen on row 2. Matt Slate and Matthew Temple Purcell on row 3. Chris Whiteside, Matthew Horton, row 4. Row 5 is Ryan Layton and Ben Watson. James King and James Hull share row 6. Row 7, Tom Johnson and Samuel King. Then we've got Alexander Lehman and Jack Crisp. Joseph Booth and Mitchell Ball share the 9th row. And then running off 20 carts on the 10th row is Leo Crabtree and James Workman. Have we worked it out yet?
It's Matthew Horton.
Right.
And there is a 24. I'm not quite sure he couldn't see it, but he's not in his grid position. He's at the back. He should be in that row 4.
There he is,
at the
yeah.
back.
Maybe he was late to the grid then.
Well, he's right at the back. He's not trying to make his position back either.
No. This could play massively into...
Well, the big winners here are the tyre manufacturers, about to make 10 sets of tyres.
Yes, indeed. We are racing
24
towards...
at the back, and that is your winner. Telling you now, he's going to win this race because he's going to have 4 or 5 seconds advantage over these people, everyone else. Obviously, disaster can happen. I probably jinxed him now, but that would be my bet. But straight out into the lead goes Jake Humphrey on the 51. And he's followed by... Is that Molly in second? I'm not sure. And just wait through 84. They can come through again. So, as they watch their wallets melt in the form of tyres, it's a great break initially by Jake Humphrey.
We'll be able to tell you exactly...
Francis Horn in second, by the way.
We'll be able to tell you exactly what progress we have seen from Matthew Horton this time by across the line. We'll check them off. Humphrey it is, Francis Horn second, Molly Nicholas Biles third, and then Matthew Horton up to 13th, moved up 6 places as the only slick-shod tired kart in this field.
That we could see. There might be others, but I don't think there are.
Well, I don't think there was. I couldn't see any on the grid. Leader, though, behind the leader is a bit of a gap, and then we've got Horn, Nicholas Biles, Cregeen and Slate getting in amongst it. There's the number 11 of Matt Slate, just having someone come round the outside of him.
Yeah, Ben Watson not asking for any, don't make a polite request to get past there, and he's picked up a position as well, so I think he's at the 5th now in the 5.
Mitchell Ball and Joseph Booth. Joseph Booth there up to 14, Mitchell Ball 17th. Stayed where he was at the start. Remember, that's the championship protagonist we're talking about. We've got 4 karts we're so close, side by side, line astern, for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th places.
So Matthew Horton did a 46.6 on slicks. The next fastest was a 49.8.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of people to get past, and that could be a limiting factor. But as it is, this could be his chance for a hat full of points. As again, the 5 of Watson, that grey kart, getting in heavy action through Paddock Bend and then back onto Rochester Straight. Just ahead of him is the 37, 77 of Francis Horn. And they sweep through. Still Humphrey. Nicholas Bars in second. And on the back of that, I think, is the man who's got the big advantage, which is Horton in ninth. But I think he's probably up a couple of positions now from there.
It looks like a change for position, indeed a change for the lead, as Will Cregeen goes ahead of Jake Humphrey and into the lead before they even got to the line. Matthew Horton up into seventh.
Is that him moving
up 2 places?
I think he's in sixth now.
He's up 2 places into seventh. He might be up to sixth. This is the battle for the lead, though, side by side, as the number 51 of Jake Humphrey comes back towards him and trying to go around the outside. The number 5 is Ben Watson, who's now in third, and he wants to play it. However, these two now have dropped back off the leader, who...
Horton now into fourth place.
Oh, look at this. That's the 24. We've been waiting for his arrival, haven't we? And he's just been able to drive past. Just drive past this field.
He's got so much more grip than everyone else. It was a last-minute decision. He decided to forsake his grip position to come in and do it. But it's paying absolute dividends.
He's got 4.5 minutes for this rain to hold off, Nick. And he's going to prove his worth as he goes down the inside into the chicane. That's how stable a kart he had. We've seen that only once today.
Well, the thing to remember is the wets, if it doesn't rain, these wets are going off every lap now.
That's right.
They're overheating, they're turning to jelly, and these guys are sliding around. Now, all that Horton has to do is drive at 9/10, and he'll be at least 2 seconds a lap faster. But as you say, there is a chance it might start drizzling again.
Well, he did a 47.9 there for the fastest lap of the race last time by. Everybody else doing high 58s,
he's going to be quicker.
48s, 49s.
He'll be quicker again this time. He's the first opener.
Yeah, another 47.5.
Second and a half, that's all you need.
Well, 47.5 and a 49.2 for Will Cregeen behind him. So they are going to they're going to continue squabbling in these groups. Just give you an idea of where the championship protagonists are. Joseph Booth up to 11th. Matthew Temple Purcell has dropped down 3 places to 14th, just ahead of Mitchell Ball, who now is in 15th spot.
This is the big battle on the field, which is battle for second. Cregeen in the 84, and it's the all-grey 5 of Watson. Watson has a lot of pace during that kind of section in front of us, the short chute down in front of the collecting area, then the right-hand side of Paddock, and then you turn back on yourself into Rogerton. Now he's going to see if he can gain enough slipstream on these tyres that are slowly turning to chewing gum. And it looks like he's going to have just enough to go through Cregeen into second place. So Watson takes second.
They start getting better as they wear out. So there was a couple of karts I noticed there with very worn wets that they'd chosen. Well, you know, if it was another form of racing, you'd call it an intermediate. Barely any tread left on the tyre. So it's the brand new wets, the blocky tread that starts turning to jelly. So the number 5, Ben Watson, ahead of Cregeen and pulling out a bit of a gap. Horton continues to put in, and he continues to go faster and faster. He's down to a 47 dead that time by.
Lead of 3.5 seconds last time by.
Yeah.
We're just about to complete another lap. And there he goes. And out and away. Just going to show you, that's the difference. You put the decent tyres on. What's Matthew done in the championship so far?
Who, Matthew Horton?
Yeah. Any other big results? I don't remember them.
I'm not sure. I'm going to have to check that, Nick. Talk amongst yourself.
That. So Hitch now. So Watson and Cregeen running through. Nicholas Bars dropped into 6th. As they equidistant themselves about, lead out 5 seconds effectively.
Matthew Horton we've only had since round 4.
Okay, so he's in the Northern Cup.
So
how did he do the Northern Cup?
Finished 8th. His best finish was an 8th in Heat 2, and he finished 10th in the final. So top 10 finish for Matthew. He's going to have a Heat win, though, here, isn't he?
Certainly is. He's a long way. Oh, the big battle here is 4, 5, 6, where it's all happening. With a minute or so to go, plus an extra lap. And they cross the line now. And that's Humphrey, Slate and Molly Nicholas Bars. Nicholas Bars is the car on the inside there, currently in the 3rd. They've been in 6th. So it's 4, 5 and 6. They climb up the hill after going through the S's. And then sweep down again through the second chicane. That's the final chicane, as it's called.
Here they come then underneath us now. As the number 11 of Matt Slade just trying to find a way by. Bit of a variation on an opinion on the line through Paddock there. And as they come out onto the Rogerson straight, he looks down the inside, not quite enough of that momentum, that black art momentum, as we say it. Not enough.
Sorry, Nicholas Barrs is having a bit of watching brief there, but they're being joined, aren't they, by Tom Johnson, who's trying to catch on the back of these two.
Yeah, he is. The Classen Motorsport card just picking away. And like you say, Nick, these tyres are not ideal.
I think Nicholas Barrs just picked the position up there. It's quite hard to change. I think she's now moved up to 5th. Yep, she's in 5th. She's demoted Slate back down to 6th. And still joining, as I said, and like the party is Tom Johnson. They got this one and one more because the leaders won't cross the line in the next 6 seconds. The lead, actually, I don't know, because the leader so far he might do actually.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's try and pick up Matthew Horton, who had an inspired tyre choice.
It is his last lap, Horton. So Horton's last lap is running around. He's at least 10 seconds ahead of these now 4 karts battling for 4, 5, 6, and 7. Humphrey currently holds the ace on this one, but as they all sit there thinking, I've spent 60 quid on tyres in this race. Moses Barrs, we scored into 5th.
So let's try and find Matthew Horton onto his final lap of the race. He is leading by almost 10 seconds. And it was an inspired tyre choice. He was started at the back. He chose to start at the back out of order. He should have been in the middle, but he changed tyres and was probably late to the grid in doing so. Hence he started at the back. I think that was what happened there, because he was way at the back, wasn't he? And you called it at the start, Nick. You said, there's our winner, Matthew Horton, down the order at the back of the field. And he has indeed taken this heat win, heat number 2 in the senior TKM class, by almost 13 seconds from Will Cregeen. Ben Watson in 3rd. Okay. It will be that gaggle of karts that we were watching for so long. Jake Humphrey finally ending up 4th, Molly Nicholas Biles ending up 5th, Matt Slate 6th, Tom Johnson 7th, Francis Horn 8th, Samuel King in 9th, Joseph Booth into the top 10, Alexander Lehman 11th, Leo Crabtree was 12th, 13th was Mitchell Ball, James Hull was 14th, Matthew Temple Purcell and Matthew Temple Purcell leading Ryan Layton across the line, with Chris Whiteside, James King and Jack Crisp the next of our finishers.
So, beautiful wet, dry race there. One wet, one dry, everyone wet. Everyone's back on the slicks again for the next heat. They saw that so we had like half a heat of rain. I just looked at my weather app and it's saying rain coming in 15 minutes, but yours is much better than mine. So,
well, it's been saying that for most of the day, Nick, to be honest. The rain that I had forecast was for now, light rain like we're seeing, and then by towards just after 2 o'clock, I've got a forecast of some very, very heavy rain.
No, that's great. I haven't got that forecast at all in mind.
Here we go then. The 4th heat for the junior Rotax class. Lincoln Bevan will lead the field around with Joshua Whitcomb alongside. Row 2 is George Theobald and Oliver Meek. And then we've got Freddie Worlock and Jacob Anslow. 4th row is Samuel Aston and Harvey Wilson. Row 5, Jack Theobald and Freddie Theobald. And then we've got row 6, Alexander Colintano and Karthik Kometa. Jacob Hobbs shares row 7 with Lucas Howell. Melissa Adrian and Jensen Hookey are on row 8. Row 9 is Barnaby Grubb and Charlie Fgrave. Jamie Cookbride and Sam Green Gomez share row 10. Charlie Hume and Charles Green, Charlie Cheesy Green, on row 11. Connor Tubby and Alexander Stebanoff are next up. The 13th row is Jaden Sherwood and George Kay, with Ryan Sears, Tom Holden and Daniel Clancy rounding off 29 karts on the grid, but only 28 karts out on track.
You keep missing one, don't you? You've lost one on a couple of occasions.
We've lost,
we. You're losing the karts. It's entirely your fault, because you'll read them out and they're going, I don't want to do this.
I'll take full responsibility.
Whatever not.
Is this a weather report from
Third
Scotland?
Ian McCarthy, afternoon. It says Houghton won the tyre lottery, but still had to pull off 18 overtakes without bidding it. Well, that is true. And he won by 10 seconds as well. Alfie Miller, love arguing with each other, these commentators. We do.
Say that
That's
again,
what we do.
because I didn't. You said that so quickly.
Alfie Miller, says,
no, the one previous to that. What
Ian
Ian
McCarthy.
Said. Yes.
Afternoon, Nick and Joe.
Yes.
Houghton won the tyre lottery.
Yes.
But still had to pull off 18 overtakes without bidding it. Class.
Yeah. And I think you said that, Nick. He's still got to get through the field without any sort of issue, and that's not an easy ask. However, it is easier when you've got so much more grip than everybody else. But still, not taking anything away from a fine win by Matthew Horton.
Otherwise, it's Lucas. He's going to go from 14th to first and win this. Let's see if he can, because they're underway.
Yeah, he's got a big ask as Lucas Howell on the O-plate down in 15th there as they cross the line. The junior Rotax field has got consternation in the midfield order as about
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts went for a different version of the track.
You hadn't seen that happen, had you?
No, I was looking up.
And then you looked up and they all appeared from the right. That was, yeah.
When you said it, I thought, this was pretty ordinary. And then, whoa, there they come.
Yeah, there they come. Back into the race. We'll see who they were when they come underneath us and across the line. But for now, we've got the leader pulling away a bit of a gap there, a little bit of a cushion in comparison to what we normally see in karting. And here they come across the line then to complete lap number 1. Let's see who it is that leads this field around. It's Lincoln Bevan from Joshua Whitcomb, Freddie Whirlock, Samuel Aston, Alexander Colinciano, Jacob Hobbs, Jack Theobald, Melissa Adrian is next, Karthik Kometa, Lucas Howell from 15th up to 10th, up 7 places, Charlie Fgrave, and then up 8 places, Charles Green, Cheesy Green up there, 11 place gain for Tom Holden, and the carts at the back are now who were involved in that first corner fracas. George Kerr, Freddie Theobald, Oliver Meek, George Theobald, Connor Tubby, Alexander Stevanov, Jacob Anslow and Harvey Wilson. There was indeed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts.
Whereabouts in the field were they starting?
Well, they've dropped 12. Oliver Meek dropping 19 places.
He was 4th then,
George Theobald dropping 17.
Change to the lead there, sorry. Josh Whitcomb gets past Lincoln Bevan at the end of the main straight. So we'll just see how they're going. I see Charles Cheesy Green is looking to gain quite a bit. He's already up in more positions he was. I think he's better than 12th already. Don't forget he's won the first 2 heats of this. He has won his 2 heats, because obviously you're not in every single heat. So it's getting a bit close now. It's Bevan now in second, and on his tail, I think that is actually Freddie Whirlock in the 88, the blue card.
So Joshua Whitcomb on the number 29, is that?
Yep, he's got that one.
He's got a bit of a, I say a bit of a cushion. It's not. It's going to disappear by the time they get to the braking area, as it's Lincoln Bevan who's coming back towards him.
Oh, up the inside. That's 88 into second place.
He has to defend the number 29. It's the Coles driver, Joshua Whitcomb, continuing to command that lead. But who's that now in second still? Is it? Can't quite see the number. It's the number 88 of Freddie Whirlock who's come through and ahead of Lincoln Bevan.
So it's Whirlock moving forward now. Can he attack Josh Whitcomb? By the way, Arctic Football has decided had to curse the commentator rather than commentator, saying, well, both the drivers said good luck to got taken out. May have cursed them.
Well, it was people who were writing in who've done that. Yeah. We're just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
Coast the commenter, not the commentator.
No, we are the commenter. We comment.
These are the commenters on the comments.
All right.
Coast the comments on YouTube.
I see. Commenter.
I knew what I was saying then.
All right, okay. You confused me.
Well, that's not hard.
No, it's not. Not a high benchmark at all. No. Here we come then. Underneath us, right underneath us, we've got a great view out of our box window of that paddock turn. And it's Joshua Whitcomb with Freddie Whirlock and Lincoln Bevan not that far away. He can't make a mistake. They've got a huge gap to Samuel Aston, who's got a very lonely race in that 4th place.
Yeah, Aston really is on his own. Half a second behind them and 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, which is currently Jacob Hobbs, Melissa Adrian, Lucas Howard and Charles Green. So Cheesy Green scored 8th. So I would think with a win and 8th, he's going to find himself very, very high up on the grid for the final, if not on pole. But of course, he's racing against some people who weren't in the same races, if that makes sense. People who've been winning other heats, and one of those will be probably Whitcomb or Whirlock. Whirlock in the blue machine. It's the Coles outfit for Whitcomb. Whirlock in the blue machine. So Whitcomb being very relaxed, very stoic in the cart there, going down the Rogerson Straight, comes down the Lunar Bend. 1, 2 and 3 flashing by. Let's just open this one up and see a few of the carts run through, because it's the equidistant 1, 2 and 3. Big gap to 4. And I think we then have we do 5, 6, 7 kerfuffle. 7th is Green. And you've got ahead of him, you have Adrian and Howell. I think that may have changed. One of them may have dropped there. Jack Theobald got. So yes, it's Howell, Adrian and Green. battling for 5, 6 and 7. There they go.
Here comes Lucas Howell, who is the first cart after that huge gap to the very lonely Samuel Aston, the number 31 driver.
They're catching Aston up quite quickly, actually. Aston now,
so he's going to have company soon.
Drifting back towards these other carts. Top 3 are gone, probably in that order, but there's still a bit of time to go.
That's Samuel Aston coming out to Luna now.
Yeah, 4, 5,
right,
6, 7.
So there's Lucas Howell now getting towards Samuel Aston. Let's see what the gap is. The gap is only half a second, so Lucas Howell has closed that. Aston was pretty much alone.
I think he may have found it hard to pace himself when he was that far alone. He dropped 3 seconds very quickly. Dropping down. There is your 4, 5, 6 and 7. So it's a 31 from the 0. So it's Lucas Howell up from 14th. And in 5th at the moment. I think he can get to 4th. I think that's where he'll stop, just because the gap involved the time available. Just left now around Luna Bend. In fairness, it's now condensing up because also Adrian and Green are getting close in this 4-cart battle.
Yeah,
and now positioning himself. Howell looking to...
Howell needs to make this move because he's got behind him. He's got Melissa Adrian and Charles Green who are queuing up to make the move as well.
All 3 of them took Aston there. Yeah. Aston dropped from 4th to 7th round 1 corner.
Well, Lucas Howell had to do that because they were queuing up behind him. And if he didn't get by, they were going to make a challenge and get by him. Lucas Howell, there's a reason he's carrying that O plate. He took the O plate win in junior Rotax at Rowra, and he's leading the championship. And that driver there, the 3rd in that spot. Well, that's the lead 3 actually.
No, the lead 3 come together.
Yeah, the lead 3. That hasn't really changed, Nick.
No,
that's been the same.
It was 1.3 seconds to Bevan. Now he's 0.7 behind the leader. So Bevan's close right back up on the leader again. Worlock, so he's very, very close behind Worlock in 2nd. Then he had a second bunch of people behind them in 4th, 5th and 6th. But obviously 1, 2 and 3 takes precedence over 4, 5 and 6. And perhaps the movement here, Joe, may more likely 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, we've got Lincoln Bevan. That's come right onto the bumper now of Freddie Worlock as we get towards the final few laps. I think we're going to get 2 more after this, Nick, with 45 seconds on the clock as we've looked at it there. There's going to be about 30 seconds on the clock when they cross the line, so it's going to be 2 more laps. And as Worlock responds to the advances of Lincoln Bevan, he moves closer to Joshua Whitcomb. The Cold Racing driver now leading this race. He'll be fully aware of the presence of Worlock. You can actually hear your opponent's engine, the tone, you can hear it in your ears as he gets closer. So you know he's over your shoulder before you actually see him there. He looks over his right shoulder just to confirm exactly what the gap is. And he knows that we're getting towards that final lap board, and he'll see that. Only a couple more corners through the right and left S. What do you mean? You've been doing that all day.
Our outdoor correspondent has told me it's raining. So Scotty tells me it's raining.
So we'll see if that affects the lap times.
It's probably just beginning.
It has, Nick. We're about 3 seconds off where they've been. 44. They're now, 43.9s. They're now in the 46s. So it is having a small effect on that time.
It's not really bringing them together, is it, though? There's a battle behind, I think. If you noticed, just Ash, let these ones run through and then pick the next pair up. I think that is a battle for 4th and 5th. I think they were very close coming out of the... look at the gap. There we are. And it is 4th and 5th, and that's Green trying to go past.
Well, Green's got by Melissa Adrian the last time we checked in.
On the outside, found Howell. So it's a battle for... Of course, I said Green won both heats. Of course, he probably didn't win that second heat, did he? Because of the nose penalty.
That's true.
So he's now looking to make up. Then he sweeps up the outside. Whoa! What happened there? Was it a misjudgment? Did he get tapped? I don't know. But Green flies off.
Lucas Howell flies off.
Yes, from Green. We've got that one again on the last lap. So, a bit too late. So I don't know whether he got touched or whether he was just in the wrong position and was pushing too hard. Howell goes off. Green continues and gets 4th in the end. So all happened the last lap there. Was still Whitcomb from Worlock, Bevan in 3rd. They all dropped back away from each other as the rain picked up. Charles Green is in 4th. It does look a little bit rainier. That's our outside correspondent walking. Is it a bit rainier, Ash? It is a bit rainier. Is it as rainy as it was last time? It was a bit rainier. Same rain. So, they're all down there on slicks again, so we can have more fun. This is a typical English day, isn't it? Rain, dry, rain, dry.
I used to absolutely hate days like this. Tyre choice is so crucial. We've got 2 more heats before the lunch break. It's Senior Rotax, the 162 category next. We've got the Rotax 177s following that. And then we go to a bit of a break for the lunch break, 30-minute break before we bring you
not just the lunch break, but also the
Paddock Show.
That's
I was about to say that. Yeah, we've come back after the lunch break with the remaining rounds of heats for juniors, seniors and 177s, as well as the final senior TKM. We then have about a 15-20 minute break for our grids to be sorted, and then we'll go into our B finals and then of course the A finals. We've got our Senior Rotax out for their 5th heat, and like you said, Nick, majority of those people, those drivers on the slick tyre, everybody is on, and it'll be Ollie Rowley.
I don't know what the level of rain is. I mean, Paul's walked outside, but when he walks outside, he hasn't got any communication. Otherwise, we could ask him, because he looks a bit like old Father Time, so we could ask him.
Ollie Rowley should be on the pole position, however, he hasn't turned up, because that is Marcus King on the number 26.
What number's Ollie Rowley?
Ollie Rowley's the number 149. Marcus King is there. The number 777 is Adam Catling alongside. Then we've got James Becker, Nathan Jensen. Nathan out there on the 32.
They're still dropping some carts at the back, but they seem to be dropping them on dries.
Right, so that number 32 there, that's Nathan Jensen. And then we've got...
Update, there's arguing going on in the collecting area. Someone's put wets on joint at the back. Oh,
right.
But Sarah said you can't do that.
Yeah. Well, you can't do that.
Scotty's saying it's proper wet now.
They could call a delay. Yeah, all
got Dalmatian pictures.
Excellent. Is that Luna?
Yeah.
Hello, Luna. This was working.
Hey, that's us saying hello to her. Sorry, this is not working for anyone watching this, but we put a video of Luna the Dalmatian. She's a really beautiful Dalmatian, barking at us now. I'll show it at lunchtime. We can watch it later. Thank you so much to Jen. That's great.
Right, what's happening there, Paul? There's consternation on the collecting area. Drivers were out of their carts. They're now back in. There's some deliberation going on. We've got
it's really chucking. This is going to be absolute carnage.
This is going to be a tippy-toe affair, isn't it?
Because it's raining.
I'm not even going to read the grid out, Nick, because it's going to look nothing like this when they come through.
Yeah, the guy on slick. No, he's hopped in. What's happening now? Are they going to let him go? No. Oh, Sarah's let him go. Sarah's let the 10 cart. It's the 10 cart on wets. Who's that? Who's on 10?
Standby caller. He's number 10, is he?
Yes.
I haven't got number 10.
But it says number 10.
You'll have missed something.
That's the results. That's the last results. You need to look at the next grid. Come on, Joseph.
Hang on, here they come. I was waiting for that to update.
Both of you looking at the last grid.
Hang on, wait for it to update.
I'm just chuffed I've got a Dalmatian picture.
Rest of the cart's coming through now, so we'll get a full grid as they cross the line. And the number 10 will be last.
It's Max Kettle.
It's Max Kettle.
Who you talked to his dad in the... Now, is it going to rain enough to make this worthwhile is the question.
So inspired tyre choice from Peter Kettle.
It's still raining, so I think this may work out really well. My feeling is that the guys in the slicks are going to be doing, I would think, low 50s.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be about 10 seconds off if it continues to come down.
Well, I'm looking at my only puddle, and it's still raining in that puddle, that's for sure. Max
Kettle on the number 10 will start at the back of the grid, out of his grid order, of course. That's his choice to make that tyre choice.
Anybody else at the back? Let the whole field hold this shot, Scotty, for a second. Just whoa. That's the 19 for him. Where is the 10?
How slippery is it?
There he is. Yeah, I think he's the only one on the Yep. He's the only one. Okay, you can go to the front again, Scotty.
Everybody is struggling to get the cart to turn in. That's the thing. It's not just about the rear end, it's about the front end.
You turn the wheel,
and it just doesn't turn. That is Marcus King leading them around. They're going to get the full start.
I wonder if they're going to pull him in.
Because Marcus...
They're going to pull him in?
No, there's no indication of pulling them in, Nick.
Okay.
They've got yellow flags. It's a false start. I think it's going to have to really rain heavy. They are tippy-toeing round, and it's slippy and slidey, and you can't turn in, you can't brake, you can't put the throttle down because you just spin the wheels up. That's Max Kettle, who looks like he might be oiling up at the back. So Max Kettle, an inspired tyre choice, and his engine is fouling up at the back of this field. That's him moving very slowly up the valley. He needs that engine to pick up, and it's just not picking up. He trickles into view. He's trying to fiddle with something. There's nothing really you can do. Maybe squeeze the fuel pipe.
It's an even field then. It's an even field. He's going to have to retire.
So he needs to
He's
get
retiring.
that. He's
retiring.
So that inspired tyre choice, we're not going to see the result of.
Slicks now. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be the International Tippy-Toe Championship 2024. Still raining, is it? Let me look at the pond puddle. A little bit, not much. Almost stopped, in fact. But still a little bit. Enough to keep it damp. This could be interesting, the first corner.
This is going to be absolute carnage.
Why are they going so slow, taking all the heat out
We've
of the
got the number 99 off as well. That cart has not come through. The 99 is Grace Lee Davis, who's just below us. She's oiled up, I think. So the Max Kettle inspired wet tyre choice. Marcus King has made the break again too early.
That one again.
He's making that break too early. He needs to be more controlled.
Are they trying to get this race called off?
Well, no, and that's another cart that's ground to a halt.
29, Joshua De La Carta.
Oh, they are dropping like flies. So we've lost Josh De La Carta, Grace Lee Davis and Max Kettle. Meanwhile, Marcus King keeps making that break far too early. He needs to monitor where the grid is. He's controlling the pace, though.
I think no one's going with him.
It's down to the other drivers to stay with him. He may be not to the liking of the start line official if he's too quick, and he is perhaps going a little bit too early, I think, is the choice.
I can't see me puddle now. I can't see if it's still raining.
So a little bit of confusion beginning to creep in as to, all right, the officials are not confused. They know exactly what's happening. The confusion is just in this commentary box as to what is happening exactly.
Just wonder whether these guys are thinking it's easing back and therefore they're trying to just burn some time.
No, I don't think that's deliberate whatsoever.
It's been poor starting by Marcus King. He's been way away both times.
Yeah, I think Marcus is going too early for the liking of the start line official.
Well, no, because no one's going with him. That's why it is.
No. He's going before the kink. He needs to wait until it straightens out and get to the line before he goes. It's too early. He's moving too early. So he needs to just stay at this pace through this kink here. And this is where he's been going, remember, Nick. This is where he's been putting his foot in.
Right.
Needs to keep it through this right-hand kink now. And he might just be to that there. See how he goes there before the kink.
They let him have this one?
I think they are. I think they're getting this one away.
Okay.
No, still. He's going too early. He needs to wait.
What's happening is who's on the outside the front row?
Doesn't matter.
But they're not going with him.
It doesn't matter. The start official is deeming that to be a too early start. He needs to come off the kink before he puts his foot in. It's got nothing to do with the kid alongside him.
Well, they've gone around 4 times. So
yeah, they've gone around a lot. We're going to run out of fuel if we don't watch it.
You sit there going, this is the point where you park them and talk to them.
If this was juniors, then yeah, I mean...
red flag.
Right.
Red flag.
Now, I don't know what... The red flag is probably to do with...
Weather.
The process of starting this grid. We're going to stop them on the start finish. We're going to stop them at the valley. We've got marshals on the track at the valley.
Are they giving?
No, that's the main straight.
Are they going to give them a talking to?
I think so. Got a bit of a lull in. Gives us a chance to tell you about while we sort this senior Rotax field out for a start. we've got to tell everybody, Nick, about what's coming up on Karting Live TV.
We do, go on then. Or am I doing it?
Well, I can tell you that we've got the 5th round of the championship coming.
6th round of the championship.
Sorry, 6th round of the championship. This is the 5th round. 6th and final round of the overall championship for the Junction 6 NKC is happening at Warden Law up in the northeast of England, and that's the 11th to the 13th of October. We'll be bringing you the action from the heats on the Saturday afternoon on the 12th of October, followed by all of the action on the Sunday, and that's coming to you from Warden Law. That will conclude not just the overall 2024 championship, but it will also conclude the 3rd and final round of the Northern Cup, the Northern Cup 24, as we have it, and we'll be having an update on that championship after this round, of course. After that, Nick, we've got more action next week from Wilton Mill with the Kart Championship Winter Series.
We have the first. Well, no, is it a series?
It's not a series. 3 rounds, 3 one-off rounds, not forming a championship, but they are calling it the Winter Series.
That's a series. To be honest, by the time we get there, things may have changed. Yes, that's going to be exciting. Exciting inverted commas announcements made on Monday about that.
The following week, which is the first weekend of October, we are off to a new circuit for Karting Live TV.
A new circuit and an old championship returns.
Yes, on Karting Live TV, that is.
That is, yes. We're going to Ello Park, which is near Lowestoft, and we are there for the 100 UK and GX championships from Access Karting. Looking forward to that very much. James Purchase and the gang. And then the following week, that is the 6th round of the NKC.
Yeah, so 3 more consecutive weekends after this one. So plenty of action on Karting Live TV. And
it can't avoid us, even if you want to.
Yeah.
Dear, someone can't restart.
That is not Marcus King, who was leading the field round. It is Marcus King. That is absolute tragedy. The number 11.
Well, I don't know. He was the one getting the talking to.
Yeah, I know. Is that number 11?
There's 26 getting away.
26
he was getting
away.
the talking to, and he was the person there saying, "Look, you're starting. Oh no, the 4's gone."
The 4.
Kieran Gifford.
Oh no way! Kieran Gifford, winner of 2 of the heats so far.
Effectively, what this proves is you can't run a Rotax match engine this slowly for this long and not expect things to have problems.
Was that Kieran Gifford who stopped?
Yeah, Kieran Gifford stopped in the 4. We also lost Finley Underwood as well in the 11.
The
recovery
there was Kieran Gifford.
It's going to hours to get going again after this. This is going to have the world's longest amount of start-up laps.
Well, that's really put the cat amongst the pigeons with regards to a championship. However, this has brought it back. Jensen Watts, remember, he had a non-start earlier, and he lost points to everybody else. Now Kieran Gifford, who was second in the championship, he's got a non-start. That brings it back. But what that makes happen is Bobby Rosie and Theo Frederick. You can't really discount Mason Perrin and Braden Hill as well. Or indeed Ethan Wyatt down in 7th and Ben Ballou in 8th. That's going to bring them all back towards the front of that championship field. All back towards Jensen Watts and Kieran Gifford.
Well,
so Jensen Watts and Kieran Gifford
is saying that Marcus King has been put to the back.
Well, it looked like he couldn't start his engine there.
Well,
so I'm not sure if he has.
May have been put to the back for 4 full starts in a row.
He didn't start. There was no smoke out of his engine.
Okay.
He was pressing the firing. The engine
Claire
starter.
Metters say they're all going to be underweight in a minute.
Who's saying that?
Claire Metters.
Yeah, Claire, I agree. I was thinking they're going to be running out of fuel soon. How many laps have we had?
Is he trying to get himself back in position in 26?
Right, see how we're on the straight now before we
and they're going?
put our foot down.
They are going.
I think so. Has the rain stopped? Is it summer yet?
It's very, very... I think it was quite...
Into turn 1, we've got an early leader. Meanwhile, incredibly, everybody has made it through turn 1. Everybody.
You said that quite early before they all made it through turn 1. Very brave that was.
Well, they were already in the S's.
Here we go. So, no drive whatsoever. Whoever's leaving there. He's trying to get the thing going. I think that is Adam Catling, isn't it? Catling in 777.
Yeah.
You could see, he pressed the go button, nothing happened, so he bounced it and hoped for the best. But ahead of the 32 is in second, and then I think it's George Hulme now is in third. Yeah, Hume is in third, and
it's all gone into slow motion, hasn't it?
It has. We took the fastest track on the circuit.
Yeah.
Not this week, not this race.
No, not for the water.
But they're not falling off, in fairness to them, which is good
incredible.
stuff.
Yeah. It shows that there's not too much water on the surface.
It shows the 19 warm-up laps are useful.
Well, it just shows that the track isn't too wet, because slick tyres on an actual wet track are impossible. But this is just damp track. You've still got a bit of tarmac poking through.
So 1 minute and 1 second with the first lap from Catlin there. As they chunter through.
Yeah.
I think it's been... So second and third closing up a little bit. Oh, look at the drive. Suddenly, bang.
Wow.
Instantaneously, Nathan Jensen got some drive, whereas Catlin couldn't buy acceleration. And the 2-1-1 of George, just drifts by a little bit.
Nathan Jensen on the 32. Off into the lead has gone Nathan.
Yeah, he got just superb drive. In fact, it's pretty obvious that the 777 of Catlin is just suffering from absolutely no traction whatsoever.
Well, nobody should have any traction. Nathan Jensen is finding grip in places here at Three Sisters where nobody else knows. Off he goes, full broadside through the kinks.
What lap time they're doing, Joe?
We are down to 59s there from Jensen.
So they are 14 seconds off what they were doing in dry conditions, and probably 7 or 8 what they do. They have wets on board.
58.8 from Blake Ticehurst in fourth. So Blake Ticehurst's race is not over. He's going to start coming back.
So George Hulme, now it's about drive. Look, there's no drive on the 777. He's been out-dragged by everybody. Catlin drops another place to Blake Ticehurst here. Catlin's in the Catlin's in the Lando Norris cars. It's quite easy to see with the light green and black livery, but he's just got no drive. I mean, no one's got much drive.
Yes.
Black and white flag going out there.
Nathan Jensen seems to have the most drive. Slide, just letting the cart breathe.
I'm just wondering how long it's going to take him to collect all the carts at the end of this race.
Here comes the Blake Ticehurst 336 on the inside.
Oh, nice drive there.
And that he found the grip, didn't he? He's spinning those tyres up through the kinks, and off he goes after Nathan Jensen. But coming back at him is George Hulme. No, Hulme has to slot in behind. Ticehurst now through the S's and up the hill at the valley, and Jensen just finds the grip somewhere to be able to get him going out of these turns. Here he comes. Paddock on the left. Ticehurst, though, he's got nothing. He's been the fastest kart on the track for the last 2 laps.
For some reason, Catlin has nothing out the corners. Every single time around that down, if you go past the collecting area, he loses a position. This one he lost to the 666 of Josh Priest. But the lead changes.
Jensen,
first mistake.
He's been going through that part of that left-hander towards Luna in a beautiful slide. However, momentum carried him off the track and into the puddle.
Yep, and
Blake Ticehurst. Yeah, Ticehurst been threatening to do that. 4 minutes remaining. 4 minutes on a knife edge on these slick tyres. And you've just got to be patient. You've got to. Sometimes you think, oh my God, everybody's going to come by me. Oh no, they haven't. No, because everybody's still scrabbling for grip as well. Oh no, I've slid wide. I'm sliding. Oh, they're going to come by me. No, they haven't. I'm pulling away. That's the mindset when you're doing that on slicks.
Inside workings of Joe Bradley's mind there.
Oh no, I'm going to be overtaken. Oh no, I am not.
The problem is you think like that on the motorway as well, don't you?
Yeah. No.
Oh no.
Yeah. Only when you're in with someone.
It's my handbag.
We've got a Marshall lying down. Not sure why.
Why have you like?
We've got a red flag.
Marshall being hit by the 150, I think.
We've got a red flag.
Was it Marshall hit by the 150?
I'm not sure what we've got there, but the red flag is out. The 150 is off the track. That's Jason Bear, who's having a nightmare of a day. He had a non-start, remember. And we've got the runners just beginning to slow down and make their way. I think they're being told to go back to the paddock, I think, Nick.
That's it. They've been called off because so someone slid off, and in sliding off, they've clipped a Marshall.
So we've got Blake Ticehurst, who was in the lead there. Nathan Jensen was second. George Hulme was third. Joshua Priest fourth. It'll be called on the previous lap to the red flag, so as it stands, that's the top 4. Behind them, Adam Catling and Samuel Wyatt, Rufus Flan and Mason Perrin 7th and 8th, Ollie Varney 9th, Rafi Salentano was 10th, and then we had Reese Green, Samuel Hawthorne, Michael Goodburn 13th, 14th, Tristan Sharp, John Hobbs was 15th, Tommy Lee Davis finally got away to 16th, James Becker and Zach Fletcher 17th and 18th, and then we had Simon Spagnuolo, Reese Knight, Jamie Green, Grace Lee Davis, and the last runner on track was Marcus King.
So they've parked them not off the track.
No, they've stopped them just on the entrance to the valley.
They're in the
That's
S's,
not the whole field, though, Nick.
No, the rest of the field has stopped on the start-finish line in what can only be described as an element of confusion for everyone involved. So we did see that the marshal was lying down. That's not because he's lazy, it's because he's been clipped, I think, by the one. I'm assuming the 150 because of the location of the other carts. To me, with 2 minutes to go, they should just call this one.
I think they will.
Cleared.
I think they will.
Okay, the carts that stopped on the start-finish are now rolling off that, and they're going into the paddock. Right, so that they've, as you can see in the background there, they're rolling into the paddock. They're going to start rescuing some carts, and they're now trying to look after the guy who got clipped. I mean, he may be hit. I'm saying clipped. I'm not trying to belittle any injury he may have, but well, that's a bit unfortunate. We've got one more heat before lunch, but we may have a bit of a longer delay because both the ambulances have been dispatched to treat the marshal. I'm not quite sure how you lose it on the straight, but it was wet, and of course there's other carts involved as well, aren't there?
It is on. They are on slicks. We've got the final heat before the lunchtime break coming up next, and it's the 177 class that are out next. We'll have a quick look at their grid in a moment, but let's have a look at their championship. Ryan Taylor-Truman really was the driver to beat. In fact, quite unbeatable in the first 3 rounds, the Southern Cup part of the 2024 NKC Championship. It is Heat 5, isn't it? Yeah, Heat 5 of the Rotax 177s coming next. Taylor-Truman took the win at Clay Pigeon for round 1. I'm talking about the final here. He took the win at Forest Edge in round 2, and then the third round at Dunkswell. He took the first in the second and third heats and the win in the final. He was second at Wilton Mill, and Joseph Booth came into play at Wilton Mill. Let me just find Joseph's championship position. Jamie Zyra, of course, at his home track, took the win last time out. And Zyra, just coming into the championship at round 4, in for the Northern Series. Jamie running, not being run by Dan Holland, but Jamie has worked with Dan Holland before. He's worked as a mechanic, he's worked as a driver, and he was quite unbeatable, very, very strong at Wilton Mill. So Zyra now becomes certainly leading the Northern Cup part of this, going into round 2 of that. But it's turning into a bit of a class. I say class, I mean it's turning into a classic championship in 177s with the likes of Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harrison Crook, Nathan Chafer, Ben Hitch, Cole Edwards, Archie Elliott, and now we've got Shane Collins joining us from the Super 1 Championship, coming here as champion and joining in with the Northern Cup part of things. Scott Smith, third in the Super 1 Championship, he's coming in as well and had a very good run in that previous heat. The grid has got Sunderland supporter Sam Elliott on the pole position.
Is that
there.
now what defines him? He's a Sunderland supporter.
Yeah, well, his dad's from Sunderland.
So the rain is picking up, by the way.
Live in Sheffield.
The rain's picking up, and I've just checked my weather app, which isn't as good as your weather app, and it's in for the next hour. So sorry, Scotty, I gave you misinformation on our text a second ago. So it's in for the next hour. The marshal has been attended to, I believe, and has had to unfortunately go into the ambulance. My guess is he's been hit in the leg, so he may have a broken ankle or something, which is nasty. There's some reclamation of the myriad of broken karts who were left stranded by the side of the track in that last heat. But there are 2 ambulances, so the meeting can continue. Paddock obviously waiting. Every single car in the paddock for this final heat before lunch is, of course, on wets.
Right, we've got some rain pretty much due imminently, and I think it's going to stay with us pretty much for the rest of the day. Next, some heavy rain coming across towards 4 o'clock after
that's
3 o'clock.
Waterproof the main camera. I don't know.
So yeah, the rain is going to stay the way it is at the moment, with light rain on and off, but then some proper rain is going to start falling. And you know what? As a competitor, that you just want consistent conditions. You want it to either rain or not rain. You don't want it like the way it is. You've got a track that is some parts wet, some parts dry, not quite wet enough to call wet, not quite wet enough for wets. All you do, like you say, is burn up your wets, and you have to go in your wallet for more money to buy more tyres. And you can effectively use a set of wets per heat if the track is dry enough to completely burn them off. We've got the grid of karts there. The drivers staying out of the rain there, understandably, in the shelter of the collecting area, the viewing area here at
You know when you're in the,
Three Sisters.
you're in the collecting area, are you allowed to be, you know how those little plastic oversuits? Are you allowed to put a plastic oversuit on, and once you're in the collecting area, that's it, you can't do anything?
Plastic oversuit on the driver?
Drivers, they'd have little plastic oversuits, don't they?
Yeah, the wetsuits.
Yes, but they haven't got them on, a lot of them. So
There's no regulation about not putting your wetsuit on.
I
It's
just
just
asked you.
You can't touch your car.
Well, yes, it might be you can't touch your driver either.
No, you can. You can't touch the drivers, Nick.
Well, that's
not allowed.
That's only due to restraining orders. It's not actually due to a legal, an actual law of the MSA.
Well, we're not MSUK sanctioned here in the Junction 6 NKC, so that doesn't matter.
That's good news, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Shall we have a look at the grid?
Go on then.
Let's have a look at those karts again, Paul, as we get a bit of a track inspection going out.
There's a waterproofing going on.
Oh, I see. Right, okay. All right, we'll come back to that one then. In fact, I'll wait until we have those karts. We've waterproofed the camera overlooking the collecting area. We're going to go...
I've got a question for people in listener land.
Oh, go on. Viewer land, you mean?
Viewer land. If anyone can explain to me why Three Sisters, that is in the middle of a massive conurbation of northwest UK, is near industrial estates, has the world's weirdest phone reception. Please tell me. Because I'm looking at numbers here which are literally all over the shop for all our different services to get this brand
to get us on the air, as they say.
There are nothing. It's that one's no. And normally you look at it, you've got three of them. It's like one. They're all doing the same, and they do the same for hours. And he's like,
give Paul a nudge there, will you?
Do you want to see?
Yeah, I want to see the cards.
yeah, but that's not point to the right place.
Ash, what's that? What is that? Oh, he's not finished.
Oh,
He's got a roll of tape.
Ooh.
He's not finished with his waterproofing. Sorry, Paul.
And now we got Scotty's.
I thought he was sat down behind me. I thought he'd settled in.
Scotty's cleaning his up. It's all going, oh, dear, that's unpleasant. Scotty's staring at the camera. I'm not cutting that to air. There's Ash's face.
So we'll wait for Ash to... what were we saying? Yeah, you want to know why there's no phone signal?
Yeah.
All right, at Three Sisters, which is right on the edge of a business park. Maybe because we're on the edge of the business park. We're actually in a recreation park here, aren't we?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. We're about to have a look at our grid.
You're about to get going.
We're certainly about to have a look at the carts.
You may have to say something, actually, because they're about to start. Before Ash can frame it up properly, they're about to start.
Well, we've got Sam Elliott on the number 44. He's in the Masters class as well. And
hang on. Here comes framing.
Well, he can just come in when I'm reading down this. Matt Zanetti's alongside him on the number 277. We've got Dan Milner and Nathan Schaefer. Remember, Nathan, one of the championship protagonists, had a DNF.
Yay!
Good God. I wonder what it's like working with professionals.
My bag!
So Nathan Schaefer, who had a DNF, will get to take the start at least.
Right.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, Nathan will be fine. Row 3 is Dan Millwood and Will Milner. Row 4 is Sean Rudge and Alex Jones. Andy Collinson starts on row 5 alongside Josh Howard. Then we've got Jake Davis and Cole Edwards, Archie Elliott and Alfie Williams. Tim Darlow and Dennis Treziak start on row 8. Row 9 is Ben Hitch and Rob Simpson. Then we've got Liam Deanman and Marty Gilfillan. Paul Moran and Chris Abram start on row 11. Then we've got Joshua Pickford and Lawrence Hilton. Shane Collins and Jack Sweeting. Matthew Lear and Scott Smith. Zach Bolton, Zach Fontenue, the two Zachs, spelled differently though, on row 15. And then rounding off 31 carts, we've got Thomas Burchard, but I'm not sure if we've got 31 is actually taken to the track. No, Nick, we'll just have to wait for them to file through. Yeah, they're just making their way around on what is it's damp still, isn't it? It's not wet. We haven't got spray coming from the tyres, so that is a damp track rather than a wet track.
Oh, someone's pulled off already. Didn't like it. Too wet.
So we've got 30 carts according to the timing screen, and we had 31. So someone hasn't come out. We've had that pretty much all day, haven't we?
Yeah.
So Sam Elliott's job is to bring the field round, start bunching up now as they go through Luna. They will bunch up nicely out of Luna. The wet seemingly having an effect on our reception quality there, Nick. Oh, and is that rain falling in front of the camera there?
That's sort of rain's coming
where
now.
Scotty is.
It's all the rain.
I think we're going to get another lap though, Nick. Okay. We're going to get another lap, and that's probably advisable. We've got a cart off there, that's why. Yeah, the number 59 has rolled to a halt. And we'll be getting... and that's Marty Gilfillan. Marty, she has had a bit of an up-and-down day, or up-and-down weekend here at Three Sisters. And Marty has oiled up, and her engine has stopped. Maybe a bit of water getting into it because the water is increasing. Sam Elliott continues his job of bringing the field around, getting some heat into those wet tyres, I think. You do get heat into the wet tyres, even though it is cold. They do work up to their temperature, and you do feel it when they do come on to temperature as well, even in the wet conditions. It's incredible how much grip you get from treaded tyres in comparison to slick tyres, which give you no grip at all. And it'd certainly be a massive struggle if we were out on slick tyres at the moment, because rather than just being damp, it is beginning to get wet, proper wet. Here we go then. Let's see if Sam can bring the field round. The number 44 starting on the pole position, and he gets into a little bit of a jink in the seat just to help the engine pick up there. And it looks like he's fallen into second. No, he hasn't. He's got a great line through the first turn, but he has to yield going into the left-hand part. He slots into second there. Who's that in the front?
He's facing backwards. No, someone was facing backwards. Turn right round. That must be quite nerve-wracking. We'll look at that in a second once this is settled. We won't look at it settled. Okay. So it's a 2.77 and Max Zanetti leading from the 44 of Sam Elliott.
Yeah, Zanetti had the line coming. He just sat round on the outside of Sam Elliott, didn't he? And he had the ideal line for the left-hand part of the S's. Here they come then to complete lap number 1. Zanetti, it will be leading across the line. Sam Elliott. First of the Masters is Sam. He crosses the line in second place. We've got Dan Milner, Sean Rudge, Andy Collinson in 5th, Jake Davis, Alex Jones, Archie Elliott, and Tim Darlow. Tim in 9th with Ben Hitch coming through in that 10th spot.
Yep. Interesting. Kart's finding plenty of grip, even though it is now pretty much properly wet. It's not, the spray. The tyres are producing spray. We've had consistent rain. We've got at least rain for another hour. Joe says we've got rain the rest of the afternoon. And they fly. Oh, facing the wrong way. Picked up. That is the 17. Yeah. Dan Milner facing the wrong way. It's not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, caused some problems for karts around him as well, didn't it? With karts going onto the grass as well to avoid him. Meanwhile, it's Zanetti still leading Sam Elliott in second.
What happened there?
Yeah,
Come in.
just hit the curb. He just hit the curb, didn't he?
Yeah. All gone horribly wrong there. I expected he scored here in 27th place, and he was running in third. So he'll be kicking himself for that regardless of anything else that happens. Right, they come round now. It looks like they're just into the middle of the field there. We're currently looking at the 18, and that is the fourth place, Tim Darlow, with 54, Archie Elliott behind him. So Darlow, husband of our starter Sarah.
No, she's our grid marshal.
Oh, she's our grid marshal,
Yeah,
not officially the
starters.
starter.
Yeah,
Oh,
starters the other side. Oh, there's somebody off into the countryside.
yeah, no, they got that's someone with a big clean-up operation during lunchtime.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
gonna
car's
be
covered in mud.
Covered in mud.
Oh.
Yeah. 5 minutes remaining then in the final heat before the lunch break. It's the 177s. Their fifth time on track this weekend. And it's Zanetti and Elliott who started on the front row and controlling the pace as they come underneath us once again. Zanetti, Elliott. The number 40 is Sean Rudge, and then behind them is this gaggle here, led around by Tim Darlow, Archie Elliott and Ben Hitch. Tim is the second of our masters. Now Sean Rudge just ahead of Tim there, just slipping and sliding around. That left-hander before Luna is really tricky. It's very, very fast, of course, and just gauging just how much speed you can carry in there, catching some of our drivers out. Into turn one now, same here as well. You've got to keep it tight in at the exit of the first turn.
It looks very, very sensible, doesn't it? You kind of snake round there. Once you kind of lose the extra confidence in the grip, they're all much prepared to just follow a leader through there. Looking at the battle here, fourth and fifth, as once again Hitch tries to get around the outside of Paddock, Ben up the inside, trying to switch back. Darlow having none of it.
Yeah, they're beginning to bottle up behind as well and trip over one another. There's been some changes there in the order. Out of Luna then, and across the line, it'll be 3 laps completed. Zanetti still leading. Zanetti, the fastest driver on the track at the moment, with fastest lap times there. Into turn one.
Round they go. So, today from Elliott, from Rudge, from Darlow. Hitch is currently scored 5th. There's the top 2 underneath us. .44 from the 40, which is second place at the moment. This is the Elliott-Rudge battle, just flashing underneath him is our leader. Zanetti. And coming through now. This is the kind of what will go through like a kind of a procession, don't they? There's no real reaction to try and do things through those S's in this wet conditions. Rain still coming down quite heavily.
Yeah, track beginning to evolve into what I would call full wet, with spray coming off the tyres now. We are still 2 minutes away from any sign of any checkered flag being unfurled, so still plenty of time for things to develop. Sean Rudge still holding off Tim Darlow. And there they come side by side through Luna. Darlow on the number 41, is that? No, that's Ben Hitch. Tim Darlow's on the 18. It's Sean Rudge on the... So the 44 is Sam Elliott. So that's the 44 of Sam Elliott and Sean Rudge.
Yeah.
Now coming onto the rear bumper of Sam. Sam started on the front row.
Yeah, so Netti's away by almost 2 seconds. They look so slow, don't they, in the wet coming down that,
yeah, they
that,
do.
that
Absolutely
last final chicane. Double kind of turn there by the 40 of Sean Rudge. The second one, he's the white helmet, because they're all kind of like quite white colour, with the white helmet against the multicoloured red and blue helmet. And the 40 now looking to get a little bit more drive, pick up second place from Sam Elliott. Elliott using good kart position to stop that, but now it should be. We've seen these inside runs seem to provide extra grip. Not this time instantly. Now he got the inner run grip.
Yeah.
And through goes Rudge.
Usually the outside line gives you a bit more traction, but Sam found himself out there. He couldn't do anything about it. He just had to go with it, didn't he? That allowed Sean Rudge through. And across the line there, there are 2 more laps to go. I think they'll get round in time, Nick, on seeing that 53-second lap time from the leader, Matt Zanetti. Was right on the cusp of that, wasn't it? So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on the clock. Tell you how much we've got left. But Sean Rudge pulling away from Sam Elliott now. As we come...
20 seconds. Yeah, you're right. 20 seconds to go. So they're actually going to... Oh, it's touch and go is actually going to get round or not.
Yeah, it is going to be. Yeah.
13. I think they might just clip another lap, or they might just not. I'm pretty sure they want to not clip another lap, if I'm honest with you. It's probably one of those times I'd rather not have an extra lap. Yeah, they're going to just do it. It's going to be another lap just, so we're going to have 2 more after this. 57 he went over in. That was Zanetti. So 2 more laps to go.
Yeah, it is 2 more laps.
And that'll be our lunch break. I know obviously the other things are important, but lunch break's important.
And the Paddock Show.
Paddock Show.
Stay tuned, as they say.
Which was recorded in the dry.
It was. We recorded it yesterday afternoon, just before the heats. We get there's a few interesting interviews. They're all interesting.
Oh, very
interviews.
well done. 174 there. Andy Collinson, nice move outside of Hitch there. They actually did get past Darlow as well, I think, didn't they? I think Collinson's made 2 places in this one. So Collinson now moves up to 4th, Joe. So he's made a real movement in the penultimate lap.
That's a cracking drive from Andy. Up and ahead of Tim Darlow. So into 4th place for the LRG driver. Andy, no stranger to Three Sisters, one of the tracks he races at regularly, I would think. And he has been racing in the Super 1 Championship this year. Meanwhile, towards the front, we've got Matt Zanetti, who, once he got ahead at the start, got ahead of Sam Elliott, pulled out a gap. They will be heading towards the checkered flag to take the 5th heat for the 177s. Let's see if we can pick him up. We're just checking out the leader now is the number 277. Just making his way around, and if anything, Nick, it looks like Sean Rudge has closed the gap there, but
he's only got
not close
straight
enough
to go.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
This one, strangely unspectacular for such a wet race.
Yes, it was very sensible though.
You've got these older, the bigger, older, more mature guys going, do you know what? I think I must just much rather get my cart home in one piece. Thank you very much, everybody.
So I don't have a bill to pay.
Yes, I'm going to save all my money.
Yes.
So that was the last one. The Rotax, not the last one before lunch. It's the Heat 5 of 177. Won by Matt Zanetti. Sean Rudge was 2nd. Sam Elliott was 3rd. Andy Collison was 4th. It was Tim Darlow in 5th. Ben Hitch in 6th. Then it was Jake Davis, Alex Jones, Archie Elliott and Scott Smith that takes the 10th. Then Zach Bolton 11th. Liam Debman, Chris Abraham, Shane Collins, Alfred Williams, Josh Pickford, Cole Edwards, Josh Howard, Dan Miller, Paul Moran and Will Milner. And then Lawrence Hilton, Matthew Lear, Thomas Burchard, Des Trajak, Rob Simpson, Dan Millwood, Jack Sweeney and Nathan Chafer. Chafer didn't take part again, Joe. So it went wrong with Chafer's car.
Where was Chafer? Chafer, another non-start.
No, he must have started.
Incredible.
No, he must have started and then not continue because you don't get counted by the time.
Yeah, he's crossed the line, hasn't he?
He's had 2 disasters. So this is an event he's going to need to chuck away. That is it for us for lunchtime. I'm not sure what shot Ash has decided to give us. He's not giving us the collecting area. It won't be when we come back. Anyway, doesn't matter. Right, so it is time to enjoy, and I use that word lightly, the Paddock Show, and that was done by what somebody's called Joe and me. So we'll be back with you at about half an hour, but so about 10 minutes after the Paddock Show ends, but we don't quite know exactly when it'll be. But enjoy this because it'll be lots and lots and lots of fun. Well, hello and welcome to Three Sisters and round 5, the penultimate round of the NKC 2024, and it's going to be a fast one, Joe.
It is fastest track on the calendar for 2024. Three Sisters in the northwest of England. It's going to be intense and dramatic as ever, I think.
With a chance the weather might play a part. Who knows? We're near Manchester. It's bound to rain, it seems to me. And also, well, really, really spectacular action.
Yeah, I mean, all right, we're at the penultimate round of the overall season. We're at the second round of the Northern Cup. We've already concluded our Southern Cup. But I think everybody that I've spoke to in the paddock have got it in their mind, and they're looking at overall championship. That's the accolade. Yes, the Southern Cup's a great one to win. The Northern Cup likewise. But I think the season-long protagonists are looking towards these two rounds to maximise their points haul. Taking them into the final round at Warden Law. When's that? Next month? And they want a solid race here. So I think, you know what, Nick? I think people are going to be a bit more, dare I say it, circumspect? Or are they?
Well, we will find out. But first of all, this man is going to find out what the paddock thinks of Three Sisters.
Carrying the number 10 in senior Rotax, as a young driver that I got to know 2 or 3 years ago. This isn't the young driver, this is his dad, Peter Kettle. The young driver in question is Max Kettle. Now, Peter, we met, was it 3 or 4 years ago that we met?
It's at least 3 years ago.
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
You came to Warden Law to get Max, your son, involved in karting, and the reason you wanted to get him involved in karting is surrounding is Max has got a unique condition, hasn't he?
Yeah, so he has something called selective mutism, which is, it's not really well known. It's not many people actually know anything about it, but basically he has a phobia of talking and being involved with, and so team sport, particularly like where he played cricket for a while, very difficult for him because he's got to talk. There's a person on both ends of the pitch and you've got to talk to each other, very difficult. So karting, it sort of was his idea. He wanted to try it out, and obviously we came down with you, and he got into a kart. As soon as he got in, that was my bank balance going down because I had to then buy him a kart. But no, it's, I think for him, being in a helmet on a track in his kart on his own, doing what he wants to do, really helped him, and he's gone from strength to strength with it as well. And I think thanks to karting, really, he's come on so well. And now, I mean, he talks to more people now, and he's challenging himself, which is great. And I mean, we've joined obviously Hunter Motorsport initially, great team with Reese and that. Still, he was in that area where he didn't want to talk to people. It's very hard. So we decided to move him into. We were British last year. We decided to move him into another team, into Sam Pollock's Racing, and thought, let's see how it works there, and let's give him a mechanic. Let me pull away a little bit and let him get involved and get a mechanic. And it came on really well. So he was really, they had a good relationship with the mechanics. He spoke to people. He felt more comfortable. I wouldn't say he was parting with them or anything, but again, it's really helped. And yeah, so I think it's thanks to you, obviously, and karting. It's really, I think he's come on so well, and he's growing up into, a better individual.
I played a very small part in that, Peter. I just introduced you to a bank manager, didn't I? I mean, I understand where, from Max's perspective, the solitary aspect of the sport. It's just you and the kart and you and the track, and I kind of get that. But what intrigued me was, and I've seen, let's call it Max's journey, and what I saw was there was going to be a need for him to communicate to you, to his mechanic, to his driver coach, and he did. He responded to that, didn't he? And I think that's a positive towards this sport.
Yes, no, definitely. I think, as you say, when you're driving a kart and something's wrong with it, and you've got to speak to your mechanic and tell him what's going on. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to fix the issue or help you along the way. So, although it is a solitary place when you're in the kart, when you're out, you've really got to know what's going on, and you've got to say to your mechanic, "This is what's not happening," or "I need you to do that," so, sort of thing. So I think it's definitely helped him a lot, and he absolutely loves the sport. I mean, he wants to become an F1 driver like any other boy, but we all know how challenging that is. And from our side, we've, as I say, we came a long way doing British and what have you, but now this year we're doing the NKC, which has been brilliant for us because we're doing it as father and son back to where we started, and we sort of slightly different and enjoying it.
I was going to ask you, I remember you doing the British, I remember you doing the UKC. So what's brought you to the NKC? What was that attraction?
Well, there's two things really. I think one of the big things is cost. We spent a hell of a lot of money doing the British last year. I mean, it's not cheap. You know, the tyres and all those sort of things. And then this year I just said, look, let's get some of the money back. Let's do something let's not stop karting. Let's continue, but let's do a series that's a little bit more affordable and enjoyable. And to be honest with you, this is our second round of the NKC. We've done the last one and this one, and he's absolutely loved it. And I've enjoyed it. And the people around, for instance, I was coming back from the dummy grid earlier, and Max had to go off. And somebody else helped me pull the cart because it was getting heavy, and they saw it. So there's a great camaraderie around the people within the paddock as well, which I found really good. You don't get that in all of the series, I don't think. Yeah,
the intensity we leave on the track here, don't we? And in the paddock, it's friendly. I mean, all right, from what I've seen of Max, it's a very small snapshot. But from you as his dad, I suppose when you look at it take a step back and look at, the sport and participating in karting, where is Max now in comparison to where he was 3 or 4 years ago?
Oh, he's way ahead of where he was. I mean, after the first season that he did, which was more of the local rounds in Warden Law, he had an accident. I think it was the second race, and that really knocked him. I felt it knocked him a little bit with his confidence. It was quite a bad one, and it wrote off his first kart, which obviously wasn't good for me. But no, he's come a long way. I mean, with Reese really helped him the first year with UKC. He started off really at the back of the grid with UKC, but we challenged ourselves to do something that we, to see how we go. But by the end of the season, of that UK season, the first one we did, he was, halfway through. He wasn't at the back anymore. Yeah. So he really brought himself on. And it's the same last year again with the British. Again, we just wanted to really challenge and go for that, see what he can do. And again, he started near the back of the first. We weren't qualifying for the finals, but by mid-season, we were qualifying for the finals. We were up there, and we finished halfway down the table. So, I think he's really developed well. And the more we practice, obviously, the better he gets. Yeah. So,
yeah. Well, Warden Law for the final round. We'll see you there, Peter. Yep. Thanks for talking to us. It's a great story, I think, for Max and Peter. And it's also, the stereotypical sort of dad and lad sport. It's sharing that time with your son, with your father, that I think in later life, when he looks back, he'll relish this point. And the sun's shining here at Three Sisters, which is always great. Thanks for joining us, Peter, as ever. Another new driver greets us here at Three Sisters for the 5th round of the NKC. Shane Collins. Shane, congratulations on your Super 1 championship. And I've got to say, everybody at the NKC, delighted to have you here in the 177 class.
Thank you.
What brought you exactly to the NKC?
Well, it's obviously the grid. It's massive for 177. Mm-hmm. So, and high level of competition. And yeah, Louis just said to us if we wanted to, he had some spare tyres left over from Wilton, so he said that we could tag along if we wanted to.
Right, so are you in for the final 2 rounds of the Northern Cup?
Yeah, should be.
Yeah. Different tyre here in the NKC, the Maxis. How does that shape up in comparison to the tyres you used in the other series?
Well, no, Super 1 we use Maxis as well.
Oh, really? Is that right? All right, so no difference whatsoever then, you're at home. You've obviously haven't come here to come second, have you?
Well, I think the competition here is a lot more competitive than it was at Super 1. All right. And I think the driver's very experienced at the front, so it's do the best we can, really.
So actually, Shane, in fairness to you, it's the bigger grid, the more competitive grid, that has attracted you to come here to the NKC then?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, so you're a bit crazy in the head then?
Yeah.
Not just a glory hunter?
No. Yeah. Just the grids.
It makes sense. A lot of people say that. What you like at Three Sisters?
Yeah, it's a good track. I was here for around a Teesside Winter Series at the start of the year and had some good battles, to be fair, with some of the lads that are at the front of this championship. Yeah. So, yeah, times were a lot faster today than they were at that round, but hopefully we can just do the best we can.
Who are you looking out for, Shane? You've obviously done your research. Who are you going to be looking out for? And especially considering we have mixed grids here, so it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
I think, to be honest, it's not really something you really think of to put your focus on someone, and you can't really make yourself a plan either. You just got to go and make the best of the situation that you're put into.
Yeah. Whoever's in front of you, you've got to overtake.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Simple plan for Shane Collins. Good luck, Shane. It's great to have you here. Absolute delighted to see you on the entry list. Shane Collins, everybody. NKC this season has been, as ever, as dramatic as it can be. And a man at the forefront of that drama is this fella here, Harrison Crook. Harrison, it's been quite an intense season so far. 2 rounds to go. Here we are in the paddock at Three Sisters. I'm expecting that intensity and that drama to continue. Are you?
Hopefully, see how interesting we can make it, and hopefully we come away with a win finally. And if not, then we'll see how many points we can scrape together.
Yeah, I mean, all right. When you're out there, when you've got mixed grids, can you think of a championship in those moments?
You've got to do it, I think, towards the end of the season. At the start of the year, it's kind of you go for whatever you can get. You make up as many places as possible, because obviously the more places you make up, the further forward you start for the final. And we've been all right with that through the first 3 rounds, starting on the front row at most rounds. It's just the final we've been unlucky, sadly.
So you're telling me that Harrison Crook, when he sees that gap and he thinks maybe or maybe not, thinking about the championship's going to come into your mind, is it?
Oh, if it's last lap, I'm going to go for it. No matter what. It's a win's a win. We don't come here to finish second, do we? So it should be good.
Your team that you're with, TH Corsa, you're having quite a cracking season, I would say, aren't you?
Yeah, we're doing really good so far. We're strong in 177 juniors. Lucas Howe's doing really well, leading the championship at the moment. Yeah. So really strong performance from the team this year. So it's doing really well. What's
the atmosphere like in there? I mean, do you get a bit of pressure from the people pushing you on, the people putting your car together?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Like Lewis Halliday, the team owner, is always on to me about doing as best as possible, and he always reminds me we're not here to finish second. So we're always trying to do our best to improve. But everyone has a good laugh in there. It's the most important thing. We're all here to have fun. So it should be good.
What kart are you on, by the way? I never really ask anybody that one.
I'm currently on an energy go-kart. I used to drive the Cosmic back in 2022, I think, when I'd done the guest round at Wilton Mill with Louis and Phil at Wilton. And then I moved to the energy starter last year, and I've loved it ever since.
There was something I was going to ask you. There was that sort of team spirit. There was a point sometime in the season, and I can't remember when, that there was some engines got swapped around or something to help each other out. Yeah. Was that you who borrowed another competitor's engine? Was that? Am I thinking that right?
I don't think we haven't borrowed any. We do switch ours around in the team quite a bit. Right. Whoever's doing the best will make sure that they have got the best opportunity they can. Right, okay. It's always important. Venator really helped us out. Really looked after us this year, so we really thank big helpful from Reese and Kai back at the workshop. So they really helped us out this year.
Yeah, they're going to really need to help you out at Three Sisters. Yeah, it's all about the motor here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. If this is where the track where you realise if you've got a good engine or not, really shows down the straight. So we'll find out for the races.
I've never actually raced on this configuration of track. I raced on the very old configuration, but this track looks like it hasn't got any slow bits. The slowest bit, the chicane, is fast as hell.
Yeah. No, like everywhere is pretty much flat out here. You're flat out a long time. You get a nice break down the straight, but even you say like down the hill is such a fast part of the track, and it's where you make up the most time. It's where we're trying to crack on to some of our other drivers about being quick down the hill, because we're comparing it to other people, and it's where they're losing most of their time. Wow. So it's all about whether you have got the ability and the confidence in the car to go down that hill.
Right. What's Harrison Crook going to be happy with tomorrow afternoon?
A win, hopefully.
Absolutely. Yeah. I wouldn't have expected any other answer. Thanks, mate. Best of luck. Have a good one. All of the classes in the NKC are not necessarily about winning a podium position, because we've got battles and races all the way down the order. And Archie Hardiman here, running the 96 in junior Rotax. Archie, looking back on this season, it's kind of been like a bit of a seesaw, a roller coaster kind of season for you.
Yeah, it's been a up and down season. We've had highs at like the last round, but start of the year it was all over the shop. But it's the 3rd year doing it, and we've seen improvements every year. So
you've actually only been racing karts for 3 years?
Yeah, 3 years in total, and we went straight into nationals. Never did any club racing. So
right.
Yeah.
And is this a Lando Norris kart? Is that what that is? An LN?
No, it's an Esprit kart, but it's powder coated in neon yellow with LN design on.
All right, okay. You see, you people do that to me, those commentators. We think it's a Lando Norris. You're here with your dad. What's your dad's name?
Simon Ardman.
So your dad Simon and I've just come across you fettling your own kart. Is that down to just you and your dad putting it on the track?
Yeah, everything's down to me and Dad. So it's everything from preparing the kart to come here, setting it up when we're here, and everything on track that goes wrong, it's all down to us. So,
is there an element of blame then if it all goes wrong, or do you lose as a team and win as a team? Of course, the mechanic gets it, doesn't he?
I'd say I've grown up a bit since I started and take a bit more blame, but most of the time it's on him. So,
did your dad race? Simon, did you race? So, the way that you can get around that is, Dad, I'm sorry, but it's the intensity of when I come in and having, just been putting it off. Is this something that you enjoy? I mean, we talk about dad and lad racing, and it really is what you guys are doing.
Yeah, it's the atmosphere really. Like we're with some mates, they do lad and dad racing as well, and it's a world of your own basically, because you're not here to compete against all the big teams. You're here to have a bit of fun and race against your mates really. So yeah.
And it's as long as you finish in front of your mates.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
So who are your mates, Archie? Who am I looking out for?
So we've got Adam Catlin in senior Rotax and Severi, number 32 in junior Rotax.
Right, yeah.
But yeah.
So as long as you finish ahead of where they finished, you're happy?
Yeah, that's the main thing.
We're here at Three Sisters. You've been here before?
Yeah, last year, first round last year we come here. It wasn't the best of rounds, but we made it to the end. So, but this year we look on the pace at the moment. So.
What's it like? I used to love racing this track because it's so fast. You never slow down. What's your thoughts of it?
I used to hate the track, to be fair, but we've gone well this weekend, and I love how fast it is. I love how flowy it is, but you don't really have to use the brakes, so that's the main. That's the fun part. So.
And your dad's put you a good car together, clearly.
Yeah, I'd like to say so. Yeah.
Shh, sorry, I've just hexed you, haven't I? Yeah, I've noticed you're running a time motor as well.
Yeah, Dan Holland's engine.
Yeah. So that's going to give you a lot of waft, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only done 15 hours. So
have you noticed how I'm ticking off the excuses you can use here?
I can't use anymore.
Archie, I think as long as you go out there, doesn't matter where you're racing, mate. Some of the best races I ever had were for 20th, and that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Midfield fight, that's where the most fun is. So that's what we're here to do.
Archie, Simon, have a great weekend here at the NKC. Choosing your favourite class in the NKC is a bit like choosing your favourite child, but I think I'm going to stick my neck out here. My favourite class is maybe the TKM class. Single-cylinder, air-cooled motor, the sort of engine that I started karting on many years ago. So kind of my heart does go to this class of racing. And I've got to say, if any of the other classes, not just in the NKC, in the world of karting, want to see how to race without knocking each other off, have a look at the NKC's TKM class. And Samuel King here, carrying the number 16 this weekend. Samuel, you heard what I've just said there. I always use you guys in this TKM class in the NKC as an example of just how you can race. Yeah. And it's hard to put my finger on why that is and how you guys manage to do that.
I don't know, it's just we're all fair to each other, where some classes are a bit more ruthless, right, and the engines are a lot more similar, where Rotax's X30s you can all get different engines, same as TKM, but they're a lot more even than...
There's a card gonna shift us out of the way. Come on through. It's all right. It's a busy paddock here, as you would imagine, in Three Sisters. Do you think it has anything to do with the dimensions of the kart? Because the TKM's a slightly narrower kart, but I mean it's only centimetres, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like the karts are a lot more direct, and they can I don't know how to explain it, but they can turn in a lot more. You can get better racing out of it, and it's all just fun, really, because we all just come here for fun, where some people come here to compete, and TKM's one big family, to be honest.
Yeah,
so.
I actually agree. I think it's mental state, isn't it?
Yeah.
And a respect for your other drivers.
Yeah.
We're here at Three Sisters. What sort of speed are we hitting going into turn one? Because this has got to be the fastest track in the country, hasn't it, at this point? Any idea?
I've hit 71 today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're usually in around the normal tracks. We're usually in like 64, 65.
Right.
But in tow, it's crazy around here, the tow. You can just drive up to people from miles back. I've hit 71.
So 71 miles per hour going into turn one, not necessarily at the start, but certainly on lap two. Yeah. How do you manage to to hang on to that then through that turn? Because you're barely slowing down, aren't you?
Yeah, you're trying to keep the momentum through the corner just so you don't lose too much speed, but you're barely on the brakes around here. There's only 2 or 3 braking points around here.
Right.
So it's not that hard going into the corner. You just have to tackle it hard and then roll into it, and then it'll ping you off the corner perfectly. But I'm not too quick this weekend, so it's not.
Pressure's off, you mean?
Yeah, pressure.
In comparison to other tracks, without giving too much away, Sam, what's the difference setup-wise to Three Sisters to say Wilton Mill?
Wilton Mill is tight, twisty, all the above really. So you don't really, with these, you have a lower sprocket to get the straight line speed and keep the momentum. The front ends changes, rear width changes, so it all just depends on the track really.
Yeah.
But Three Sisters is dead straight pretty much.
Right, and is Three Sisters a unique setup to everywhere else?
Yeah, it's different.
Right.
A lot different.
Right.
I don't think I've ran this setup all year, to be fair.
Who's prepping the cart with you?
That man right there.
What's his name?
Carl King, my dad.
Yeah, I was going to say it's your dad, known as Dad. Yes. Carl, have you raced before, Carl? No.
Only his brother.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So another dad and lad example here at the NKC, and it's got to be the way forward. Sam, enjoy your weekend here at Three Sisters. I know you guys and girls are going to race really well because the TKMs, that's what they do. And here's to a great race. Thank you, mate.
Hello, everybody. We appear to be back.
Yeah, we are back, and it's Junior Rotax Heat number 5 that is out on track at the moment. Leo Basterfield leading the field round, Michael Ambler alongside. Then we've got George Kay and Archie Hardiman on second row. Third row is Jacob Aston and Daniel Armour. Jensen Hookie and Elliot Surtees share row 4. Ksauri Viserek and Nathan Travers on row 5. Got Will Swills and Dylan Morton next. Then we've got Tom Holden and Samuel Aston. Hookie Garthwaite starts 15th with Harry Hadley alongside. And then we've got on row 9, we've got Harvey Williams and Jacob Anslow. Row 10, Jay Leviton and Sam Mott. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Barnaby Grubb are next up. Row 12, Freddie Wellock and Sam Green Gomez. Jamie Cookbride and Lincoln Bevan are next. And then rounding off a 28-cart field for this 5th heat, we have Frank Ward and Joshua Whitcomb. What I can tell you, since we took our lunch break, is the rain has continued to come down, falling from the sky, and now we've got a wet track.
Bloody miserable out there.
Yeah, it is.
In the world of... You did say that all they want is a consistent track. Well, you give them a consistently unpleasant track, so well done.
Well, you know what? Yes, I'd rather have that, what we've got now, than having what we had earlier, where it's either wet to dries, hero to zero, zero to hero. You burn off a set of wets on a drying track. Yeah, we don't want that. This is full wet now. And you can tell that because look at the spray, the plumes of spray coming off those rear axles are a big indication of where we are with track conditions.
And we're about to get underway for the Rotax Heat 5, and it's spray all the way at Wigan and Three Sisters. And there they go. And it's going round
another
again.
one. We're giving them another one around.
There's been an awful lot of starts called off today.
You know what, Nick? When you're in the middle of that pack and you sort of all that spray that you are in amongst, you've got all of that water on your visor. You can see very, very little. And you've got to keep moving to get the water to flow off your visor. And you're just looking at your peripheral. You're looking at glimmers of colour out of your visor, and hopefully you're going to see something that you'll get your bearings on. And you're listening to the engines around. Sometimes you can't even see your braking point. You're just hearing everybody else braking ahead of you, and so you brake at hopefully the same time. And then it all clears up as you lower your speed and there's less spray comes off the wheels. So it's quite dramatic in there, but I'd still rather be in there than Saturday.
Would you?
Yeah.
What, for 3 laps?
Well, I don't mean now. I mean,
Oh, then, obviously, yeah.
Then? Yeah, I'd need 3 laps and then I'd be into the pits for oxygen. I could carry an oxygen tank with me, couldn't I?
Well,
actually, we need scuba tanks.
You're already touching the edge of the weight limit without the oxygen tank.
You have to have a different category for me.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Rotax, blimey.
Yeah, I'd be in the 210 kilogram category.
Are they going to get underway? Come on, chaps. Go. And
here we go.
Gone.
3 wide, Nick, behind the
Can't
leader
read the numbers
there.
anymore.
Yeah, can't see anything. Into turn 1. Let's see if everybody can make it through. And then into the S's and on and up the valley.
Oh, it's a bit of scuffling. So the leader's got away quite nicely there. It's 119. It is Leo Basterfield's taken the lead. And they sweep down the hill. And who's going to be scored in second? It's the 10, is it? That's Will Swales from 7th from 8th. So Swales has been up to 6 positions. It's the 19 of don't know. So that's a... Yeah, well, let's look at the line again for the second time, and we'll get an idea.
Yeah, I noticed Black Basterfield is with Guy Cunnington Racing this weekend, and he had a cracking first heat yesterday afternoon.
I want you to explain something to me. What does with Guy Cunnington Racing means? It means he's left his previous awning and joined a different awning, or is it the first time in the awning? And is that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where it. I didn't notice, or I can't remember whether Basterfield has been with Guy Cunnington Racing before, but he's certainly with Guy Cunnington Racing this time. He's in their awning. Guy is not here this weekend. He's up in Warden Law in the Rotax Festival, the RMC event. So, but the other team members are more than adequate. We've got the carts are under safety car, or have we got a red flag? We've got the Battenberg.
We've got a Battenberg.
Well, did I say safety car?
That would be quite fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
safety card.
Battenberg.
Do you know why we got a Battenberg?
I don't know. I do not know. We've got Leo Basterfield going very slowly. It's half racing speed under a Battenberg, and that's a lot lower than half racing speed. But we've got an incident on track that we're trying to clear up. And consternation behind as everybody tries to file into single file order. Yellow flags flying. Got a cart off on driver's right on the start-finish straight. We've got people still shuffling about, not happy with
where they are
perceived to be.
Just so you know, Will Swells is not in 6th place. Will Swells is in 2nd. That should, hopefully, when they go across the line, the second correct itself.
It's got George Kay in 2nd place.
No, but Will Swells is down with no laps in 6th place. It's car 10, very obviously there. Okay. Should settle itself out next time they go around.
Yeah, I've got mine. That's updated.
I'm not sure there's water in the...
So Battenberg flag means effectively the leader has to act as kind of a safety car-esque kind of thing and control the pace. And it's Leo Basterfield's job to do that. Will Swill. So it's Guy Cunnington Racing versus Coles Racing.
And green immediately.
And we are straight under green. We've recovered that cart and we get things underway. We neutralised the field, and the field can now go on and continue racing. The clock continued to tick, and we have 5 minutes to go.
So it still Swells in 2nd. And as you can see, 1st and 2nd dropping down through the valley and into the final chicane. Basterfield just ahead with the green and the orange machine, and behind him that 10 cart. He moves defensive in the wet. Remember, the wet lines are not the same as the dry lines. You want to get onto part of the track that's not covered in rubber. Though I'm not quite sure how rubber any of this circuit would be, given we've had so much rain over the last couple of days.
Well, I'm noticing, Nick, that the conventional line seems to be the line of attack here, as Will Swills down the inside into the left-hand part of Luna. They then turn swiftly right, and it's Will Swills that will lead across the line this time. It'll be 3 laps completed and a change of lead for the first time since we started. Will Swills leads. Basterfield is in 2nd. Jens Noki right on his bumper there. Harvey Williams, George Kay, Tom Holden, Jacob Aston, Archie Harneman, Freddie Willock and Nathan Travers.
Didn't Basterfield get off the top 10? Past him again, though?
He has indeed. I look up from the top 10 run down and it's changed.
Out, and then drop down the hill.
Never read things out in a kart race.
Never read anything. Apart from, don't read instructions, that's for sure. Anyway, so slightly defensive there by the 119 of Basterfield. You can see it's the 33 of Jensen Hookie's joined them in the all-orange cart. And they are now already really wet and quite damp and feeling quite a bit... Not feeling too cold. It's not like it is if it's raining at Gleneagles in February, but it's still not massively pleasant.
No, it's not, and it's gone chilly as well. It's the rain has brought a change in temperature. As we come across the line, then it'll be 4 laps completed. It's Guy Cunnington Racing, Coles Racing and Mason Perrin Racing. That's your top 3. And they fan out behind them. There's still there's a lot going on for 4th place as well. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars.
First and second are side by side. They were side by side. They went into the first part of the downhill there. They now come through underneath us, and it's a move there. And once again, Swells takes the lead, sweeping by through Paddock Turn.
Yeah, Paddock Turn again, the conventional line on the inside of Paddock Turn. They have to then take the left hand, 2 double apex curbs, clipping both curbs there through a little bit of an S onto the Rogerson Straight and then into Luna. And they're being joined by Harvey Williams in 4th place, making this 3-cart lead battle into a 4-cart lead battle. As Swills pulls away, though, look at the gap he's pulled already. Let's see where it is across the line. First time leading across the line, and Will Swills leading by 6/10 of a second.
Looks like a change there, moving out and wide was Holden, but I think he may have got both there.
He's has
gone right round the outside of Basterfield. Basterfield desperately hanging on to 3rd, and Hookie is in 4th. So that was a great move there round the outside by Holden into 2nd position. And now he's got to go and try and chase after Swells in the lead.
That's the 2 teammates on the
squeezing the 33 of Hookie there. And who's joined in the back of it? Oh dear, is that coming together between 5 and 6? No harm, no foul, both still pointing in the right direction. But they come round. In the gloom sometimes, it's quite hard to pick up the number, isn't it, Joe?
It's impossible to pick up the number in the gloom. Look at the card colours, I think, is where we're picking them out. Here we go then.
Oh, big accident. Big accident. Is someone underneath? Or are they all okay? They're all out, aren't they? They're all okay.
The drivers are out.
Drivers are all okay. It's a lot of money, but they're all okay.
We've got some very bent cartage there.
That's our pole man from the first race, Green Gomez. That is written off.
Yeah, that's a very bent chassis. That it's very rare we see that. We've got a...
They Battenberg him again.
Yeah, red flag. Got a red flag.
Oh, it's gone crazy there.
We've got a red flag and we've got carts that have ground to a halt here. I'm not sure what on earth
and
these drivers are doing.
33? That Jensen Hookie's hurt himself.
I think we saw the red flag, and I think these drivers have not been sure about what to do under a red flag.
Yeah, they're stopping outside the collecting area rather than stopping on the start-finish straight. They've not been briefed properly or read the briefing properly.
Yes, yeah.
So the lad, unfortunately, the 33 guy, there's been a coming together at the front. The 33, which is Jensen Hookie's hurt his wrist. I can see that. The accident itself, I think, looked like no one got too badly hurt. I don't know if can you... Is that, yeah, just... Can you give us a bit of a zoom in on the accident, Scott? Scott. There we go. Yeah, we can have that shot because everyone's fine on that one, so that's okay. So we're on you at the moment because everyone's okay on that one. But that is a lot of money. That's expensive and bent. There, the drivers, bits and... Yeah, windy but okay, that's cool. Windy but okay, that's all right.
Just looking a bit sick. How do I explain to Dad about how to repair this?
Unfortunately, the ambulances are beneath us with the 33, and that was coming together during the red flag. Obviously, we're not going to show you those pictures. I'm happy to show you pictures of people who've bent their carts if the people are all right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main thing.
So Green Gomez, that cart is completely... Can you just zoom in on the blue cart, Scotty? Because that, to me, is absolutely written off.
Yeah, that's a completely bent frame, isn't it? Snapped frame at the stub.
Look at that.
Left-hand stub.
That's been a massive coming together. As you say, all three drivers in these carts got out, I think, winded, upset, but physically okay.
The shame of it is, Nick, that cart there, the blue and yellow one, looks irreparable. That's written off. The other one that's lost its front fairing looks like it may have bent the steering column.
That's gone up. He's gone under. I think he's gone underneath something. He's squished himself down. Look, it's squished down.
Yeah, that's the steering column that's broken. I'll be amazed that the chassis not taken a little bit of a twist as well. And then so that's the 193.
And then you got the 11 as well is involved. So you've got Jay Leverton,
Dylan Morton,
and Sam Green Gomez are the three drivers involved in that. It's hard to say what caused that, but it would seem that obviously the cart on the left there went underneath one of the other carts to get that damage. There's damage on the 11 at the back, so you think he probably went underneath the 11, and somehow absolutely written off is the Green Gomez machine, but I've no idea how that happened. Is it raining harder, Ash?
So less than 2 minutes on the clock. The clock stopped there on the screen at 1 minute 40 to go. I'm not sure whether they'll restart this.
Not with a situation with rain and time.
So
and
we had a situation with Basterfield was leading the field across the line the last lap, which I find odd because Will Swales was well ahead, wasn't he? So
that shot is frozen.
Have you muted yourself?
There's a button that says solo. I don't know what it does.
You do know you're the only person who knows how to work all of that.
Well, obviously I don't. What do you think this button does? Because I pressed it thinking it was stopping people going, the picture's frozen.
Just do that.
So these are the other members of the race. I've just been looking ahead. What have they done with the lad who was...
he's been taken away by the medics for a bit of treatment off to the medical centre. The rest of the field sit on the short straight between the chicane and the Paddock bend. We have got officials there on the grid who are about to make a decision as to whether or not we're going to restart this race. It'll be restarted from the order from the previous lap. So I've got the provisional order here.
I think they might be sending him away.
I think they're going in.
They're going in. There's no attempt to order anything out, so I think they are going to...
So we'll wait for the result to be called on that.
It's crazy to think someone's given him a dead...
You don't need to read that out, Nick. We will move swiftly on. It'll be Senior Rotax out next, and it'll be their 6th and final heat for this class. In fact, the final heat's coming up for all of our classes. Those 162 kilogram Senior Rotaxes are already in the collecting area. So if you can give us the collecting area, we'll have a look at the grid. John Hobbs and Martin Bramwell are at the front of the field. They will lead the field round. Jensen Watts and Reese Green are on the second row of the grid. There's the collecting area there. Everybody on wets, of course, it is still very, very wet. Jack Maben, Oliver Atkinson on row 3. Row 4 is Kieran Thompson and Alexander Mazoyan. Ashton French and Mason Perrin round off row 5. Row 6, Tommy Lee Davis and Grace Lee Davis share that. Michael Thompson and Matthew Lambert are on row 7. Row 8, Samuel Hawthorne and George Townsend. Harry Wright and Gregory Akers are on row 9. Row 10 is Jason Duchess and Kel Great. Then got Levi Earl alongside Bobby Rosier. Look out for those two moving through the order. And then Ethan Wyatt likewise. Finley Watson alongside on row 12. Joseph Rippon and Archie Carter. Look out for them on row 13. Row 14 is James Wood and Luke Evans. Then we've got Elliot Barrow, Ben Hingley, moving up from the back of the grid as we have seen him do in the last two. Faraday Arian and Louis Rees round off what is a 32-cart field there in the collecting area. Raincoats and brollies, the order of the day, it looks like, in that...
Raincoats and brollies.
In that collecting area. So we've got another 3 of our heats. It'll be the final heat for Senior Rotax coming up next. Then we've got the 177s with their last heat, and then the 3rd and final heat for the Senior TKM class. We'll then go into a bit of a break. Just a short break, about 15 minutes. Also, while we sort out the grids for the B finals, we've got a B final for all of the Rotax classes. And then we go straight into the A finals for Senior TKM, Senior Rotax 177s, and the last race of the day at round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC will be for the Junior Rotax class.
Yeah, we're way away from this one getting going because they haven't cleared up any of the damaged cars.
Carts. That's £3 you owe the jar.
Do I?
You said car.
Yeah, but you said
I've said car once. You said cars 3 times, so it's 3-1.
Not bad.
3-1.
Not bad. Our swearing competition from Joe and I both realised we were swearing even more than Max Verstappen.
Yeah,
and,
which is something.
And we were packing up from Duncanswell. We had a competition to who would swear the least. Now Joe won. Only it's not very impressive because it was only an hour and he won by 12-9.
And you really let it go at the very end. It was Dunkswell where we were packing up. Yeah, there was something happened. You couldn't get something in a box, and you scored. I scored 3 against you.
It was just
in
F
about,
this, F that, F
in
the
about
other.
in about 2 seconds.
So it isn't just Dutch 3-time world champions who have issues with using a word. It's people who are packing up.
Who have a lack of vocabulary. You mean?
Who are, what else are you going to say if something doesn't go in the box properly, or you hurt yourself packing something up? And apart from it's 4.
Well, let the viewers tell us.
No, let's not. Let's not do that.
No,
this is the weirdest place in the world. It really is.
What for? You mean coverage? You're talking on a technical level, aren't you?
Okay.
Not the weirdest place in the
2
world.
seconds ago, it was doing 4.5 meg. Now it's doing 0.1.
Wow.
Yeah. I know you don't understand what that means, but,
I have no idea what that means.
A few minutes ago, it was good. Now it's bad.
Have we got any comments coming through?
Joe is lovely. No, that's not. Sorry, you wrote that.
That was you who wrote that.
What time will lunch finish is the last comment we have.
All right, okay. Everybody's still at lunch.
No, they were excited watching that several minutes of racing until it all stopped.
Yeah, let's... we're just waiting for the go-ahead from the overall race officials. We've got everybody ready for our next heat.
Oh, here come the damaged and the dead.
Yeah, we'll get a.
You won't because he's having a burger.
Yeah, it's
right. So you need to call the damage you see as it goes past you. So we start off with car numbers 11 at the front.
Right. Who's 19?
19. That was can't see 19.
So
sure, it's 19, not 11.
It's 19, Nick.
Well, there wasn't a 19, so...
Yeah, there was. The number 11, that's Paul Azan pulling the number 11 in. That's had heavy frontal damage as well. That looks like it's got a twisted frame at the front, but I think the worst of it is the number 277. That is a massively twisted frame there. That's a complete write-off.
We're guessing it might be the 191.
Is it the 191, is it?
The 191 is Jacob Aston.
Yeah, Paul just pulling that one in. It looks like the number 11, J. Leviton's cart, not too bad. It might have some bent steering components. But it was the blue and yellow one that we were admiring the livery of earlier on, Nick. Who was that again?
That was Green Gomez, Sam Green Gomez.
Big shame that. That's a new cart needed. That might be the end of his season at this stage of the year.
Gaz is threatening us with stats, by the way.
Go ahead, then. Call them in.
Throw in the stats, Gaz. We are currently filling. So, much have been for the past 3 years.
All right, I'll look these up then and see what stats he's got, because he's gone all American, hasn't he?
He's stat man.
Yes.
He's
just asking. Want some stats? Yes, we do.
Yes, he's turning stats like it's like a baseball.
Go all American
player.
on us. Yeah. How many line yardage?
How many
advances?
times on base has been number 69? Who is 69? By the way?
Yeah, 69 is.
It's on the grid for the next one.
Change the screen now. John Hobbs and Martin Bramwell. That's a Tony cart, the 69.
Yeah, then a Brill cart next.
And that's a Birrell Art and the 93.
Yeah, it would really help. I could read.
That's Jensen Watts.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh,
so
how's he doing today?
Martin Bramwell he's had a bit of an up and down day, hasn't he, Jensen?
Like a piston.
He's with the Racing Perfection team, of course. Racing Perfection Birrell.
Have you seen that thing about Porsche invented a 6-stroke engine?
Yes, I saw that. I tried to work that out.
Could you work it out? I couldn't understand it.
I shared that. That was me who shared
that.
Oh,
right. I couldn't understand that.
I was like, what?
Because it's intake compression, explosion, compression, explosion, exhaust.
Yeah.
And I'm
like
going,
two compression phases.
But you're compressing burnt gas.
And you burn in the first compression, you burn the gas.
Yeah.
But then you compress it a bit more, and then you burn it again.
But isn't it mostly exhaust at that point?
But you've lost that. You're not using that power to push the piston back down on that first ignition.
That is Porsche. They're very clever. And it wasn't April the 1st.
I thought it was in April. Check the date when I read it.
Mm. So, So basically, they said, because obviously 2 strokes, you get 1 power every rotation, and it's 2 rotations to get in a vortex. So this is going to give you 1 power pulse every 1.5. Every 3 strokes is a power pulse.
Do you know how many times the spark plug sparks at 18,000 revs on a 2-stroke engine?
Is it 18,000 times a minute?
It's about 360 or something.
A second.
Yeah.
But we see time in our own, spread out over 70 years. If you're a mayfly and it's a day, you'll see time very differently, won't you? With an engine.
I've watched Interstellar.
Yeah.
It's very different.
It's very confusing.
Yes. Brilliant. We are filling, aren't we?
Yeah, but this is the stuff people pay for.
Right.
It's free.
Here we go.
It's free. That's what they're paying for.
A 9-yard line standby. He says it keeps getting me excited.
Does he stand by? Honestly, you can't send messages saying I haven't got a message.
So do you want some stats? He hadn't got the stats there. He's just gone off to get them now. Well, have we got people out of the carts in the collecting area?
No, they're all sitting there.
All the drivers
at the back. They are. Yeah, they're out
with
at the back.
helmets off.
Yeah, no helmets. Oh, 2 of them got helmets off. You're right. For some reason, the people at the front are really keen and are sitting there with helmets. In fact, they're sitting there with helmets. Maybe think it's not raining anymore.
Jensen Watts, who was
just in the background.
He won 2 heats at Clay Pigeon.
And then he got taken off the final by Mr. Howarth.
Taken off by Phil Howarth, yes.
Or they had it coming together. I don't want to make a
well, yes, we're not. Yeah, they had to come together. Second place in the final at Forest Edge for Jensen.
Yep.
That was won by Kieran Gifford.
Right.
The first round at Clay was won by Theo Frederick.
Oh, for flip's sake.
Oh, that's something that's fallen over.
Yeah. Oddly, it's not affected the reception, but there we go.
Jensen then had a 5th at Dunkswell, and then he had a 2nd at Wilton. The first round was won by Theo Frederick. The second round was won by, at Forest Edge, was won by Kieran Gifford. Round 3 was won by, was won by Samuel Hawthorne at Dunkswell. Right. And Samuel is here. I think Samuel's here. So he came from. He was obviously at a track he loved. It'd been Dunkswell, and Dunkswell does bring out the local driver advantage in comparison to other places.
It's quite different from most of the tracks, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. After drop scores, we've got Jensen Watt. Well, coming into this 5th round, that's not taking into consideration the points scored in the heats that we've had so far. We'll have to work that out this evening. Jensen Watts on 723. Kieran Gifford on 698. Bobby Rosier in 3rd on 686. And then Theo Frederick on 658. Mason Perrin on 651. Braden Hill on 646. So it's, as ever, the Junction 6 NKC always tends to go down to the last round. And it's not going to be any different this year. We're going to go to Warden Law, and we're going to do it all without you, Nick.
Zempi says, what a weekend. NKC and RMC Warden watching both at the same time.
Now that is good
I expect,
skills.
because they haven't got any rain, they've actually got action at the moment.
That is good skills, yeah.
It's very unfair.
I just checked in on that in the lunch break.
They haven't got any rain.
No rain at all. That's because it's on the east coast. This is the west. It always gets the weather first.
And worst.
And by the time it hits the Pennines, it all peters out. I mean, we do get rain, obviously.
Oh, why is everyone getting
February
out
February 2020 proves that.
What is this delay about?
I'm not. I think I know.
What's that?
I think I know what this delay is about.
What is it about? All getting out.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see just how long we have got. Do you want to run down and ask Sarah Darlow how long the break's going to be? You, Nick, I'm talking to you.
Oh, what? You want me to run down?
Well, I can if you want. You'd have to fill.
There's somebody here not doing anything.
All right,
Oh,
okay.
we're filling.
Yeah, go on. You know Sarah, don't you, Paul? try not to scare her.
Yeah. Captain Ahab's coming
She
to
doesn't
talk
scare
to you.
easily, but you know.
Wilton Mill cancelled their meetings the other day due to the weather.
Wow, that was their clubby, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Delay.
Either.
Yeah, there's obviously a delay. Yeah. And we still have a 15-minute break coming up later. So, so Wilton Mill cancelling their meeting because of the weather. Wow, that was... And we've got car racing on at Silverstone as well, the TCR Championship.
All right.
Sorry, no, not the TCR Championship. The British Touring Car Championship is at Silverstone. So that's not too far away geographically from Wilton Mill. Wonder how that one's gone.
This is the second time I have meetings called off, isn't it?
While I talk about the weather, I got that one coming in just at the lunch break. So while Paul goes off and finds out just what sort of break we are perhaps going to envisage, he's just back now, so I'm going to be able to relay that message to you. Sarah may not know, of course. She is the grid marshal, so
right.
she's working from
Yeah, we thought they'd ordered up there,
information.
didn't we?
So, Paul, did Sarah have any idea when it might be? Oh, yes, yeah. Yes. Yes, yeah. So we may have a little... So it's in... Yeah, how long is a piece of string? Yeah.
Right, so the reason we do know the reason for the delay.
Yeah.
And Joe's now going to tell you.
Really? Well,
people need to know why it's delay. It's not a problem.
Okay. All right. So we have no ambulance because the ambulances had to take that previous driver involved in the previous incident.
Two of them. Because there were two ambulances.
Yeah, there might be two. Yeah, there might be two. Well, they just take them in one. Off to the local A&E, and we can't run the meeting without a medic on site, so we have to wait for the medics to return. And I have no idea geographically where the nearest A&E is. So
hang on.
we might, somebody local to this, listening in, talking in, might be able to help out.
Hospital.
Still waiting for Gaz to bring out
Nearby
those
hospital.
stats.
You've got the medical centre. Medical centre. It's not a hospital.
It's an A&E department, isn't it?
St Helens Hospital. That sounds like it.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that? St Helens Hospital looks like it might have an A&E. It's NHS.
Oh, Scotty's telling me that the
15
ambulances are
minutes.
still present.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
the medics are busy. Maybe the medics are busy. looking after the kids who got hurt.
15 minutes, apparently, to the nearest ambulance.
Right. It may that
Not ambulance.
the ambulance is still present, so there was a bit of a mix-up there. They have a medical hut, so the medics are tied up with offering help to the kids who were injured, slightly injured. Hopefully not too bad. I see Jensen Watts donning his mitts to climb into the number 93. That's been sorted, so that's good news on various elements.
Marshals are heading back as well.
Yeah, the good news is that the medics have sorted out the first aid for those drivers, which is a good sign that they didn't.
Not too badly hurt. Excellent.
Not too long. And of course, the other bit of good news is that we're about to get this race meeting back underway. Engines firing in the collecting area. Jensen Watts, championship leader, coming into this round, of course. Alongside him is the number 69 of John Hobbs on the Tony Kart. The number 171 there is Reese Green. Reese. How long has Reese Green been in the senior class? This time of year, Nick, we have people moving up,
through, giving it a go. Oh, what's gone wrong here?
We have somebody
bad start. That's right.
Starting and
then had an accident in the collecting area.
A load of other drivers having to drive over a brolly look. Right, we're off and running. We'll probably get 2 warm-up laps as well because of the conditions.
I'm sure they will.
I would think if the drivers have any sense, they'll be out of formation to give themselves a bit of a start, bit of a head start. The field being led round by the 69 on the Tony Kart, who's not hanging about, is he? And he's allowed to do that, of course. They were never going to start it there. They get one more lap, and it'll be towards the end of this lap where we will see them needing to form up and get into grid order. So we have got spray coming from the rear tyres, which tells me that there is no sign of these conditions getting any less wet. So full wet conditions, full wet tyres. We know where we are. The drivers know where they are. It'll mean that the wet track is consistently wet all the way around. So it's not really a voyage of discovery going in any of the corners. Paddock turn there is what we can see. The field just making their way around, and then the infield section here, just coming through the 2 left-handers, and then the right-left S. That brings us on to the Rogerson Straight and heading towards the final stages of the lap, which is the all-important Lunar Bend here. Through the left-hander, and then this right-hander here. Arguably the most important corner on the track, because this denotes and defines your top speed all the way down this long straight here at Three Sisters. Here we go then. John Hobbs on the Tony Kart. The Birolart chassis of Jensen Watts alongside. Yeah, Jensen just gauging his speed as they head off towards turn 1, and it looks like Watts might have the lead in the spray. Just see the gloom and the orange helmet of Jensen Watts. You didn't see what I saw there, Paul. Out of the valley, let's get this back together. Out of the valley, Jensen Watts. And John Hobbs it is underneath us with the number 76 moving down the inside in great fashion there and into third place. That was Mason Perrin, of course. As they head into Luna for the first time, it'll be 1 lap completed there, and Jensen Watts, he's had a bit of a tricky day, hasn't he? So he'll be maximising his points haul here with this wet drive across the line. Jensen Watts it is. John Hobbs, Mason Perrin, Matthew Lambert, Jack Maidman, Samuel Hawthorne, Levi Earl up to 7th, George Townsend, Jason Ducius and Gregory Akers, the driver that rounds off the top 10. Off we go then on lap 2. And on the Rogerson Straight, they go. Jensen Watts now beginning to pull a bit of a gap as we head towards the line. John Hobbs, though, and it's Mason Perrin. John Hobbs losing out to Mason Perrin, has he? No, he hasn't. It's John Hobbs still in second. Mason Perrin has got Matthew Lambert. And Matthew Lambert makes the move. Matthew Lambert ahead of Mason Perrin there, going into turn 1. And now look at Lambert on the Nib Sport kart, looking like he wants to have a look down the inside of Hobbs into Paddock turn, and he does. Textbook outbreak into the left-hander, into the second apex, now accelerating through the right and then the left and onto the Rogerson straight. He clicks that oversteer and just lets the kart glide its way through and out of the final turn here and across the line to complete what will be 3 laps. Into second place then. So it's Watts leading by 1.3 seconds. Matthew Lambert now in second. John Hobbs third. Mason Perrin fourth. We've then got Samuel Hawthorne, Levi Earl, Jack Maidman, George Townsend, Jason Duchess, James Wood for DJSW up into the top 10 now. And he will want to get on terms with the karts in front as Mason Perrin has a look, didn't he? He had a look down the inside of John Hobbs and he has a look round the outside and he does the switch back into the left-hander. That was a brilliant piece of skill there. And John Hobbs did well to not have it coming together there because both of those karts were sliding on this wet track. And that was a great, intelligent move there from Mason Perrin. He just let Hobbs slide through, and Hobbs there on the white Tony kart just saw that Mason Perrin on the orange kart was on his inside, couldn't really do anything about it, pointless fighting about that sort of thing. Here they come then through the chicane at the paddock, towards the paddock I should say. And if anything, Lambert making ground on Jensen Watts. The gap at the line 2 laps ago was 1.3. It was a second last time by, and we're getting inside that 1 second mark, I think, this time by. Look at that, Matthew Lambert moving on to the rear bumper of Jensen Watts as they come out of the final turn. Got a kart off to driver's left. It's not going to be a problem as Jensen Watts cross the line. Let's see what the gap is. It's, oh my goodness, Lambert's took a half a second from Watts. Watts on the orange helmet, the red and white kart, the Birrell Art kart, and then we've got the blue, white and black kart of the Nib Sport driver Matthew Lambert, absolutely closing them down there, Nick, as they come out of the paddock chicane and on towards underneath us.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how you get these drivers who just come alive when it gets really, really wet. Jensen Watts been a lot from the class of the field in the dry at the senior Rotax NKC this year, but whilst he's leading, you'd have to say that the pace at the moment is with Lambert, though. I noticed Mason Perrin's not being dropped either, Joe.
No, they're struggling as ever, you would think. That's not an easy thing to drop Mason Perrin from anything, and he will want to come back at them as well. And Mason Perrin not too far away. This is a battle for the lead. And if anything, I think Jensen Watts responded. Let's see what the gap is. Yeah, the gap's gone out 2 tenths. So it was just on 4 tenths of a second. It's now 6 tenths. And they close a concertina up into the braking area for turn 1. Here they go through the S-bend and on up the valley. And then plunging down the valley into the paddock chicane. Just look at the way that Jensen Watts is fighting that wheel there. He's not usually putting as much lock into it as he is here, but in the wet weather, we've got to find the grip there, and here he comes, Nick. Mason
Perrin is one who suddenly, after that leap forward that Lambert made into challenging Watts has got a bit of a hurry up, and Perrin was right on the tail. But interesting, Perrin was much, much closer through the slower parts. I know that distance gets stretched by time, but he was much closer at that point. And they come past us now, and they're going to be going on to the first corner very soon. Sweeping in. I'm not sure the amount of curve they're taking necessarily that wide in the wet. Now, when I was out there a minute ago doing some stuff, it does seem to be eased right off, Joe. So we may be seeing a gradual drying, but that is still a couple of many heats away from being
that
slicks.
Was the forecast, wasn't it, for the rain to lighten up a little bit. I'm not sure it's going to lighten up long enough for to see us getting anywhere
you
back
had
to.
the danger forecast.
Yeah,
that's chuck like anything later. Yeah,
the rain's going to get even heavier towards the end of this race meeting, and of course that's towards our finals, isn't it? Towards the end of the afternoon. These three, though, class of the field really. Jenson Watts new to the championship fully this year.
He's gapped Lambert over the last lap or so. Lambert's falling back into Perrin. It's often a question at this point with these tricky conditions whether you sit there and go, right, it's about points. It's not just about the glory of winning. Do I sit there thinking this actually is okay, or do I push and risk? There's obviously more risk in a wet situation than a dry situation. Do I push for those extra couple of points?
Well, I think the way these lads think is that they just have to get past the cart in front. And Jenson Watts will want to stay in front. He knows he's got to maximise his point haul.
Yeah, he's had some bad luck.
He's had some bad luck. I wouldn't be surprised if I see him in the B final. He's had such a rotten day. Non-finish will invariably necessarily put you in the B final. But we might see Jenson Watts having an extra race this weekend.
No, I think a single win should be enough.
Yeah, it should be enough to haul you into the latter half of the year final.
You won't be near the front, but you might have to race twice. I wouldn't think, but it depends. Obviously, everyone gets a mixture of points. You may find out there's not enough people who've had rotten days as well.
Here we go then. They're on the penultimate lap. It'll be the one lap to go board next time by. And as much as Jenson Watts looks in control of this lead, he's responded every time Matthew Lambert gets onto his rear bumper. Jenson seems to be able to pull a little bit of a gap again. Meanwhile, Matthew Lambert, if he's not careful, Mason Perrin is about to pounce as well. Mason Perrin, remember, junior champion before he moved into seniors.
Lambert lost a little bit of drive, didn't he? He put 2 wheels up on the curb. Perrin is really like he's on an elastic band. He's getting closer, getting further away, but he's not really yet been in the position to mount any sort of challenge to Lambert, despite tailing him for at least the last 3 laps.
Yeah, I think it's the nature of the track condition as well. We seem to see that more so in the wet, where you get towards the back of the rear bumper of the cart in front, because everybody's sliding around so much. It's just that little bit of judgment that you can make. Here we go. We're on the final lap. We're heading towards the checkered flag. Behind these three, Samuel Hawthorne in 4th, Levi Earl in 5th, Finlay Watson 6th. We'll see them at the line. The checkered flag is readied, and it'll be Jenson Watts
who's going to be seeing it, barring absolute disasters. Yeah. Oh, Perrin went wide there. I don't know whether he's looking for some miracle grip round the outside to give him a slingshot. I think that might be in his idea. Let's see if it happens. Didn't completely fail, in fairness.
Checkered flag flies. Jenson Watts takes the win. Matthew Lambert second. Mason Perrin didn't quite have enough to make the move on Lambert, and he will take 3rd. Samuel Hawthorne 4th. Levi Earl 5th. 6th is Finlay Watson. John Hobbs was 7th. Bobby Rosier, reigning champion in this class. Bobby Rosier has not finished outside of the top 10 in any of the finals in the last 7 races in the NKC, and he will finish in 8th. James Wood made it up to 9th. Jack Maidman 10th. The rest of the finishers there in this 26 kart field, you can see there on the timing bar. We are about to get going next with our 177 class. And the 177s, there are 3 drivers that have now been joined by a 4th potential race winner. And when I say race winner, I mean final winner. You've got Ryan Taylor-Truman, who absolutely dominated the Southern Cup part of this season.
Yep.
You've got Harrison Crook for TH Corsa, who has been, wherever there's been intrigue and drama, we found Harrison Crook, and he's had a cracking season. Nathan Chafer, he's had a nightmare. I think we're going to definitely see Nathan Chafer in the B final.
Oh gosh, he's had 2 non-finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredibly bad luck. Incredible bad luck for Nathan. 2 non-finishes. We'll see where he ends up. But we've been joined for this third. I'll start again.
You're going to come back in again?
Yeah. For the Northern Cup part, we've been joined at the 4th round by Jamie Zyra, who comes here with Dan Holland kit, Dan Holland experience. He's a Dan Holland mechanic. He's a former Dan Holland driver. And he's here. He's even brought his Dan Holland awning with him. The only thing he hasn't brought is Dan Holland himself, who's busy up at Warden Law, of course.
I couldn't find Dan Holland, but there we go.
Yeah, so Jamie's here, and we've also got the current Super 1 champion, who has joined us with LRG. Just trying to find him on the grid, actually. He might not even be there. Shane Collins is the driver I'm looking for, and I'm not sure he's in this one.
So yeah,
so
not everyone's in one,
of course, not everyone's in it. I can't tell you who is in it. The number 153 is George Willis, and he's alongside the pole man Bruno van Dijk on the 53. Scott Clee starts on the second row with Callum Porter alongside. Jamie Zyra and Nicholas Walker are on row 3. Row 4 is Will Murdoch and Troy Spencer. Stephen Mottram up down from the northeast alongside the other northeast driver, Stephen Horner, on row 5. George Walker and Ollie Hancock are on row 6. And then we've got, row 7 is Holly Hancock and Harrison Crook. Row 8 is Lincoln Bailey Arneson, Marcus Basley, Tyler Fossey and Alex Thomas are next. Richard Evans and Reece Llewellyn are on row 10. Josh Constable and Keith Mason are next up, with Lewis Crocker, Ryan Taylor Truman starting down in 24th. Keep an eye on his movement. Steve Thompson, Nathan Wells are next, and then we've got Kieran Thompson, Toby Case, and a 29 kart field being rounded off by Oliver Moss. Now, there's only 27 karts out of those drivers that I've told you about, and it's George Willis and Scott Clee who have come out. So Bruno van Dijk has not made an entrance. We've got George Willis, Scott Clee, Jamie Zyra, Will Murdoch, Callum Porter. They're the drivers at the front of this field. So we shall see, as our pole sitter, George Willis, now taking up the cudgels of that, I believe.
Getting a chance to enjoy the lovely damp area of Three Sisters. And they bring the speed right down. They've been quite reluctant to start these. I mean, I think we've definitely seen more waved off starts here than any other round this year, and that looks like a waved off start. So we've just seen so many starts that just haven't been, and I'm not quite sure what it is, whether it's the fact that they want to try and protect themselves from attack in the first corner, or they're confused by getting a lap and a half of a warm-up. But we've definitely seen more full starts here than any other. I can't remember, we're at one event recently. I think we saw one the entire weekend.
Yeah, we did get them underway. It all comes down to personal preference from the starting official, of course.
I think there's an element here where there's a kind of a lack of cooperation. I'm not sure where people are deliberately trying to actually achieve a false start. But
so maybe we've got that long run out of Luna all the way through the two kinks. It's a lot.
But a lot of it tends to be when person A goes at the front, and then the guy on the other side of the front row doesn't bother going, almost to force a full start. And I'm not quite sure why it is. And there's a couple of people.
Well, it's not about that, Nick. It's about the person on the pole going too early.
But sometimes it just seems the person on the outside doesn't even bother to follow them,
because he's not going as early as he. You only have to. If you're off the throttle and somebody alongside you squirts the throttle, he's going to be 20 yards up the road before you even get a chance to react.
See, look there. Look.
Yes.
As they came around the corner.
Yeah.
Regardless if this start's going to go. The guy on the front row was a person and a half behind when they were crawling along.
Why doesn't the guy on the left put his foot in a bit and keep up?
Yeah. And that's happened a lot. I know the outside of the corner is longer than the inside of the corner, but it just seems like...
So you can go faster?
Yeah, it just seems like some people are either not concentrating or don't understand how to start a kart race, or are deliberately trying to get full starts. Anyway, they're away, and that's fine. It's enough of my little soapbox annoyance for today. It's the 95 from the 93, so it's nowhere near it's Jimmy Zyra from Will Murdoch, as they sweep round onto the Rochester Straight for the first time, past the remaining marshals. And
I'm not sure how Zyra did that from where he was, but he has made his way through. I'm not sure. I couldn't see that in the
I'll tell you right why, because the outside line, so where the even side was stuck back. So if you had an odd number starting, you were instantly ahead of three other people, because just the reticence of the guy at the outside front to move. And I'm sitting there thinking, I mean, in another world, it's equally annoying, and we have this experience, not in real life, but in the virtual world, with endurance racing. So we'll just get this change to the lead now. It's up the inside. Beautiful move from Will Murdoch there. Second person to overtake going down.
So, not not the first, not any person to have overtaken Jamie Zyra today. That's the first person to have overtaken Jamie Zyra.
Yeah. Like that. But going back to my story again, when you're enjoying these virtual endurance races, you are going 2 by 2. You are stuck behind the person. If you're not in the lead row, in the pole row, you're stuck. If someone hangs back, you can't go past them. You get a penalty, and it's like immensely frustrating when someone's not concentrating. It's like when you see people, in full-size motorsport, you see yellow flag restarts, and the guy in 7th dawdling. So everyone from 7th down over gets hamstrung by his stupidity or her stupidity. And you're going, it's not that hard. This is motor racing. You know what you're supposed to be doing. What are you concentrating on the most important part of the race? And it just baffles me.
Paul, can you take that box off him, please?
It's got soap
on
it.
Can we get on with this race? Because LRG Motorsports' Will Murdoch has not just overtaken Jamie Zyra, but now he is gapping him, and gapping him quite considerably. We've got just to click by under 6 minutes, so still a bit of time. And both drivers pretty much following each other on rails, or Zyra's following Murdoch on rails. Behind them, Callum Porter is in 3rd, Scott Clee, first of the Masters, in 4th, Stephen Horner up there into 5th, with Nicholas Walker, George Willis, Richard Evans, Troy Spencer, and Harrison Crook making his way through. Behind Harrison Crook in 11th is George Walker, and then moving up the order again is Ryan Taylor-Truman, onto the tail almost of Harrison Crook. Now, until today, Heat 4 of the 177s, Ryan Taylor-Truman hadn't finished lower than 5th across all of these heats this season until today.
Well, that was when, of course, he had that incident in the first corner and dropped down to 19th place and still came back particularly well. Anyway, so they come now onto the front straight, or the short straight, what they call it, and they're going to sweep underneath our position, and there is the 4 car of Scott Clee in 4th, scored behind the 16th Stephen Horner. And they sweep round everyone a bit less colourful because they've got their wetsuits on. And they now go on to Rogerson Straight. The marshals make sure they're right behind that protection area. 6th car there, Harrison Crook. I can see him. He was going. That's another pound there. By the way.
They're coming upon this one. Scott Clee holding back Stephen on. This is the battle of the Masters there. The number 6 and the 66, and Stephen Horner taking the lead of Masters in a masterly style, let's say, just to continue the pun or the cliche, as they head off into the chicane out of the valley. And look at that, Stephen Horner with the orange helmet there, another LRG Motorsport driver, ahead of Scott Clee and pulling away. They've certainly got their wet setup sorted out in Louis Larger's team, haven't they?
Yep. And of course they could put a full wet setup because they knew that's what they get. They didn't have to put the cart down, hope for the best on tyres. They knew they were going to be soften the chassis, like used to be the old-fashioned way. Narrow the track. Is that still the way? Or
no,
widen the track now. Is
totally changed now, mate. I'm baffled. It's like all of that witchcraft that I learned 30 years ago is out the window.
Fair enough.
Completely different. Big, thick, big, huge axles on these things.
What can you do?
Will Murdoch puts
what's happened there? The 3 car. Just Ryan Taylor-Truman just wandering down the straight. Did he lose some drive?
What? Ryan Taylor-Truman did?
3 car, yeah.
So is he dropping down the order?
No, he's 9th. He's kind of not moving up the order.
All right. Well, Harrison Crook's up to 6th now.
He's now. This is the 56 and the 65. That's always confusing. 65 and 66 is Porter and Horner. I think Porter got past Horner. He did. So leading those 2 cars now is Horner. Ahead of Porter.
Yeah. So Horner got past Porter.
Yeah.
Right, so behind these 2, you've got Harrison Crook coming through the order. He's on the back end of Scott Clee now. And then not far behind them is the championship leader, Ryan Taylor-Truman, who had that bit of a delay, we think.
Yeah.
Let's see what the order is here. So they're just tabbing down. Murdoch leads, Zyra 2nd, Stephen Horner 3rd.
Taylor-Truman's got 1 position there. I think it may have been a bit of a kind of I looked up optical illusion with Taylor-Truman.
Right, okay.
But he wasn't going forward, but perhaps he wasn't going as backwards as it looked. So you can see how they all are really quite together outside the first 5 or 6. They're forming a big queue. Running down now with the 65. That's your 4th place man, sorry.
Yeah, I remember.
Have we got anything? It's behind them, 5 and 6 are quite. So 4 and 6 is where it's at. So let's drop this next pair. There we go. Oh no, they split up. Everyone's split up. Sometimes you're just searching for a battle and there isn't one. What can you do? They go round Luna. So big lead for Will Murdoch now. He's 4.3 seconds ahead As the rest of them streak. Perhaps you don't want to be that close behind me getting spray thrown at you the whole time.
Well, it doesn't, I mean,
It's like a cold shower, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. That's not going to deter you from getting onto the rear end of
I was
people. It's
very, very spread out, this one.
yeah, very spread out. We've got a gap of 5.2 seconds. Murdoch has just been on fire. Another fastest lap for him, 51.7. He's absolutely on fire. He's lapping a full second quicker than Jamie Zyra in second, who's got 6.3 seconds on Stephen Horner. So it's a 1-3 for LRG Motorsport. Callum Porter is in fourth. Harrison Crook up to fifth. Scott Clee, Richard Evans. And there's Taylor Truman through at eighth.
Yeah, Harrison Crook there is the middle cart there in the picture. He's just picked up fifth place. He's now hunting down fourth place of Callum Porter for the single number 6. I guess he's going to pull out and try and nip up the inside of one, and no issue whatsoever at the back of the Conrod straight. So now moving ahead, looks like we've got a bit of a battle between second and third. So Zyra under attack from Stephen Horner.
This is incredible driving from Horner to be challenging for that second place. Stephen absolutely in tune here with these wet conditions, and Jamie Zyra's been there for the taking for the from the LRG drivers. Will Murdoch got through, pulled away.
As you say, it looks like Louis and his team have found a decent wet setup for these karts.
They really have. They're both running HRS engines, remember, as well, so the same sort of waft is available.
Down the straight, just too
Zyra looking over his shoulder there, he can see Horner.
Oh,
and look at that.
Just got that one stopped.
Beautiful move from
just
Stephen.
Got it stopped.
He was absolutely on the edge of breaking adhesion there, and he just got that into position on the brakes, fully on the brakes. Zyra doesn't fight him too hard. He knows that Horner's got pace. We're on the penultimate lap here. Let's have a look at that again, and we can see him there. Last of the lane breakers there, just pitches it sideways on the brakes. That was totally down to his left foot.
In fairness, Zyra gave him the space.
He did, that's what I mean. Zyra didn't.
He didn't try and do anything silly.
No, he didn't try to hold him back or anything. The leader there, is that Will Murdoch?
Certainly is.
It is Will Murdoch. Yep, he will.
He's leading by.
Let's stay with
knows
Will.
How much is he leading by?
Because
where's everyone else? Where's the competition? There it is. There's the competition.
He's been putting in 51.7 laps. Stephen Horner, his personal best is a 51.7 as well. So these karts are going very well in these wet conditions.
About 7 seconds off the dry pace, but that's with probably half the grip at best.
If this weather stays the same, you've got to look. I mean, the pace that we've got from these people at the front, Murdoch and Horner, it's a 1-2 for Louis' team.
I think, and I'll be honest with you, that if we don't get any more rain, which is possible in the next 2 hours, it'll be dry. It'll be dry before the B finals are finished.
Yeah, the sky looks lighter to over our shoulders. The checkered flag flies for Will Murdoch. The gap was 6.5 seconds to his teammate Stephen Horner. So Louis Large's team gets a 1-2. Jamie Zyra with his Dan Holland kit comes in third. Harrison Crook up into fourth place. Good points haul from him. Callum Porter was finally demoted by Harrison on that final lap there, and Callum Porter comes home in fifth. We then had Richard Evans finishing in sixth. Scott Clee was the second master, Stephen Horner being the first in second overall. And then we had championship leader Ryan Taylor Truman, second time he's finished outside the top 5 this year. And George Walker was 9th. George Willis was 10th, just outside the top 10. Ollie Hancock there coming through, still enjoying his racing.
We had an official test subject go outside, which was Paul. And he's been backed up actually by Scotty, who's outside the whole time. There is still light rain. It's still lightly raining, so you may get your damp, fun final. Oh, it's heavily raining actually at the back of those puddles in the background of this shot. So after thinking about drying up, it's gone, nah, not going to bother.
Well, do you never listen to my forecast? What did I say?
I don't know, you always say stuff.
Well, that's my job to say stuff. Talking about you lunatic. The forecast was for the rain to lighten up a bit and then start raining more steadily, and which it has.
Ash,
So we move on to our final heat of the day. It is the third and final heat for TKMs. This one will find the grid formed up for the final, how they finish here. We've had some great racing from TKMs as ever. That number 20 there is James King, the master. James gets that cart away. It was Ben Watson alongside him on the number 5 as the rest of the field of TKMs get away in a cloudy haze. Second row of the grid here, Leo Crabtree and Ryan Layton. We've then got James Hull and Matthew Horton. Joseph Booth and Chris Whiteside share row 4. Row 5 is James Workman and Jack Crisp. It's Samuel King and Mitchell Ball on row 6. We've then got Alexander Lehman and Will Cregeen. Matt Slate and Tom Johnson on row 8. Row 9 is Matthew Temple Purcell and Jake Humphrey. Molly Nicholas Biles and Francis Horn round off top row 10 with 20 carts in this field.
And they come through the S's, but of course it is just the secondary formation. I'm pretty certain these boys want as many as possible in these things to get the old Smoky Joes running properly.
Boys and girls, Molly's in there.
Oh, boys and girls, sorry, yeah, absolutely. These chaps. Apparently you can now say chaps, and that includes...
It's like saying guys.
Chaps includes ladies now.
Guys is the same, yeah. Hey, guys.
All right, guys.
We are on our first rolling lap. The TKM drivers tend to be able to get things underway when they want to. When they don't want to, when their engines are oily,
they don't get underway.
They don't get underway.
We're not starting now because it's a ridiculous idea.
We're not starting now because this engine's beginning to oil up.
This is the last one before a very short break before the finals. Is it 15 minutes, is it?
It's scheduled 15 minutes. We have known it go on. It depends on how contentious the heats have been.
Well, hopefully they've been doing the work in the background, and we had a bit of a delay, didn't we, after one of them? So,
yeah.
You can say
it's not about. It wasn't about that. It was about the officials dealing with
problems,
penalties and stuff.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Final heat of round 5.
They're going to get this one underway. Oh, he's got a whirly. The leading guy's got a whirly thing.
Do you want to tell us who's in the lead first, Nick?
20 James King has got a whirly visor, and now he's facing the wrong way. He's off the track.
Okay. James,
who's a mature senior racer, has a whirly visor, which we, as Joe said, we mentioned before, but not the same people are watching.
You got excited, didn't you?
Not the same, because I had a whirly visor.
Excited.
I had a whirly visor as well.
James King has gone from the front row of the grid
to last.
Backwards. I have done that.
What, with a whirly visor?
I have probably. I have
done
that
one.
Front row.
Let's see that again because it's always good to see. So there's me being excited about his whirly visor, and he's facing the wrong way already. That is amazing. To face the wrong way that early is impressive stuff.
James getting a bit excited, and that left foot going onto the brake pedal a little bit.
Not his fault. He was nudged
more
definitely.
Firmly. Yeah, he might. Yes, I think he might have even took a bit of a hit into that first turn. Ben Watson leads, though. Ryan Layton second. Leo Crabtree third. Joseph Booth in fourth. James Hull fifth. Samuel King, Alexander Lehman, Jake Humphrey, Mitchell Ball, Tom Johnson. That's your top 10. James King, I can tell you, continues in 19th place. It looks like, it was Matthew Horton.
The winner.
That went off.
The winner.
Yeah, previous round winner.
With the
slick
right
tyres.
Yeah. Well, that's a hero to zero. Up the inside goes Booth. Is he going to be getting through? Ooh, not so sure. Leighton managed to hold that one, easing out slightly. So that was actually a battle for third and fourth. The top two are away. And that's Watson and Crabtree in that order. So Crabtree going round Luna.
A lot of slipping and sliding into Luna, isn't there? They need to gather it all together and maximise their exit speed, which we're seeing here.
Well, a couple of quite hard direction changes in the wet. You're not quite sure what it's going to hang on to. Then you've got to try and put the power on and come. Real wiggle under braking there for the 44 Crabtree.
If you're new to karting, it may be worth telling you that there is only brakes on the rear axle. There are no brakes on the front axle on a kart, or this type of kart, that is. So when you brake, you are effectively, it's like pulling on the handbrake. You're only braking with the rear axle. Now, the good drivers, more experienced drivers, can use that to their benefit by getting the rear end to come around and rotate and get the kart pointing out of the corner in the way that they want it to. And certainly that is much easier to do in the wet. However, if you just brake that little bit too long or a little bit too hard, that rear end will come around on you and cause that spin. And I think we might have seen although we think there might have been a bit of a coming together at the first turn for James King, didn't we?
Yeah, he came right round. So they go towards the end of the lap. Still Watson from Crabtree, from Booth, from Leighton, from Hull, from Samuel King, and Alexander Lehman. Mitchell Ball with the one plate is down in 9th. So not having all his own way this time, but down through the valley and round the final chicane comes our leader Ben Watson in the grey and black stealth cart.
Did you mention Joseph Booth pulling the fastest lap there, Nick?
I wouldn't have that information. You have that information.
Okay. Yeah, fastest lap of the race. For just a few hundredths of a second quicker than everyone else, but Joseph Booth proving once again to be very, very effective in these TKMs. Meanwhile, Ben Watson for Classen Motorsport continues to lead Leo Crabtree. And it's becoming a 3-car battle, isn't it? Leo Crabtree on the 44, about to have the company of the all-plate holder, Joseph Booth.
A lot of movement going on here behind them. So the top 3 is sort of broken away. Then we have another train of carts, which is, I'd say, 6 carts from 4 to 9. There they go, flashing through the bottom of the picture there. And just looking, the battle there, this is where the battle is now. And up the inside there goes the Birrell cart. The number 10, it was 18, 16. It's a really badly written number, whatever it is, 16. So that was actually Sam King in the 16. Then they got the 48, the 61. So we're all round about the 4th, 5th, 6th position.
Yeah, 16 and the 61 just there to confuse us, aren't they, Nick?
Well, I'm confused anyway. And obviously towards the end of the day, people had half their numbers scraped off the side of the slab anyway, so it gets even worse.
That's true.
So power
side
down.
By side. Great racing as ever from TKMs, even. Doesn't matter what the conditions are, what the weather conditions are. We've got side-by-side action into
Hull,
turn 1.
Hull trying to get up the inside of Leighton, I think. They are teammates, judging by the sticker kit, so hopefully got through cleanly. Yeah, 48 now. 48 still is behind the 61, so it's still Leighton from Hull. And there they go. They look left, they look right. Up the inside comes the 51 of Jake Humphrey. He's going to get at least split the eye of the needle there. So he moves into 5th.
Ben Watson still leads though, and still being followed round by Leo Crabtree, who's responded with a 53.7.
Wow. So wet times here,
yeah,
about 8-9 seconds off still.
They're finding time from somewhere, Nick. To maybe as we get round, the tyre temps are coming up.
The second and third right together now as Booth begins to have a go at Crabtree. In fact, doesn't have a go. He's ahead of Crabtree, so he got Crabtree going into the turn 1. So that's the multicoloured Booth behind the bit of grey. Number 5 of Booth, very grey Watson, taking a much tighter line around the exit of Paddock Bend. So I think that Joseph Booth now really on a move and looking to see what he can do. He's putting Ben Watson under huge pressure now. Either the tyres have come in or possibly even Joseph Booth has come in, and now it's all about pressure.
Joseph Booth coming in, getting up to his optimum pressure. As we go down to turn 1, he looks like he's got the inside line on Ben Watson, and he has. Can he make it work? Yes, he does, because he's got the line through the left hand and then the right up the valley, over the brow of the hill, and then down towards the Paddock chicane. And it looks like Joseph Booth will maximise his points all once again with about 1:20 on the clock. The clock's very quickly ticking towards that checkered flag. Can Ben Watson come back at him? I mean, the pace that Booth has found to get by both Leo Crabtree and Ben Watson in a matter of 2 laps, he was sat there on them. Maybe he's played that waiting game, and now he's thought, right, now's the time to make the move with only what is less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, just find a bit of pace. I think yeah. The point I made about him coming in is you suddenly get confidence. You suddenly know what the conditions are doing. They're quite stable conditions at the moment. We've got very light precipitation, which is keeping the track in a similar wetness to it was beforehand. Obviously, the carts are lightly drying the racing line as well. Shout out to Jake Humphrey, now on his own in 4th. And that's from Gravenay 1977. Says, Jake, well done so far. 18th to 4th. That is well done.
Yeah, it is well done in these conditions. It's so easy to make a mistake and fire yourself off. as we saw at the start. But we're getting towards the 1 lap to go board being shown next time by. And these three now being left behind somewhat by Joseph Booth, who I think did play the waiting game ever so slightly and then made the move on both Leo Crabtree and Ben Watson. Meanwhile, behind these three, we've mentioned Jake Humphrey. He's got Mitchell Ball. Now Mitchell's about 2 seconds back.
I'm not sure it's the same now.
Let's see if it is the same.
Last lap, so hold this shot and we'll just see the field wander through.
Yeah, crossing the line, Mitchell Ball, 1.9, Nick, 1.9.
There's Mitchell Ball in the Flory yellow cart. And it's all pretty...
Still some squabbling there.
9 astern until you get down to about 11th or 12th. Let's go back to our leaders again, because we are now coming second and third, coming to the last few corners of this final heat for round 5 of the NKC 2024.
We are at the final stages of this lap and final stages of our heat phase. The next racing we will see here on Karting Live TV will be the B finals, as we've got our race leader Joseph Booth on the O-plate, coming through the kinks on the straight now and across the line to take the checkered flag. Joseph Booth takes the wing. Ben Watson is second. Leo Crabtree third. There goes a very low neat Jake Humphrey. Mitchell Ball next, and then James Hull. Tom Johnson was overtaken by Ryan Layton right there on the last lap. So Ryan Layton finishes 7th. 8th is Tom Johnson. Then we've got Alexander Lehman, and rounding off that top 10 is Samuel King. The rest of the finishers coming through now. There they are on the timing board on the side of your screen. We've now got about a 15-minute break scheduled. 15-minute break, so we'll go quiet on you when we've sorted out the grids for the finals. We're starting with senior Rotax, then 177s, then junior Rotax for their B finals, and then we're going to the all-important A finals for maximising your points haul towards the 2024 Junction 6 NKC. We'll see you after the break.
Rotax B file on the grid in 5 minutes. That's senior Rotax B file. You need to be on the grid in 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm talking to
Hello, everybody. Looks like we are about. I mean, I'm taking a guess we're about to get the finals underway, mainly because everyone's looking quite expectancy in the collecting area.
You woke me up there, Nick. Did you
Sorry
just
about
decide to go live? Did you, without telling anybody?
Everyone else knew.
Asher's still in.
Everybody else
his
knew.
Camera.
Paul knew. He'd sat up straight and was all concentrating.
No, he sat up straight out. He's breathing there. He was falling asleep. He was beginning to snore.
Anyway, back to the story again.
So, do you want to come in again?
I was incorrect the last time and on time at the right time as well.
Yeah, you were, mate. Let's have a look. Do you want to have a look at the grid? Do you want to read the grid out then?
You are the only person who can because it's on your computer. Because we haven't got paper grids this week,
right?
In which case I would have read the grid, because you're being really cruel to me, because we've only got 7 races together, and then you've got a whole weekend without me,
and then a full race weekend without you again.
And I'm going to get that off from the side again.
So, B final time. This is all about the top 4, of course. Only 4 drivers will qualify from the front of this, and the 4 drivers in those gift seats at the moment. Marcus King on the pole position. Kieran Gifford. Oh my goodness, what will this mean to his championship? It's a recovery drive for here on in now, where he can get forward into the A final and where he's going to finish then. Nathan Jensen. Can't remember Nathan having such a bad time today to put him in the B final, but that's where he is. He's on the second row with Michael Goodburn. George Townsend, likewise, on the third row with James Becker. Then we've got Tristan Sharp. We've got Luke Evans. We've got Rafi Salentano and Jamie Green on row 5. Simon Spagnuolo and Paulo Nunes and Randa on row 6. Reese Knight, Arthur Thacker, Grace Lee Davies and Billy Vogt. Zach Fletcher and Joshua Della Carter, Michael Thompson and Taylor Dixon, Joshua Priest and Finley Underwood, Gregory Akers and Jason Bear on row 12, Martin Bramble and Farad Arian are next up, and then we've got Max Kettle, Kel Gray, Ollie Rowley, Kieran Thompson, Oliver Atkinson, Elliot Barrell, Alexander Mazoyan and Harry Wright. 4 qualifiers go through to the 8th final. Certainly that's what Kieran Gifford will want to try and do, because he's second in the championship coming into this one, and he was only a matter of 25 points behind Jensen Watts, and he'll have lost a bag full of points there.
Well, Watts hasn't had a great day either.
I think Watts has won one heat.
He's won one heat, but then he's had back. So it's not been champion. So who's in third in the championship? They're going to throw them right into consideration.
Yeah, third. Well, Bobby Rosie and Theo Frederick are 3rd and 4th, with Mason Perrin 5th. So yes, it's still all to play for with regard to that. Here we go though. Marcus King controlling the pace up to the line, and we get this underway. Marcus King chops in front.
Well done, because Marcus King got it wrong 4 times in a row last time.
He did. He got it spot on there. Oh, and he slides wide. He went into the lead there, into the corner, but by the time they're coming out of the corner, I couldn't see who that was.
It's
the number 4, Kieran Gifford, of course.
Gifford, who's taken the lead. So the interesting thing here is, to me, is that Gifford actually may end up with an advantage of having done this, in that he's going to have much better local track knowledge and know how the track conditions are. He is still, once he gets to the back end of the, and I'm absolutely certain he's going to bump up, once he gets to the back end of that final A final, he's just got to try to make as many positions as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
He's in
just got to pass as many people as possibly can.
Classic damage limitation. It's not doing what is he normally being in the B would be disadvantage in the dry, because you're putting extra hours on your tyres. You're not doing that, so it's all kind of free and easy, and he's going to cross the line with at least a second lead. All right, 6 thousandths off a second.
Yeah.
And now he's just marking time for the next 7 minutes to get to the end. Second place, Marcus King. Third place, Michael Goodburn. It's George Townsend who is in 4th. That battle for 4, 5 and 6, which is always the key point in any bump-up environment. It's that last bump-up space that counts as a nudge out there. Whoa!
That's Nathan Jensen going flying.
Nudge. Let's have a look at that again by the 24.
Yeah, look how high Nathan got. That'll be on his social media, won't it? Here we go.
This happened. He got nudged just
at that point
and
there.
That was it, and way!
And that's how high those curbs will throw you. I bet that hurt a bit, actually. Might have a sore neck tomorrow.
Yeah, your lower back can take a real hammering.
Hopefully somebody got the shot for Nathan's social media there.
Well, you can have our clip, it's
fine. We are focusing on that 4th place spot then. As Gifford goes across the line, Marcus King 2nd, George Townsend now up in the 3rd, and it's Michael Goodburn and Nathan Jensen still in 5th behind him, but he's dropped off the bumper a little bit. Yeah.
The problem with bump ups, you kind of wait for them to happen. Sometimes they're unbelievable, and sometimes they aren't. This is 4th place Goodburn. There's 5th behind with the red nose, and that I assume is Nathan Jensen. It is indeed 32, and Salentano behind him. Certainly got some names in here I wouldn't expect to be in the B final. We have got a very large field, and the wet weather and the strange weather and the problems and the red flags, I think we'll shuffle things up even more than normal.
Did we mention the length of our B finals? The B finals are exactly the same as the heats, 8 minutes and one lap, by the way. Forgot to mention that.
The main finals are 12 minutes. We've got 3 B finals in the 3 Rotax classes, and then we'll have the TKMA final and then the 3 A finals for Rotax classes. There's 7 finals to come. This is the first one. And as they streak through the S's, you can see they're not really trying to provide extra entertainment for us at the moment, because the people having a battle aren't involved in the bump-ups. That's your 4th place man, 25 Goodburn. He needs to be this man immediately needs to be kept up by someone. Not because I've got anything against Nathan, I just want action. I want action.
Yeah, that's the number 25 who's in the vulnerable seat of non-qualification. However, he has got a bit of a nice cushion, hasn't he, before Nathan Jensen comes through on the number 32. Nathan just behind that number 25.
Talk to me a bit about wet setups. We talk a lot about, you can set for the dry and wait for the pressures to come up. And is that the same in the wet?
Yeah, it's the same.
Is it the same?
Yeah, you've got to set your tyre pressure to be where you want it to be. I mean, if you go too low, you have no grip. If you go too high, the tyre bulges. You've got less rubber in contact with the ground. You've got less rubber in contact with the ground because there's a layer of water in between the rubber and the tarmac, isn't there? So you've got those tread blocks to cut through the water and put their footprint down. However, it's still not as grippy as a dry tyre, obviously. But yeah, I mean, soft carts go better in the wet still. That's still the science. However, it is a completely different black art to set up a Rotax Max kart to maybe when we look at our field of TKMs. They'll be setting up their kart in a completely different way because the size of the frames, the size of the width of the axles, etc.
At the front there, that is not very important. Kieran Giffen not breaking away from the rest of the field, and now under pressure from Marcus King, but they're both qualifying. So
yeah, they're qualifying for the year final, and the positions that are vulnerable for non-qualification is that one there, the number 25, Michael Goodburn. He's having a bit of I was going to say a lonely drive behind him.
He looks very calm. He hasn't looked over his shoulder once.
Yeah, Nathan Jensen has got a gap of about a second, let's call that. But Jensen he's in company with Salentano, Nunes Aranda, Thacker and Evans. And they are just trying. If they start squabbling for that 5th place, they are never going to catch that number 25.
No.
They're never going to catch Michael Goodburn.
So Goodburn doing a solid job here of doing what you need to do, is bumping up. I was at the Radio Control World Championship last weekend, and they have a massive what's called Christmas tree bump up, and the lowest final is the 2048. And you then go to 1024, you can bump up to 512, you can bump up to 256, you can bump up to 128, you can bump up to the 64th, you can bump up to the 32nd, you bump up to the 16th, you bump up to the 8th, you bump up to the 4th, you get the semi-final, and finally you get the final. And there's two sides of that. The 180 drivers in the same class.
Wow.
And theoretically you can qualify last and win the race. It doesn't happen. I have seen people bump 5 or 6 finals before when they've had problems in qualifying.
Rafi Salentano, Nick, he'd been educating us about RC racing bump-ups. Rafi Salentano has got by Nathan Jensen.
That might.
So behind the 25 is the number 46.
That might result in a challenge.
We're going to find out now.
We watched a lot of these.
There's Rafi now.
Last week, there was a lot of these bump ups, and from my experience, about 1 in 3 is good.
Oh, I see what you mean.
1 in 3 produces something exciting.
I see, yeah. Here we go then, that's the qualifier there. There's Rafi Salentano chasing it down. Time running out though, 90 seconds on the clock for Salentano on the number 46. That's the white cart there. He's chasing that one there, the purple and white one. And he's closing the gap. The gap was about a second when Nathan Jensen was behind him.
It was 1.4 last time over the line.
Yeah.
He's got this and at least 2 more. I think it's across the line with 3 laps to go, I think. Might be 2 laps to go. Oh no, he's gone over at 6:55. Yeah, no, they've got 1. Yeah, it might be 3 more after this. So has he gained? It was 1.4.
Let's see what they are. Michael Goodburn across the line. It's 1.1.
So a small gain, but not enough.
For 2 laps. Bit of a gain. He's going to have to. He needs 3 or 4 laps before he can catch him.
I think he's got 3.
Actually, the way that he seems to be just eating in. Look at the gap now.
Seems less.
It's a lot less. Look at this. He's almost picking up a slipstream.
And he's sort of dragging the others with him. So the all-white cart of Rafi Salentano, it's all white, not because he doesn't like stickers, it's because it saves him, half a kilogram, isn't it?
It says, about 0.7 of a kilogram. I've been told a sticker kit is worth. And when you're on that cusp of the 162 kilogram category, then that 0.7 of a kilogram might just be what you need. Here we go, though. Salentano has caught him, hasn't he?
Yep.
Salentano
So
now.
this is for go home or go forward.
Yeah, he's in the slipstream.
And he took it down that time to 0.4. So 6/10 gain that one. He made a mistake there, but I think he got away with it. That's way too much curve. But those is the battle now. It's 4th and 5th. It's a battle for the bump-ups. This lap and one more. Can Salentano steal an A final appearance away from Michael Goodburn? Yes, he can.
Oh, fabulous.
No coursing him, and they'll get the inside line. Can he hold it? Salentano looking to come across, can't make it. He takes a bump up the side. Now he's getting the drive down the Rogerton Straight. That's a 5-corner overtaking manoeuvre that's not even completed yet. And he's gone back again.
He's come back. Goodburn getting back at him as they go into Luna. This is where Salentano needs to calm down and just take that slipstream, pick it up, get in the wheel tracks of the 25 ahead of him. Goodburn had a bit of a wake-up call. It's the one lap to go aboard this time, and Salentano's got it all to do again.
Yeah, especially as it's now chucking it down from the look of it. And the rain's coming down harder. But, with 2 wheels he got up the side, didn't quite get past him. And he flashed down again. So the rain, you can see the rain, it's that hard now. That's not interfering with the screen. He pops out, and he's going to try and make it round the paddock bend. This time it failed last time. Still holding on, but he's got it and cut across. But are there any others going to join in this fight, Joe?
There's absolute carnage there.
And who popped through and got that?
Their absolute carnage there as they turned into the left-hand part of the S's.
That's your man.
It's the number 111.
Is it 114?
Or is it Paulo Nunes Aranda?
No,
it's Paulo Nunes Aranda.
Picked up the pieces, and that's why you concentrate on 4th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Paulo Nunes Aranda will finish in 4th. As he crosses the line, it will be Nunes Aranda. His dad's already putting the kit away in the van. We'll get it back out again in the year final.
And we need to see, and here it is. This is what happened. They came round the paddock bend, not giving up, and they kind of went on their own.
I think they both lost. I think they both went to.
Pretty sure he lost it on his own there.
They both lost it on their own.
Sure again, Paul.
The 46 of Salentano was ahead of the 25.
Here he is again, Joe.
And they both lose the back ends. Look at the back ends. They don't touch. He's already lost it.
That's simply come spinning.
Yeah. And they both synchronised spun. And Salentano said, thank you very much.
No, Nunes
Aranda said, thank you very much.
There we are. So even when the battle for 1st and 2nd is interesting, in the B final it's not important. So, an extra rain we've had now.
So, well, when the dust settles, we've got another grid of B finalists. This time the 177s are lined up in the collecting area. Got some information coming through.
It's really raining hard now.
Got some information coming through with regard to wet setups.
Oh, I'll go for it,
yeah. Wet setups, removal of the seat stays, removal of the front bar, wider track at the front and narrow at the rear, caster camber and ride height changes can all be made. Yes, it makes a difference, massive difference.
So you do still soften them up then?
Yeah.
And you do still narrow the rear track, which is what we used to do years ago.
Yeah, but I've heard conflicting.
I know you heard
conflicting opinion on that one.
Is that a final score?
Right, let's have a look at the grid for the one.
Happy with the 2-2 draw at the moment.
Let's have a look at the grid for the 177 B final. Alfie Williams and Rhys Llewellyn are qualifiers for the B final. They're on the front row. Lawrence Hilton and Keith Mason share row 2. We've then got George Willis and Dan Milner. Liam Deedman and Paul Moran are on row 4. Row 5 is Tyler Fossey and Chris Abram. Nathan Chafer, that's where the championship protagonist is in this one. Nathan Chafer down in 11th, sharing the 6th row with Will Milner. Josh Constable, is sharing row 7, Matthew Lear. Joshua Pickford and Thomas Burchard are on row 8. Row 9 is Stephen Mottram and Rob Simpson. Lewis Crocker and Toby Case are next up. Dennis Tresiak and Dan Millward are on row 11. Row 12, Jack Sweeney and Lincoln Bailey-Arneson. And then we've got on row 13, Nicholas Walker and Kieran Thompson. Marty Gilfillan and Bruno van Dijk share 27th and 28th. And then Zach Fontenue rounds off a 29-cart field. However, we've only got 27 carts that have come out of play.
It's quite wet. There's been quite a few accidents.
Nathan Chafer, of course, 3rd in the championship coming into this 5th round. Finding himself in the B final after 2 non-starts. That's two very, very low point scores as well for the championship.
The other one? Did he win one then get 2 zeros or something? Or He had a very good first result and then broke down, then I think twice.
Yeah, let's hopefully.
He's the bright orange cart on the inside row, about 5 rows back. And are they going to get him underway? Don't like that one. No, they've got it, and off they go. And scuffling around the outside. Reese of the Wedding really couldn't get himself back into position. He was kind of shoved out to the left-hand side of the circuit, and the rest of them streak through. Remember, it's the top 4 matter again. And you can see the rain for the first time. You can see the rain really coming down hard now. But you get to a certain point, and as long as you haven't got too much standing water, wet is wet.
Into Paddock turn then for the first time. And it's tippy-toe weather, isn't it, in these wet conditions? The spray spewing from those rear axles. It is absolutely dicey as anything we've seen all day. It's the wettest conditions we've had here at Three Sisters this weekend. And so the drivers now on full wet setups here to get the maximum out of these carts. Here we go then across the line.
I think it's Alfie Williams leading. I wouldn't put it bet it is 96. He's got a big tyre mark on the other side. So it's Williams from Hilton, from Mason, from Milner, from Willis, from Devon, from Fossey, from Moran. Nathan Schaefer made no positions up, despite theoretically being the quickest person out there. But that's in dry, ordinary conditions, not this teeming wet we have at the moment.
Change for fourth.
Change for every position.
Change for fourth is Dan Milner. I don't know who it was that came through on Dan Milner.
Willis, I think. So there's Willis in the 153 in fourth place. He's got the blue and the orange. Under the all black 45 machine. Lee and Devon wants to get right behind him and he gets it. So Devon now up into fourth. There's an over and under, which is much easier to do in the wet weather. And they somehow managed to avoid each other. They've crossed paths 5 times. Let's get after them. Stop fighting me. Get after them, says the 153. Says George Willis. But I think you'll find that Liam Devon thinks he knows best. But are they on 4 and 5 or are they on 5 and 6?
Is that Deedman you're talking about? You said, all right.
I like Devon, it's closer. They are 4th and 5th. Deedman,
you got your put your glasses on.
Oh, no, that's just interesting. It's good visual. So top 3 away, having a scrap into the first corner, but 4th and 5th and 6th.
This has played nicely into Keith Mason's hands, who has got a bit of a breather. All hell breaking loose behind him for that final qualifying position. It is George Willis with Deedman, Milner, Schaefer, Moran. They're coming through. Schaefer up 2 spots there on that last one. Keep an eye on the orange cart there. He's
down.
3rd in the championship is Nathan Schaefer, and he's absolutely beside himself being in the B final. It's a recovery drive all the way through, but he's not even in the A final quite yet. He's still in 7th place. What can he do with about the carts ahead of him?
Well, there are the 3 of them. This is effectively having a free shower every lap here. The spray is immense, and they look to see through, but it's Schaefer in that orange CRG machine who's trying to rescue something from the weekend that has been an absolute disaster. First target is the 45 of Devman, but he's not even the target that will take him into bump up. Watch him, there he goes, takes him, as you can see, going through the turn 1, through the S's, now into 5th.
Across the valley then and down towards the Paddock chicane. The first 3 are away. Hilton, Williams, Mason, George Willis, it still is. Hanging on for all he can. There's the 153 of George Willis now coming under pressure, because that's Nathan Schaefer behind him, the CRG dealer, the supplier for the CRG brand in the UK. Nathan Schaefer Racing is about to take that 4th spot. He is desperate for it. He needs to get into the A final to save any kind of hope he has of an overall championship. He came into round 5 in 3rd place. He's going to leave round 5 not there at all. I can't do the maths in my head, so don't ask me.
Not there
it's
at all.
Close enough. Not there at all. Not there at all is close enough for
and there he goes,
too.
into 4th place.
There he goes.
Really good bit of opportunity braking there to take 4th place by Schaefer into turn 1. Now, is he going to move forward towards the cars who currently have it, which is Williams, Mason and Hilton? No, Mason actually picked up 2nd. But look at the rain. This is so wet now.
Yeah, we knew the heavy rain was forecasted, Kim.
I hate your weather forecasting app.
You do, really do. You do. You don't listen to me, though.
Pardon?
Schaefer is catching him. Schaefer is catching that cart in 3rd place. He'll need this. It's not going to matter where it's not going to affect his starting position in the A final. He needs to move ahead of Keith Mason. Then he'll go onto the penultimate row of the grid. And with 3.5 minutes remaining, there is potentially time for him to certainly have a go at Alfie Williams. And just look at, you're right, Nick, look at the standing water on that straight there. Look at the standing water through the S's and up the valley. They're just kicking up that spray. And there
Chafer.
If anything, Keith Mason looking like he might even have a go at Lawrence Hilton for the overall lead.
Yeah, Mason's looking like a lead. The third and fourth are breaking away. Chafer looking to take third. Surprised he's not been able to drag Deveman with him, or even Willis. They've just kind of like stayed equidistant behind Alfie Williams and just let Chafer move across the gap. Anything can happen.
Chafer's really in the zone now, isn't he? You can see driving on instinct. And the driver ahead of him, Alfie Williams, doing the same here. Williams will need to get out the textbook on defensive driving to keep a driver like Chafer behind him. Here they come then, about to cross the line. It'll be about 2.5 minutes remaining, and there's Chafer down the inside into turn one. Is he going to make that happen? No, not quite.
Nudged him. Be careful there, because that could be a nose problem, and then you've got 5 seconds to find.
Well, it might not just be a nose problem. You might have caught the attention of the race officials if you're starting to come into contact. Now, it's very difficult to not contact in these conditions under those circumstances, so I'm pretty sure it's not deliberate.
No, because you're all choosing very different braking points. The traditional dry braking points, the maximum braking doesn't apply. It's how you want to particularly slow the kart down and rotate it. I mean, you could be braking several metres before the person behind you, and up the inside driving goes Chafer.
But Williams hands onto it. Or does he?
Just about.
No, he was right.
Massive four-wheel drift there, just held it. We lost the position.
Yeah, it was Chafer who had the inside line, and Williams hung on for all he could, but he just ran out of road, didn't he? He was on that exit curb, lacking grip. So Chafer, the final qualifying position for Nathan Chafer now, has been handed to Alfie Williams, who now is the driver that's in the vulnerable position. However, there's a 3-second gap to Dan Milner.
No, there's been a massive something happening, because Deepman's no longer anywhere. He's on the 11th. So there's been a bit of an issue further back as they've scuffled about trying to provide themselves an opportunity to bump up, but it is looking particularly good for the current top four: Lawrence Hilton, Keith Mason, Nathan Chafer and Alfie Williams, because the gap back to Milner, as you rightly say, Joe, is 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's comfortable. Alfie Williams doesn't have to try any harder than he already is. He did try to keep Nathan Chafer behind him, I'll give him that, and he was having a good go at doing that. He looks over his shoulder, there's nobody there, Alfie.
Still got 3 laps.
Yeah, they have. They've still got a chunk of time, as the leader has now shook off Keith Mason, who was right on his bumper and challenging.
I think Hilton saw him coming and thought, no, I don't want to have any sort of action. I just want to get to the end and bump up.
I think, if anything, Chafer. Let's keep with Chafer as well, guys, if we can. That's the kart, the orange kart, just ahead, because Chafer is looking at perhaps improving his grid start for the A final. If he can get ahead of Keith Mason, and as they head in towards Luna, it will be, it's going to be right on the cusp of things for our leader crossing the line. Is he going to get across the line in time? There is literally a couple of seconds in it.
Yeah, he's done it.
Has he done it?
Yeah, 58.
2 laps to go, is it? Yes, that was literally 2 seconds on the timer.
Well, when
our leader came through.
I don't think Chafer made it. It doesn't matter.
So no. It's all about the leader.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, and Chafer will be happy with that, because now that gives him 2 more laps to get ahead of Mason, and for him that's already scoring points by being off the back row of the grid. He's scoring more points. Into the left-hander. The left-hander with no name, the double apex left-hander.
There's a lot of parts of this track with no name.
Yeah, we should.
They need to do a lot more naming of parts of the track.
There absolutely should be. Yes,
this is like Luna, fantastic. There's another corner you describe as a kink. It's a very fast right-hander starting here that has no name.
That's a kink.
It's not a kink.
And that's the second kink.
None of that is a kink.
You've been to Le Mans, haven't you?
But a master kink's a kink. It's not a kink.
The master kink's an S-bend.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I demand more names from Three Sisters by the time.
Here we go. Let's put the corner naming to one side, because Keith Mason is now being challenged by Nathan Chafer for that second place. It will put him onto the penultimate row of the grid for the A final. But that's the position that Keith wants as well. And time's running out for Chafer to challenge. So Keith in the white helmet just looks across to his right and can see the checkered flag being unfurled. That's for Lawrence Hilton, though, who's just ahead there. That's the first kart through Luna. First kart out of Luna, and here they come then. It'll be Lawrence Hilton who takes a B final win. Get his picture on Facebook for doing that. Keith Mason finishes second. They will start on the penultimate row of the grid for the A final, and Nathan Chave and Alfie Williams will share the final row of the grid for the A final.
So that's the Rotax 177B final. And they're still finishing, but those who are finishing now will be going home. We lost some on the last lap, so there's at least one cart to be rescued before we can get underway with the next one. Ash looking particularly drowned ratish. She's come in now because it actually is properly raining now. Previously it's just been a bit drizzly. I'd like to say thank you to Ash and to Scotty for braving this weather.
Scotty loves it though.
Scotty is very, very well dressed.
Scotty loves it.
He looks like he's like an AA emergency call-out man. He's so high-vis. He could be by the side of the motorway doing his tyres.
He's from North Wales, mate. He's born and bred in this kind of weather.
Yes. They're born with trench foot over there, aren't they? Oh dear, I've got him there. Oh dear.
Oh God, you don't know how so politically incorrect you are.
Right, let's have. There's nothing. What's incorrect about that? It's a disease that happens all through time.
Let's have a look at the grid for the Junior Rotax B final.
Peat bog farmers can get it as well. Let's find out.
Yes, you Google that. Right, let's have a look at the B final for the Junior Rotax field. It's Connor Tubby and Dylan Morton that will share the front row of the grid. Archie Hardiman and Alexander Colentiano will share row 2. They are the 4 qualifiers so far. Samuel Aston and Jamie Kirkbride shares row... sorry, I'm going to start again. Samuel Aston and Jamie Kirkbride share row 3. Row 4 is Barnaby Grubb and Harvey Lee Winteridge. Sam Mott and Michael Ambler are next. Elliot Surtees on row 6 with Alexander Stevanov. Jacob Anslow and George Theobald are next up. And then we've got Harvey Wilson, Harry Sadler, Ryan Sizz and Daniel Armour.
So the Junior Rotax B final. Look at that rain. Look at that rain. As Joe is proven wrong.
Yeah, that is heavy now. That is so heavy. I mean, you've got standing water on the track there. Three Sisters, I've got to say.
It's always wet.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to say it drains well here, doesn't it?
It does. It's quite quacky. It's quite quacky in the grass, though.
There's no puddles being created. It's pretty much just water everywhere.
Which is, given the fact you've got some low points, that's pretty impressive, actually. Because you think certainly you can see places where they're dropping down the hill now, so areas to the left-hand side, there's holding a bit of water, but it's obviously they've crowned. I take it the track's actually slightly crowned, unlike most racetracks.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, because we've got good drainage here.
I mean, fair. If you're building a circuit in this part of the country, you need to adjust for. Hello, just for rain. That was a little bit caught out by the reduction in speed. These juniors. So 4 will go up. Slightly concerned that the leading one is an unnamed transponder, because that could have happened actually. They could have changed their transponder.
Oh, really? Who have we not got? So
what does it say on the other timing?
We've got Dylan Morton. No, he's there. Connor Tubby's there. Archie Hardiman.
Oh, it might be somebody else. At the moment,
Samuel Aston, Jimmy Kirkbride. They're all there.
Okay, when they start, let's see what happens.
Yes. Yeah, we'll see who it is. That's
it might actually be a catch from someone pushing the cart back earlier.
Oh, it's a false start. The starter wasn't happy with that one, and I think I know why. They got it with the accelerator too early. That's the key to a start. They accelerated too early, and they'll head off for another lap of this 1,100 metre Three Sisters circuit up and over the valley and into that very fast sweeping chicane. Rapid track this. I mean, in the wet, Nick, the challenge is smoothness.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting how this sort of double left that's coming up, which has been not much of a challenge at all in the dry, is causing a lot of consternation in the wet now. Turning and braking is always an issue in the wet. And getting the rotation, then getting the drive out, which is very important. So you end up this little section here, which isn't that as key in the dry is very, very key in the wet. But that's the joy of the change of surface.
And this left-hander here, in the dry, it's quite a simple sort of left hand. You kind of position yourself to give the optimum line through the right-hand part of that. That's lunar. But in the wet, you'd kind of scrabble through it, don't you? And just you have to deal with wherever you are when you come out and enter into the right-hander.
Right, everyone needs to be sensible now.
Everyone needs to just
Let's
back off
give it
and
a little
slow
bit
it
more
down.
on the front row. That's
still very fast.
Oh, that's very quick. And they got away with it, though, because they're in line. Fast, but in line. Top 4, I remind you, bump into the A final. There's a massive puddle on the inside of turn 1. Did you see the car in second go through it? He's now very, very damp.
Yeah, the valley is streaming with spray from these carts as they head through the chicane there at the Paddock. And then out of there into the Paddock turn. It is the number 193 of Dylan Morton that leads the field around.
Alexander Colantano still has that 4th place. He's under heavy pressure from the 31 of Samuel Aston. And Aston looks like he's got the drive up the inside of his head now. Hold on. Oh, I could absolutely guarantee he had a moment where he didn't think that was going to stick.
Where he didn't think it was going to turn in,
okay.
Left hand down, wait for it to stick. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Dylan Morton, Connor Tubby, Archie Hardiman, Samuel Aston in that 4th place. Colin Tiano will want to come back at him. And
113 of Harvey Lee Wittering got past Alexander Colantano then.
Harvey Lee what?
Wittering, is it?
Winteridge. Oh, you haven't got the full name.
I haven't got that. Well, how I got Wittering from missing at the end, goodness only, that is my glasses and my reading, but Winteridge, okay. It was a guess. I did it was fine. Come on.
Committed some murders this afternoon, I tell you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, beginning to break away from that 5th place, Colin Tiano.
I'm getting 2 weeks worth in. Look at that. I'll tell you what.
That's a great shot.
It's a brilliant shot.
That's a great shot.
Because he's quite a small driver there, and he just seemed being effectively showered with spray. The whole way through.
Brilliant. And they're going fast enough for that spray to just clear off your visor and give you a bit of a view.
You can see that the very simple aerodynamics of the car, the water is just simply coming off the back. It's not being shaped at all, is it, by anything else?
No, it's just going straight up in the air, isn't it, from the wheels? Yeah, they're not going fast enough really to create any kind of. So we've in the past we've looked at sort of diffusers and stuff on the back of a cart and played around with them, and you're not going fast enough to create any kind of aerodynamic downforce.
Well, that's not true, unfortunately, because there was a big row in the RC world again, because RC cars, they look very quick, but they aren't doing more than 35, 45 miles an hour, apart from the very fast track ones you were watching yesterday. And it's aerodynamicists from F1 said, no, aero does nothing for the cars. There's nothing for the cars. Beyond basic aerodynamics, it's like just drawing a swooping shell. And says, okay, you drive this car without a rear wheel on it, and it's undrivable without a rear wheel on it.
Is that right?
And the rear wheel doesn't. It's just air works at aerodynamics work at whatever speed.
Yeah.
You're
looking at the science at the molecular level, aren't you?
Also, the interesting thing about sort of applies to cars, but definitely applies to RC cars. The way that the air works in the bottom 30 centimetres is completely different to the way it works in the rest of the boundary layer of the air between the 30 centimetres and the ground. It actually is completely different from how it is in the rest of the atmosphere. So karts are involved in that. F1 cars aren't quite so much because they're mostly above 30 centimetres.
Yes.
So it is a really interesting. That's why you need Adrian Newey doing this, because he can see air.
And that's why Adrian Newey gets paid all of those millions.
30 million for seeing air. I can see air, but only when it comes at the back of my Dyson. But,
Dylan Morton has pulled out a massive lead of 4.3 seconds, leaving behind Connor Tubby, Archie Hardiman and Samuel Aston to battle it out. And now they're being joined by Harvey Lee Winteridge and Alexander Colantano.
And they're back again. Colantano must have got
look at that. First place,
back in again
second,
for the rain.
third, fourth there has now got the fourth place driver there with the blue helmet. Behind him, Harvey Lee Winteridge is catching him, but Harvey Lee Winteridge is bringing back Colantano back into it with Jamie Kilbride not that far off as well.
So it's Samuel Aston with the blue helmet, who is in the danger position. He's in the last free area. One simple away win, he'd be relegated. But the man trying to catch him up, Harvey Lee Winteridge. Well, we need more letters there. Harvey. Sorry, Harvey, it's nothing against you personally, it's just my inability to actually remember anything. Ask your grandparents what it's like. That's what I am.
Not over, is it? Samuel Aston. It's never ending, that's what it is. Never ending. Samuel Aston is not that far away from Harvey Lee Winteridge.
Winteridge?
Yeah, Winteridge just waiting for Aston to make a mistake. Aston in the blue helmet, Winteridge in the white helmet there. Just under 3 minutes, so plenty of time. And I'm pretty sure Samuel Aston is trying to catch that green helmet in front of him.
96. Yeah, I think Archie Hardiman is not pulling away. We've got a standout leader in Dylan Morton, and then Tubby is kind of doing what he needs to do. Then you've got Hardiman Aston. Remember, this is a B final. This is just to qualify for the main final, where they'll start towards the back, or actually at the back, of the 12-minute main final.
Dylan Morton's got a gap of 5.8 seconds to the rest of this field. So Dylan,
who was that? Who went very, very wide?
Not sure. Was it relevant to the fourth place battle, Nick?
Don't know. It might be Sam Mott actually.
Right. Was it relevant to the fourth place battle?
Let's find out, because it pricked my interest. There is a fourth place. Yeah, so coming together again now, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Winteridge is catching. Aston's aware because he keeps looking over his shoulder, but they're both coming back towards the green helmet of Archie Hardiman.
Oh, and that's very, very wet.
That's a shame, and he's lost out that place.
Yeah.
Harvey Lee Winteridge sliding very wide, going into Luna. It's around the left-hander. We were talking about this.
Simple left-hander.
Yeah,
in the dry.
In the dry it is, but look at that. It just wouldn't turn in.
We got it on two wheels. He got some good lateral grip at some point.
Turn in. Oh, my goodness.
I'm not sure whether he...
That's put him out of contention, though.
Just turned and then saw something and briefly went off the wheel again before turning again. I think that's what I saw.
What are you talking about?
Show it again.
What are you talking about?
Right, watch this again.
He was turning left,
turned left, yeah. But I think he backed out of it at that point.
You mean he turned right because he thought he was going to hit the back of Aston?
Yeah,
I did know.
So
I did there.
Obviously, my enunciation was rubbish, but my basic premise was correct.
You did. I think he thought he was going to hit the back of Aston, and he turned right.
Yeah.
And he was just right. He ran out of road.
So I feel half vindicated and half unable to speak the English language.
Sorry. If only you could.
If only I could talk.
If only you could
commentate.
If only you could describe what
you watch.
Isn't it?
Yeah. You think
describe what you're seeing.
Just realised I used all my words in Spain last year. Last week I got none left.
What this has done, of course, is kind of taken out the challenge that we saw on that blue helmet at Samuel Aston.
Yeah.
Alexander Colentiano.
Oh, you're catching it now.
It's catching.
We've got 4 more races, by the way.
Colentiano is...
We have to do them properly. They're the finals.
...is behind Samuel Aston by about a second. And with only a few seconds on the clock, I think we're going to see Dylan Morton have waved at him the final lap board. The number 31 there, Samuel Aston. He's part
Morton's
of the
a long way ahead. That's the only thing. No, Morton's taken the next lap. He's so far ahead. He's crossed the line on 7:56. So even though these guys are well over 8 minutes, doesn't matter. They have to follow what the leader has achieved. And Dylan Morton has achieved a massive victory. Now, this should give him confidence. If the weather conditions stay the same, he can make up several positions in the main final.
Yeah, he showed a lot of pace, hasn't he, in these conditions. 6.5 seconds gap to these drivers here. The white helmet there leading that train of carts round is Connor Tubby. Then we've got Archie Hardiman in the green helmet, Samuel Aston in the blue helmet. He's with Tyro Motorsport, the Tyro team. Quite a busy awning as ever in the Junction 6 NKC. As we head towards Luna again, it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Dylan Morton. He literally crossed the line with only a couple of seconds on the board there.
Does Colentano get any closer? Last time around he was
I don't think so.
He was 0.8 of a second behind Aston. I don't think it's changed at all on this penultimate lap. He comes across any second now, and the gap
7
is
tenths.
8 tenths again.
Yeah,
so
well, 7 tenths I've got, Nick.
Oh, well. My mental maths has died as well as my speech.
Yeah, 7 tenths.
There is the 31. That is the man holding the golden ticket of 4th place into the A final in about an hour's time, or perhaps a bit less than an hour. Samuel Ashton So Aston there, ahead of him, Archie Hardiman, ahead of him, Connor Tubby, and way ahead of him is going to be your winner, Dylan Morton, who we're welcoming here. There's Dylan. Well done. Great performance, but winning a bump-up final, not interesting.
Well, you get your picture on the Facebook page.
Look how far ahead he was.
Yeah, massive gap of 7.2. Then we've got, that was to Connor Tubby. Then we've got Archie Hardiman through. And then the final qualifier, Samuel Aston. Alexander Colintiano just ran out of time a bit. He was challenging and trying to bring that gap down. However, didn't quite pull it off. And commiserations also to Harvey Lee Winteridge, who kept the challenge going all the way to the very end until that little bit of an off there. That's the B finals concluded for round 5 of the Junction 6 NKC. We are straight into the A finals. We've already got karts on the grid. Hopefully Ash has positioned his camera to look at them.
He has, I think he has. That's what the button needs to be pressed there.
Oh, that is perfect.
And it's TKMs. It's Smokey Joe is out for a final, and we need to say congratulations to Paul on a 2-all draw.
Oh,
away from home.
I had £2 on that.
For what? Home win, wasn't it?
Brighton, yes.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I did, mate.
Oh.
I didn't think you'd beat Brighton. I know, I didn't think you'd even draw against Brighton.
Wow. Wow.
Actually, I think it was...
I'm sorry, Paul. I can't believe he's done it to you.
I actually think it was £3.
And
I'm even more good.
And he's throwing his money away about it as well.
I know.
I think it's actually stopped raining.
Oh, shut up.
But I can't see the puddle. All right, I'm wrong. I can't see that. See, from that angle, the puddle at the back wasn't looking rainy, but it is raining, yes. And it's raining.
Yes, it's raining.
It's not raining very hard. It's not.
Here we go. Senior TK.
Right,
it's wet track, Nick. Unless the sun comes out and the sky's blue, I don't want you to mention the weather, because it's wet, right? And it's going to stay wet until the final checkered flag of this,
I hope you are going to talk to David like this
race. Senior TKM final coming up now. Guess what? Joseph Booth. Is he going to come into championship contention? We're going to have to wait and see.
65 had a problem at the start.
Right, we'll talk about him in a minute, because Matthew Telton-Purcell is way down the order. Right now, Joseph Booth and Ben Watson are the important drivers, because they're on the front row. It's Jake Humphrey and Leo Crabtree are on row 2. Mitchell Ball and Tom Johnson are on row 3. Samuel King and Matthew Horton share row 4. Then Molly Nicholas-Biles, great A final position for her, in 9th with Matt Slight alongside in 10th. 6th row of the grid is Alexander Lehman and Francis Horn. Then we've got Will Cregeen and James Hull on row 7. Row 8 is Matthew Temple-Purcell, or is it because he didn't get away there at the line? I think I've just heard him go by underneath us. Yeah, so he might get round and take up that 15th spot. Ryan Layton's alongside in 16th. Then we've got on row 9 Chris Whiteside with Jack Crisp, and then James King and James Workman sharing the 10th and final row. Two Masters going to battle it out at the back of the field there for that honour of stepping onto the first step of the podium later on this afternoon in the wetness here at Three Sisters. Nick, you know what? I think I'm going to allow you to mention that bright sky breaking through over there.
You might snap at me again.
Well,
no, it is brightening from the distance, but I think, as you say, it's not going to dry out in the next 45 minutes.
Well, you did mention you were going to mention the weather just at the point where we need to read the grid down. I haven't got long to read the grid.
I am British. I love talking about weather.
Yeah, but not when we're about to do a grid.
No, when we're talking about grids, when we're about to eat cheese, anything, I will absolutely talk about the weather.
Right, and we're about to start. We've got them in what looks like very fine. Very fine order. Here we go then into the final. It's going to be a spray of two-stroke oil motor, oil smoke, and spray. We've got carts going from left to right there, and I thought we were going to have somebody spew up to the right there, but not. Who's that on the?
Booth, I think
it's not. It is Booth. Yeah, the all plate.
Watson was kind of lightly ahead of Booth as they actually crossed the line by about half a cart length, and then kind of I think he almost thought I better not do that, and that's kind of dropped him down slightly, in fact to third. So it's the left-hand side of the grid appears to have taken the right-hand side of the grid. So Jake Humphrey now in second. Watson scored third, but I think he's actually fourth. So Watson did that and backed out, thinking he got too far ahead.
Yeah, and that's what Booth was looking for, because he was, as Paul Mann, he was controlling the pace.
So Watson in fourth now. So he's had a poor start.
Poor first lap for Ben Watson.
Beautiful break for Booth.
Here they come across the line, Nick. Joseph Booth, Jake Humphrey, Tom Johnson, Ben Watson, as you said, in fourth. Mitchell Ball, Matthew Horton, Leo Crabtree, Francis Horn, Matt Slate and Samuel King rounding off the top 10.
So Watson did end up getting third. I think he got back past Mitchell Ball during those couple of corners. He has. So the big black 5 of Ben Watson. Grey and black. Is it silver and black? Anyway, no. He's a very similarly liveried.
Yeah, he's up to third. He's
ahead of Johnson. He's ahead of Tom Johnson. He's gone from second to fourth to third. He's having a busy couple of laps as he sits there. Very aggressive stance in the kart.
Slightly longer duration as well, just to remind everybody. 12 minutes and 1 lap for our finals, so a full 4 minutes more of racing. So you do get a chance to settle into the race a little bit. I'm not sure you can ever settle into a race in the wet conditions that we've got here, because it's all knife edge stuff. Every single moment on track is knife edge, just feeling for the grip. I think it has stopped raining though, Nick.
I'm not commenting. Interestingly, this has turned into a after you Claude procession at the moment. There's no battles anywhere. Doesn't mean there won't be any battles anywhere, but I think it's right. People are settling in. But the best time to make moves is in the early laps, and everyone has kind of found a pace, and the pace seems to be very similar to the qualifying pace, Joe.
Yeah, championship situation for Senior Teak. Yeah, Mitchell Ball and Ben Watson at the top of the table. We've got Mitchell Ball on 737, Ben Watson on 706, Alexander Lehman up there in third on 667, Leo Crabtree fourth on 664, 647 for Jake Humphrey, 627 for Matt Slate in sixth. So Joseph Booth not featuring yet in the championship, but by the time we get to the third round of certainly the Northern Cup, he's going to be leading.
Yeah. Johnson and Ball have been swapping positions. Johnson was ahead of Ball going over a second ago. Now Ball's got him back again, so they've been kind of swapping left and right. The man with the Sunderland helmet you love so much, Mitchell Ball.
He's gone back to it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's been listening.
Oh, he knew he wasn't going to get the comments otherwise.
I think his red and white helmet's become his wet helmet. Means it's his older one.
Right. So they have been in different positions, but they are the top 5 pretty solidly at the moment. Just trying to see is there anything happening in the top 3? It doesn't look like it. I thought I saw a kart pulling off, but I don't think it was one of the top. I think the kart pulled off. I thought I saw a kart pull off.
Who was that?
I don't know.
I'll tell you in a moment. Joseph Booth across the line, Jake Humphrey.
Ben Watson. Second. It was Ben Watson who pulled off.
It was Ben Watson.
I thought I saw someone in the background pull off.
It's dropping like a stone there. Dropping like a stone. So out of contention completely. The podium positions at the moment with 8 minutes to go. Joseph Booth, Jake Humphrey and Mitchell Ball, with Tom Johnson about a half a second off the back bumper of Mitchell Ball.
Yeah, and they're coming down underneath us now and through the paddock bend. Johnson, who was ahead of Ball and behind at Ball and then ahead of Ball again and behind him again over the first couple of laps, now is just dropping off a little bit, and actually is more likely to fall into the clutches of Matthew Horton, the 24. That's the man who won his heat when he was the only man on slick tyres and everyone else was on wets, and then to make up for it, had an absolute nightmare third heat.
Gaz Beery's just done the maths. He tells me Joe Booth can end up in the top 10 of this championship. He can't win the championship overall, of course. However, he is very much in contention and leading the Northern Cup part of this final 3 rounds of the overall series.
And the reason he carries the O plate is because he won the last round at Wilton Mill. Every other class had the O plate decided at the special O plate meeting in Rowra. The CKM field decided there wasn't really enough participation, so they moved the O plate award to the winner of Wilton Mill, and that was Joseph Booth. That's why he's on the O.
Yeah, 7 minutes remaining on the clock then. And the number 9 of Tom Johnson there we're just watching them being chased down by Matthew Horton. Matthew had an inspired tyre choice in the second of the heats. It was the only kart in the field starting in the back on slick tyres on what was a pretty damp track. I'm not going to say wet, it wasn't quite wet, it was damp, but that absolutely was the way to go, because the track dried and he just came into play as everybody
won by 10 seconds.
He won by 10 seconds
and saved himself 75 quid.
Everybody else melted their treaded tyres, didn't they?
Yeah,
so brilliant.
There's the 3 kart of, where's that? It's a 9 car. He does a scrub on the outside. Oh, look, we get towards the end of the day and there's bits of numbers missing and they all look wrong.
I did the same that previous lap, Nick. That's when I started talking about Tom Johnson.
So he's running in 4th, but again, he's not really moving forward towards Ball. So Booth and Humphrey, we are just over halfway in this one.
Yeah, longer finals here, so still plenty of time for things to play out. We've got the fastest lap of the race going to Joe Booth. That was on lap 6. They've just completed lap 7. It was a 53.1. He's just put in 53.3, so not quite as quick as he can go.
Houghton looking up the inside there, but didn't come off. And then Crabtree as well. They're battling in these low positions. ZMPR did number 5 get a technical. Don't know. Didn't see a black and orange flag being prepared. It may just be he felt something wrong with the cart. These carts are, you can feel the nipping up. You can see there's something wrong. He just decided that he needed to. It may have been misfiring. He just pulled off. It was a kind of discretion, better part of valour for Ben Watson there.
Yeah, he pulled
very,
off into the
very,
pits.
very disappointed. He pulled straight off out there at the end of the straight, which is how you come off this racetrack.
Yeah,
and then he do the far loop, which is part of the longest circuit you can have here, which is run for some small bike enduros and that sort of stuff.
KZ's run up there as well.
Yeah, that must be wow.
Wow, into that final turn.
So
into the paddock.
So they're going full whack down here, and then they go full whack round.
Through the right-hander and up the hill.
Wow.
And then over the brow and into the right-hander there.
What are they doing at that point? 90?
I don't know. I was chatting to James from Alpha at Warden Law the other day. He was telling me that when they're filming here a round of the IAMI British Championships, and they've got 2 tracks to consider. They run on 2 configurations.
That's not much fun, really, is it?
Tricky with your camera positions. Meanwhile, back with the race, 4 minutes remaining. Final third. Joseph Booth leading by 1.2 seconds, Nick.
Yeah, so far this has been quite a stationary, static, stable race, which normally means we're due fireworks.
Well, we have played waiting games with the TKMs. However, it's a little bit more tricky to do that in these.
Movement there as the 44 of Crabtree picks up 4th place from Johnson. Go Jake, says Gravinator 1977. You got anything left? Try to close the gap to the lead. That's Jake Humphrey trying to close down Joseph Booth. So active support for our 2nd place man, number 51. I'm not quite sure where the leaders are at the moment. It's about 1.5 seconds between them. They're 5 seconds up the road from this battle, so they have broken away from the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. There's Ball just ahead. Easy to see Ball because of the red and white helmet. This year a lot of people have opted not to get the helmets painted. There's a lot of plain white helmets.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
It's expensive.
It's
an expensive thing that you can, it's an easy economy to make that doesn't affect anything apart from how good you feel in photographs.
Yeah,
and if you've got your last year's helmet, which is painted up, you can just show it to people.
Mitchell Ball is not that far ahead of Tom Johnson and the rest of the pack.
Johnson's quick as well. I think there's a good chance Johnson will catch him. Actually, he is catching him already. Johnson that time round got to get through Crabtree first, but he's then not got that far to get through to Ball.
Still a lot of water being spewed up from the rear tyres here. That tells us just how wet the track is. I'm expecting Mitchell Ball to react to this, though. I'm expecting Mitchell to become aware that the 44 of Leo Crabtree's behind him.
Top 2 have got away very much there, Booth and Humphrey. So Ball now, I think it's almost like you're wired into him. Almost like you've got a personal communication, like a Sunderland-esque, a Roker Park radio.
No, we've watched Mitchell, and a big, massive thank you to Mitchell and his company, his family company, Junction 6 Commercials, who have supported the NKC Championship now since its inauguration, isn't it? Since it very began.
Title sponsor the last 2 years.
Title sponsor the last 2 years, into the 2nd year of that. And we've watched Mitchell race, and it's kind of. He can see he hasn't got the pace to maybe catch Jake Humphrey or Joseph Booth.
Got replay?
I have no idea what that is.
What was that? It fell off and bounced. It's on fire.
It's the smoke canister. So that fell off.
Something fell off.
And
one of the carts got punted across, is on fire. Is it a bit of the exhaust? It's gone out now.
Very bizarre.
Blimey.
Who did it come off, by the way? Did it come off Mitch?
Try again. It's about the 2nd or 3rd cart down. 44. I think over the 44. It came off the 44. Outside chance it came off the 9. Right, let's see if we can pick up the 44, wherever he may be. That is the 44. Thank you very much indeed. Top camera person work there.
Whatever it is that's come off,
it's not that important.
It's not that important because the cart's still...
There's another one.
No, it's still the same one.
It's back on fire again.
Yeah. That looks like a smoke canister of some sort.
It does look like, it's like someone dislodged
like a producer of smoke.
Someone's dislodged a smoke canister.
I have no idea what that could be. We're less than 30 seconds away from the final lap board. That number 44, we think, has lost one of its smoke canisters.
So he's only got 2 flares and there's a missile left.
He probably had that on his cart for the paintball karting that's coming up later, where he can use that. He's chasing down Mitchell Ball. I'm not sure if it came off Mitch or that one. We're getting towards the final lap board next time by.
Probably need to have a little bit look at our leader, to be honest, Joseph Booth.
Well, we've still got a lap to go.
Louis Bevan said it might be someone's battery. And that's possible. Battery. It could be a lithium battery that's caught fire and fallen off. That's not a bad call, actually. And the carts will keep going on their own magnetos, won't they?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The
Do you know what? That's
just
probably
there to start.
Louis, that's a really good call. That may well be. That would explain why it was kept alight.
Who was that from? Was that from
Louis Bevan.
Louis Bevan.
Yeah.
We miss you, Louis. We need you back here.
And there is our leader. He's got onto his last lap. Joseph Booth, Jake Humphrey just in the background there. Yeah, I think that's a brilliant call. That's someone's battery. That makes a lot of sense.
So that's started to overheat, melted its bracket or something.
Yeah.
And fell off.
Yeah.
But it fell off against the trajectory of the G, didn't it?
It went out that way.
Yeah, it came out to the right. I think it went through right.
Well, no, I think what happened is it might have fallen off a different cart and got punted by the nose of that one.
Ah, good point. Yeah.
So
there's our leader.
That's my guess, and it's a great guess, and I've decided that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, Lincoln.
Sam John says it's a LiPo battery that's exploded. He's right. So it's battery that's come and gone.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
I didn't. You know what? I didn't think of batteries because it's
me
TKM.
Neither. Yeah, me neither. But they have got starters a lot, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah. Here we go though.
Great
it's going to be
great another Joseph.
Another win for Joe Booth. He took the all plate last time out of Wilton Mill, and that means he took round 4. He wins round 5. He wins round 2. He wins round 1 and 2
of the Northern
Cup. So maximum points haul then for Joe Booth. Jake Humphrey second. Mitchell Ball will join them on the podium later on this afternoon. It was Leo Crabtree in 4th, Tom Johnson in 5th, Matthew Horton finishes 6th, Francis Horn finishes in 7th, and then we had Samuel King, Matt Slate, Alexander Lehman, Molly Nicholas Biles was 11th. We then had Will Cregeen, Matthew Temple Purcell, James Hall, Chris Whiteside, Jack Chris, Brian Layton, and then we had James King finishing as the first master across the line in 18th. James Workman was second in the second master, and of course we lost Ben Watson, who pulled off with a problem.
Let's just see if we can run that really slowly and see if we can see what happened. Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, we put it on the big screen.
And we're really slow. Go.
So there's a number 1 going through.
It pings off the back of the 44. Comes off the back of the 44.
I'm looking too far ahead. Wind that back a bit.
I have to wait for it to finish before I can do it again. Sorry.
All right. Wind that back. I'm looking too far ahead, as if it's come off to the right.
If you look at the back of the 44, it drops down that second part of the corner. We've nearly finished this. Sorry about that. But it is, we are running very slow deliberately because it's not often you get a fun fire. Right, try it again.
Here we go.
So you need to look at the 44 as he comes through. Right, so there. As he just goes over the bumps and he lands and he throws it out.
Looks like it came off his rear bumper, though, didn't it?
Well, you know what's happened, don't you? It's moved.
Yeah, of course.
It's come dislodged,
and
then it's dislodged. It may be, actually, it wouldn't. It's not necessary, Joe, that it was actually a problem prior to that. It may have may have been fine and just unmounted, and when it fell off,
Nick,
it then split and caught fire.
Nick, I know how really interested in lithium batteries you are.
Sorry.
But we're going to move on to the senior Rotax A final. I know you're really into your lithium batteries, being from the
It's raining as well, by the way.
And it's raining. It's Blake Ticehurst who starts on the pole position for the 5th round of the Junction 6 NKC. Charlie Walsh is alongside him. Second row of the grid is Ollie Varney and Mason Perrin. We've got our reigning champion Bobby Rosier sharing row 3 with Joseph Rippon. And they've got Matthew Lambert and Levi Earl in 7th and 8th. Row 5 is Finlay Watson and Braden Hill. Samuel Wyatt and James Wood are on row 6. Jason Duchess and Rufus Flann are on row 7. Ethan Wyatt, Jensen Watts. Recovery drive for Jensen on row 8. Louis Rees and John Hobbs are on row 9. Then we've got Ashton French and Ben Harper. Samuel Hawthorne, George Hume. Alex Timmons and Reece Green. Adam Catling and Jack Maidman with Ben Ballew and Archie Carter. Ben Hingley starts in 29th. Tommy Lee Davis 30th. Kieran Gifford, Marcus King, George Townsend, Arthur Thacker are of course the 4 qualifiers up from the B final. Right, do you want to report more on the battery?
It's on fire still.
Oh, right, brilliant.
Yeah, the reason being is that you can't put a lithium battery fire out, and they've red flagged it. They've red flagged it because of that.
Have they?
Yeah. So the lithium battery is actually quite important. That's why it's been red flagged. So the only way you can put a lithium fire out is because itself.
You put it in sand, don't you?
Yeah, because it provides
still burns.
It provides an oxygen. It doesn't need. It's self-sustaining.
I know.
So they got it there.
Do you want to tell us what the fire service do with a electric car like a Tesla or something when it catches fire?
They just ignore it.
No, they don't. They put a big, massive fire blanket over it and then leave it there and come back 3 days later to find it still burning merrily.
Burning merrily. Oh, hello.
Well, we're laughing because the cart came into our shot without a driver, but that's the one number
George
167.
Townsend, who appears to have retired.
Yes, unfortunately for George, that cart is going nowhere, and George. Somebody who wouldn't start has now started, I think.
Probably wants to join the back.
Right. Are we retrieving that?
I assume we're on red flag. Luckily, they're still completely in the correct order. Right. So they'll get rid of that lithium battery. They'll then roll them back up and start them again.
Right. Have we moved the lithium battery to somewhere safe?
Is that the one that was revving beneath us, or is that the one that broke down?
That's number 178.
Right. He won't have gone past it. You have to look at the grid to see who it is. Because he won't have been scored. In his Cosmic. Oh. Super speed run back by the other guy in front of us now. Look at him go. Here we come. Reverse around the grid. Maximum attack on the one. That's a very fit young man because he's run a long way.
So that's George Townsend. And that is the... What number is that one just beneath us on the Cosmic?
178.
Jason Duchess.
Oh, plug change.
Yeah. Well, he's got time to do this because of the red flag.
No, it's not going to be a long red flag, is it?
It shouldn't be, no, but it might give Jason just enough time to be able to get round there.
He'll have to in the back of the grid, though, won't
he? Yeah, I would think so.
Plug in, plug crap back in, trying to start it up. No, you've got to put the cap on first, mate. I know it's tight, but you need the cap on. It's not going to go Sparkingtons. You don't do that. Works. Running.
I've got something for you. You know, I mentioned, remember Nathan Jensen going airborne over the chicane at the Paddock? He's already got that on social media.
Well done, mate.
He's
brilliant.
Taking the shot off our coverage.
Brilliant.
And
that's why we're here.
I don't study aeronautical engineering for nothing.
Brilliant. You showing that on Karting Live?
Yeah. Gaz will.
Brilliant.
Yeah, Gaz has just said that. Gaz, share that on Karting Live, will you please? Nathan Jensen's very, very much... he's very savvy when it comes to his social media. He's always posting something about his karting.
Clutch problems?
Maybe. That wasn't trying to drive forward, was it? Jason Duchess with more problems on this Cosmic.
They changed the pluggers. That's the basic thing that's normally a problem.
Yeah.
And now he's not running. Is he allowed not to run? Sorry, is he allowed to run?
Yeah, he's not happy with the weights running, though. That's the thing. He's now taking the...
What's that bit?
Top of the carb.
That's the carb.
That's the
intake in the carb.
Throttle slide.
It's weird, isn't it? These modern racing engines are on carbs.
That blue tube is the throttle cable.
They're not in injection yet, then? They've got a little injection unit.
No, they haven't actually.
I assume it's too expensive.
What? Too expensive in relative terms to what? It's already expensive.
I've taken it back now because that's a ridiculous thing to say straight away.
Yeah. If it makes it run better, I mean, we've gone to electronic ignition on these things, haven't we?
Yeah.
The Rotax Evo went
I didn't say that. Ignore me. There's nothing about it being too expensive.
He's making sure that's not oiled up at all. He's getting rid of all that oil that has been in the crankcase. Remember, 2-strokes do that. They lubricate the crankshaft and the crankcase and the big end and small end bearing where it meets the where it's connected to the piston, of course, the conrod.
I'm not quite sure what we're waiting for now. Is it still? Are they cleared at the Smoky Fire yet?
No, we've got.
No, there's two marshals kicking it by the
two
looks of it.
marshals looking at it.
Don't touch it. Just leave it now. It's out.
No, you can't kick it out the way if you've got big boots on, sturdy boots. I've got to say, it's the first time I've seen that happen. Oh, that was a great bit of driving there.
Lithium battery stop play.
167.
Oh, he was broken down early, wasn't he?
He's not allowed to leave.
Hang on a second. He actually did take the start first time round.
He did.
George Townsend, I think he should be allowed to leave.
I'm not sure what the regulations allow, Nick.
They should. I mean, obviously there are regulations, and I'm not Sarah Darlow or have any knowledge of what is going on down there. But anyway,
he's not allowed on the track because the track is neutralised.
Right. Okay.
So until the race officials give him the go-ahead.
Are they going to be allowed to join the back of it once they get rolling again? And when are they going to get rolling again? Because that battery hasn't been moved. He's just gone out.
There's Sarah Darlow just coming into the shot there. Take us back to that pop.
Honestly.
There's Sarah
on the
just
left,
underneath
the adverts.
Yeah, she's in charge. Got the radio in hand.
Negotiation going on now. Can I come out, please? No. Please, no. Can I come out? No.
Sarah is... just waiting for the go-ahead.
There's some pointing.
Pointing and explaining going on.
How much pointing and explaining can you do for one race?
So another delay, stopping.
They're all adding up, aren't they? They're all adding up.
Tracks.
It's making me later and later home, all this is doing.
It absolutely is. We're only at 4:30 in the afternoon, though. Plenty of time.
Well, you've got to hang around for the presentation. There could be all sorts of rowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he's got a fire. That's pointless because that won't do anything.
It's not going to do anything.
It's a lithium. Oh, he's got his coffee as well, so that's all right.
Well, you need a bucket of sand.
Can I point out it's raining as well?
A bucket of sand.
So what are you going to spray it with when it's raining already?
So how you treat that is a bucket of sand, pick it up with some pincers
and leave it.
And stick it in the sand and leave it.
Yeah.
And you come back and it's glass, isn't it? 'Cause it's melted the sand. And it's in melted glass. Is that right? Unless he's going to bash it into the ground with that extinguisher.
Just smack it one. This thing, of course, lithium fires, is something obviously the RC industry is very much au fait with. I think perhaps the karting industry not so much.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Mate, you've got it, you've trodden it, what are you going to do? It's going to do nothing. Kick it. It's raining, which is helping. It's keeping everything cool. This is going to be fantastic. What are you going to put in? If it's foam, it's pointless as well. Okay. You're foaming it.
No, that's not going to do anything at all.
So it's self... Oh, I just feel like I have to go and tell them.
Nick, please, sort something out, mate. Go down there and tell them you're an RC.
They haven't got a bucket of sand to put it in.
I know they haven't, but they could kick it to the side. It's not going to hurt anything. It's just going to sit there on the grass. Stamp it into the mud. It's still going to burn. They don't understand.
It's not
you
their
can't
form.
put it out,
with
foam. It's not a fuel fire.
However, if they think they have put it out, they might start the kart racing again.
Shall we talk about the calendar?
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah? I'm wanting you to talk about the calendar.
I haven't got the calendar.
All right. Well, where are we on the...
the next year's calendar's in the thing.
In the thing?
The programme.
Yes. We have got some dates for 2025. However, the venues are provisional. Can you remember where in the programme it is, Nick?
It's right at the back, I think. Yeah, they've gone for it.
That's we've put it out.
It's out. Don't worry about physics or chemistry.
No. It's all right.
We found it. We've got racing.
Oh, no, sorry, we haven't. Yeah, find that.
That was the backup people joining the back of the queue.
That was the carts that hadn't started being allowed out on track.
Oh, I thought I saw this. Hold on. I will find it for you. I have seen it. Let's Very shocking.
Yeah, so we've still got this whole final to get through. It's the Rotax 162 category, 162 kilograms. If you are new to karting on our coverage on Karting Live TV.
Why
is it taking you so long to find this
there you
sport?
go. Found it. It hasn't got venues next to it though.
Right, no venues to be
I mean, you
confirmed.
know one of them.
I do know one of them, but I'm not allowed to say. Yeah, yeah, but that's a clue, isn't it?
Well, we go to Warden Law, but when?
Yeah. So
they're rolling again.
We probably won't talk about the calendar until we've confirmed the venues. Actually, Nick.
Stephen Grapefruit, got to be the worst commentators, putting people down when there's problems. Not putting people down.
No, just trying to educate.
There is a lack of knowledge. It's not putting people down. The whole world can't be positive the whole time, Stephen. Sometimes you actually got to talk about people who aren't doing things correctly. It's not their fault because they haven't been trained properly. That's all we're saying.
Yeah, that's all we're saying.
People are too sensitive.
And Nick is an expert on lithium
something
batteries.
I actually know. I might have been talking complete balderdash the rest of the day, but it's something I actually know quite a lot about.
Nick loves lithium batteries.
Oh, I'm a lithium battery fan.
If there's ever a lithium battery fire, Nick's your man. Right, we've got things underway, and we've got a few non-starters. The number 6, they're getting away a little bit late for our liking. Charlie Walsh. Charlie Walsh is the kart that got away towards the back of the field now. He will try and make his way around and will probably join onto the back of the grid if he can't make his way through the order. Yeah, he takes his part. That's a shame, really, because the number 6, Charlie Walsh, should have been on the front row of the grid. That is an absolute tragedy for Charlie. Absolute tragedy. We get underway and we've got somebody oiling there in the middle of the pack. Everybody making their way through and around him. That could have been absolutely a serious situation. As away they go then. Mason Perrin into the lead by the looks of things. By the time they come out of the valley through the chicane and then underneath us, it is the number 76 of Mason Perrin that has got a healthy lead. I say healthy in relative terms, of course, in karting. And then we've got the number 2, Ollie Varney, slotting in behind, but he's got about a 3 or 4 karts that length gap lead into Luna Bend. And he will lead across the line for lap 1 with Ollie Varney coming through in second. We'll get a confirmation of who are the drivers behind them as they cross the line then. Perrin, Varney, Joseph Rippon, Levi Earle, Bobby Rosier, Matthew Lambert, Finlay Watson, Ethan Wyatt, Sam Wyatt, together the brothers. Jensen Watts up to 10th, 3 places gained by Jensen Watts, 2 places gained by the Wyatts together. And then just outside the top 10 got Braden Hill and Ashton French with Sam Hawthorne, Ben Ingley.
It's a nice break by Mason Perrin. He's got himself a lovely bit of breathing space there. Varney in second, and then you've got the kind of kerfuffle of the rest of the pack really running through very close behind. So Varney, man, trying to move forward, but also most likely to drop back. So the battle is behind our leader for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. And it is nose to tail, 2, 3 and 4. And then, of course, they need to get past. I think they have to start thinking about, can we get close to Mason? Is the next question.
They are not going to scrap, Nick. They are not going to scrap. They're going to work together. They're going to. They are going to work together and close the gap to Mason Perrin.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
well,
absolutely.
Perrin's made a mistake anyway. Perrin went really wide into turn 1 and lost himself a couple of seconds as you say that. And noticed that Joseph Rippon there was trying to get up the inside of Varney and had a bit of a moment on the curb. Because the curbs obviously have zero grip at this point as they're soaking wet.
I mean, in these conditions, an opportunity can present itself with a cart in front of you sliding very wide and opening the door. Yes, you're going to take it, but you're not going to start tripping over the cart in front of you if you're in third.
So much more faith than I do.
Yeah,
I'll tell you right now, if I was in third, I want to get past second just so I wouldn't be sprayed the whole time. I want to have a bit of free air.
No, well,
free air is king.
Because at the
That's
moment,
what Oscar Piastri told me that.
Mason Perrin is leading. Last time by it was about 4/10. It still is 4/10.
That was after a mistake here, though.
So, Varney not making any odds. That's his line. That's his line.
Okay,
he goes really wide where the grip is, probably. I say probably, because it's a real wet patch.
The grip's there allegedly.
Yeah, he knows where the grip is clearly because he's leading. And that gap is not coming down. So Varney, Rippon, Levi Earl and Matthew Lambert working together. Finley Watson in 6th. Bobby Rosier. We've then got Ethan Wyatt in 8th. 9th is Jensen Watts splitting the Wyatt brothers. Samuel coming through in 10th.
16th, Kieran Gifford from the B final. So Gifford, who started back in the low 30s, is now up to 16th in his attempt to rescue the day. Also going well from the absolute dead last because of a restart. Or the problem was Jason Dukish in the 20. In the 178 he's in 20th. So we've seen some big movements at the back as people were out of position during qualifying. But Mason Perrin holding ahead, and Varney lost a bit of space there. And there is some sweep through. There's a big kind of gap now between 7th and 8th. Jensen Watts is down in 9th. So Watts has not had a great run either.
No, he's coming through.
Yeah, because he started badly.
He started 13th or 14th or something. Kieran Gifford, though, great move from him to come from 4th from the back of the grid and up to 14th.
They've made the easy places in the easy part of the track. Every overtake now they're going to have to earn. But look at the battle now. Varney against Rippon. Varney on the 2 plate cart number with the orange and blue side pods. And I was about to say, they both got greeny helmets, but he's leading in the number 2 anyway. Orange nose.
He narrowed the gap to 3/10 last time. It's back out to 4. So Mason Perrin, he's in a very strong position there. That gives a false impression, doesn't it? That Mason Perrin loses a lot of ground, but that traction he has out of that turn 1 and into the S's.
Really interesting line he's got there.
Absolutely. Up and over the valley, and it's back out to 4/10. But they come together there with a variation on opinion on how to take that first turn. 7 minutes on the clock there, so we are already 5 minutes into this, and it's a bit of a waiting game, I feel. It still is. Joseph Rippon, these drivers are playing a waiting game. It's not like they can get another gear or put their foot down. Their foot is flat to the boards whenever they can be. It's just whether you push in the corner, and you can't really push that hard in these conditions. The conditions are so variable. Every lap is different.
So back can't be just in the back of that train. That's number 1. That's Bobby Rosier, the reigning champion. Gifford up to 11th. Where's Watts? Watts up to 8th. So I think is that Jensen is. Yeah, that's Jensen there. He's in no man's land at the moment. He's separated from 7th and ahead of 9th. There's one of the many carts on the move as they flow round down past the collecting area. Back with the 20. This is the 3rd place of Rippon. And he has to try and find a way close to or past Varney for second. Lambert behind them now has been dropped. So is this 1, 2, 3 who've got a chance, but they're quite equidistant as well. Covered by a second, but not really moving much. I'd say possibly is now the big battle really is this 5, 6 and 7 battle, which is Earl, Watson and Rosier. Rosier at number 1 because he's the champion, the reigning champion from 2023. He's there with that white helmet at the back. Just glance over his shoulder to see how fast the 93 of Jensen Watts is coming, and the answer is coming about 0.4, 0.5 of a second.
He's coming, but he's not quite there yet.
No.
Using all of that curb on the left there, there's Jensen Watts in that red and white Birrell.
Gifford up to 10th.
And there's a little bit of contact there, isn't it? Just making room and cutting across there. There's a bash.
Thank you very much. Well, he did. In fairness to the 333, Watson, Earl completely took his line away from him, so he's got away with that nose down because it looks quite heavily separated from the. It looks heavily separated from the nose.
So the number 18 Earl,
perhaps not. Probably all right. Just a little bit of a tipple.
Caught him out going into Paddock turn, didn't he? And that's
absolutely squished him there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking for the nose there, Nick, to see if I could see the 333.
So I think Finley Watson. He comes down. He was squished first, and they desperately. Yeah, that was a hard pass.
It was. They were just both sliding to the left, weren't they? And a bit of wheel banging went on there. I'm not sure how the officials will see that. We'll leave that to them. Because here we are. We've got the number 2 of Ollie Varney, 2023 vice champion, to Bobby Rosier last year, and Ollie Varney still at 0.4 of a second to Mason Perrin, who leads.
Yeah, Perrin's doing a good controlling job here. He's keeping the lead where he wants it. He's got 7 in the second and third now, 7/10 apart. But we're looking at the Rosier. He's in 7th. He's got Earl right ahead of him in the 18 carts. It's the white helmet of Rosier coming around Luna, and the no-name kink, apparently. And then on to the Conrod straight. Now, is Rosie in a position to hop out and see if he can get past at turn 1? He's giving it a go, and he's got it. Right, so Rosie moves up into 6th.
And Rosie will be happy with that because it gets him out of the way of the ever-advancing Jensen Watts.
Who's caught them up, or caught the back. In fact, what, do you know who's behind Watts?
Yeah, Kieran Gifford. Kieran Gifford looking very
Gifford
racy
looks quicker than Watts.
He absolutely does. Gifford's on a charge. Kieran Gifford, of course, second in the championship to Watts. He'll want to get past Watts and just close the gap to that in that overall championship status.
There they all are. That's
3.5 minutes, Nick. 3.5 minutes on the clock for this.
That's the leader, Perrin. From Varney, from Rippon. Let's hold this shot, please, Scott. And that's the battle behind it. And in fact,
he's passed him. Isn't he?
I think he did. I think that.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Right behind him. Right. So
Bobby Rosier got past
Levi
Levi Earl.
Earl's got a very similar colour scheme to.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can have a little bit of a shifty at the 93 of Watts. He's running in about 8, 7, 8. There's a train them together. They should be underneath Ash by now, I think. There we are. There is the one of Bobby Rosier. So just drop back to Ash. And there you go. That's it.
Earl.
That's Earl, and that's the battle royale.
That's the championship battle there, Nick.
That's Watts against Gifford, 93b4.
Jensen Watts with the orange helmet. He's leading the championship, currently in 8th place, and Kieran Gifford second in the championship. That's him there. He is behind him in the championship and also behind him in 9th place. So Kieran Gifford will want to get by. It doesn't matter that they're 8th and 9th. He just wants to get by to reduce the points haul.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dream come true for Gifford after the disastrous day he'd had up to this point. Gifford in that cart he's got the fully day glow yellow jacket on, and they're going to drop down now. And the question is, can either of them get close enough to Earl to pick up a position? Over his shoulder look there from Watts. He obviously knows who's there.
I get a feeling, Nick, that this will have no effect on the championship whatsoever.
They're going to drop it.
Because they both will drop this one.
Oh, up the inside Gifford there.
Brilliant.
That was a can opener.
Yeah.
There was no space there until he decided there was some space.
Yeah, they've both had a nightmare. Jensen Watts, remember, had a non-finish as well. But this was textbook, wasn't it? Jensen Watts, there's no gap there. He used a tin opener, didn't he? Absolutely did. So Gifford will finish ahead of Watts, I think, unless Watts can find something in the tool to come back at him.
Yeah, and the fact that Gifford now is already setting about Levi Earl with a plod.
He has. He's pulled away. He's pulled a gap, hasn't he?
He's got that.
Pulled a gap.
Perhaps those extra 20 minutes of wet running helped him. But look at him in that absolutely bright yellow top, and he's got the inside, and that's Earl. Earl went wide. As we've seen so many times, as he came back on the track, and it wasn't really his fault. He was just trying to gather it all up again. Had a little bit of a side-by-side contact with Gifford, but Gifford gets through, and that's Gifford now up to 7th. I think with a minute to go, that's where his progress may stop.
Oh, and that's
Watts has gone past as well.
Watts has gone by Levi
Flew
Earl.
past Earl.
I think Earl's got a problem.
Well, he did have contact there. He may have perhaps he got a puncture.
Yeah, I think Earl has a problem.
Yeah, Earl's dropping back very quickly. Yeah.
Okay. He's dropped down the order. He was in 7th place now, and he's dropping down like a stone. He's gone through in 12th.
Is he going to pull off? No, he's still going up. No, he's pulling off.
No, he's pulling off.
I think he got a puncture, or it's knocked something off electrical.
He's looking down to his left-hand side there.
And there we are. This is our second and third battle. Varney against him, but they're not that far behind Perrin. 1, 2 and 3. That's where we need to be. So I think they're about to start their last lap.
Well, Perrin had a gap of 9/10 of a second, just under a second now. That's come back down.
But it's Varney Rippon that's really close now for second and third. Rippon was dropping off at one point. Now I don't think they're going to get past in 8 seconds. This is going to be the last lap coming up of the Senior Rotax A final.
So last lap board flies for Mason Perrin.
He's done a great job.
He sees that in the hand of the marshal there. He's done a cracking job in these very, very tricky conditions.
Lights the flag, different lines, worked out how to do it, good wet running. But then I think Varney and Rippon can feel pretty pleased. And Rippon feel even more pleased if he could pull off a last-ditch attempt to get past. They haven't got the on this last lap, of course, they don't any longer have the easiest overtaking opportunity at the end of turn 1. But perhaps getting up the inside here, as we saw a minute ago by Gifford, thinking about it, hasn't got the grip. And at this point now, realistically, only a mistake by your rival will allow you to get past.
Yeah, I think so. Joseph Rippon trying everything he can to have a bash at Ollie Varney, but it's not going to happen, is it? One corner to go, and then 2 kinks before the start-finish line. The finish line looms, the checkered flag looms for Mason Perrin, who takes his first final win of the season. Mason Perrin, it's his best finish by far this season, and in fine style, ahead of Ollie Varney in second, Joseph Rippon in third. It's Matthew Lambert in fourth, with Finley Watson fifth, Bobby Rosier sixth, Kieran Gifford seventh, then Jensen Watts finishing behind him in eighth. Ben Hingley up into ninth place there for Ben, with Samuel Hawthorne in 10th, Ethan Wyatt and Sam Wyatt finish 11th and 12th. Ben Ballou 13th. Charlie Walsh recovering. He should have started on the front row of the grid, did Charlie, and that was a terrible thing for that to happen to him. He ended up at the back of the grid, and he came through from the back to 14th, so a bit of a recovery drive for him. Interestingly, Kieran Gifford, finishing 7th, has made up 56 places this afternoon from the B final. So 56 overtakes, technically speaking. Thanks to Gaz Bury for that little stat.
I'm getting non-stop stats today. It's amazing. It's almost like he knows what he's doing.
Right then, where are we?
We are just waiting.
We have a question, Nick, from Freddie Burnett Cherry. Stupid question. No questions are stupid. Why are some of the numbers yellow on the timing screen? Never noticed that before. What numbers?
No, it goes yellow at a certain point.
That I don't know what timing screen he's got.
He's talking about our timing on the right hand side.
Oh, is he?
The numbers,
right.
They do change colour. And I'll be honest with you, I should know this because I'll ask Stefan what it is. I'll find out for you.
Yeah, you have the instruction manual, don't you?
Well, that's the rumour.
Right then, moving swiftly on, we've got a grid full of 177s ready for their A final. Another 12 minutes and one lap. We've got two more finals to come before we conclude round 5. And it's Jamie Zyra and Harrison Crook that will start on the front row of this grid. Look at that. The Lando Norris livery cart of the Dan Holland driver with the time engine. And then we've got the TH Corsa blue, red and white of Harrison Crook. He's got his orange helmet with his Union Jack helmet on the top. He's on the Venator motor. And then behind them, Scott Smith and Will Murdoch. That's going to be an absolute ding-dong. Will Murdoch having a cracking third heat. Shane Collins. Scott Smith on the second row, third in the Super 1 Championship. Shane Collins, our current Super 1 champion, joining us in the NKC. Great to have a driver like Shane along. He's on the third row of the grid, sharing that with Matt Zanetti. Fourth row of the grid is Archie Elliott, and first of the Masters, Stephen Horner, who had a great drive to come home second to Will Murdoch in that third heat for them. Championship leader Ryan Taylor-Truman, he's on 9th spot. That's the 5th row of the grid alongside Ben Hitch. Second of the Masters, third in the Masters, 11th overall is Andy Collinson, with Scott Clee 4th in the Masters and 12th overall. Row 7, Richard Evans and Sam Elliott, with Sean Rudge and Marcus Basley. Next up, we've got on row 9, Zach Bolton and Tim Darlow. Steve Thompson and Callum Porter are on row 10, with row 11, Ollie Hancock and Alex Thomas. Oliver Moss and Nathan Wells are on row 12, and then we've got Josh Howard and Jake Davis next up, Cole Edwards and Troy Spencer. George Walker and Alex Jones share row 15, with Keith Mason, Nathan Chafer, Alfie Williams and Loris Hilton joining us, of course, from the B final.
Nick asked, not me, was number 76 with Mason Perrin running a metal rear bumper? And the answer is yes, it's fast in the wet, says Alex Dole. There we are. Oh, got another problem. It's a 41 who's got a full start at the moment. Who is the 41? We've had a lot of this. The wet really has been getting into the various parts. He's chucking it down, by the way.
41 is
off
Ben
he goes.
Hitch.
Hitch is off. Now, will he be able to take his position back up again?
I would have thought so.
Shaking his head. It is raining heavily.
Ben Hitch
isn't exactly new. It's been raining heavily for a long time. The cart's being rescued at the top of the hill there, you can see.
Ben Hitch is second in the Masters at the moment, and Ben Hitch is also 4th in the Championship. So that's a cart I can hear turning over.
Unwell. The cart below sounds really unwell, which I don't think is going anywhere.
Oh, that's Ben Hitch again. He stalled coming out. He spins up the wheels, make sure everything's running there. We've got the number 129 number 129's not started. That's Troy Spencer. Starting in 28th, he'll want to get things underway and join in with the year final.
That's certainly wet weather. We've not seen this many karts not get going before.
Yeah,
so
the water's everywhere.
The water's getting everywhere, getting into the electrics, not starting. There's only so much WD-40 can do. Do you know what WD stands for?
Yeah.
You do?
Oh, I don't. No, what
water displacement.
Water displacement. I knew it was something like that.
40. And they were developing these things, and it was the 40th compound they developed, and they found it had lots of other benefits as well.
Such as
storage displacement. That's why it's called WD-40.
All right.
Oh, who's smacking their cart? 144. Who's that? Who's the 144?
The 144.
144. I think it was 144.
Standby call.
Was it?
I'll just see.
I think it's someone towards the front who pulled
That's
off.
Oliver Moss.
Oliver Moss. He's pulled out. He's also had wet weather problems.
Here we go, though. The 177 grid is nicely formed with Jamie Zyra on the pole position.
And they've taken that one. Quite happy with it.
Crook alongside, who's going to get into turn one the first and come out in first. It's Zyra. Zyra leading. Harrison Crook, though, side by side through the second part. And Harrison Crook side by side over the valley and into the chicane, and then Harrison Crook into the lead.
So that's the beautiful move by Crook there, the first couple of laps, taking advantage. We've got 3 or 4 karts who either haven't started or haven't picked up, but trying around the outside run now. Zyra only slightly jumped by Crook, looking to get this one back as quickly as possible. Gets up the tight run, not really the space there. Crook didn't do anything, just took his line. Zyra thought he could just perhaps edge him slightly wide. Didn't happen. So lead is Crook. It's Zyra in second. Third place is, can't tell, it's too wet. We'll find out in a minute.
Yeah, I don't know why we even try with that, because we can't see. I think that's Will Murdoch.
93.
It's
93
Will Murdoch.
in third.
Yeah, we saw Will Murdoch take a heat win today. It's Crook, Zyra, Murdoch, Smith, Shane Collins, Ryan Taylor-Truman up to 6th place, up 3. Andy Collinson going with him into 7th. Matt Zanetti, Ben Hitch, and Sam Elliott. The answer is Ben Hitch did take his place. Sam Elliott moving up 3 places ahead of Stephen Horner there and into 10th.
Now we can see the rain falling again because it's absolutely sheeting down. Archie Elliott was the kart we saw pulling off at the end of the first lap, but looking around the outside, they sort of opening the inside, didn't they? It was the case with 38 there, was thinking, I might go up the inside. The all-white Scott Smith looking to move forward, but it's a good break by Harrison Crook, spurred on by an interview with Joe in the Paddock show.
Yeah, he was reluctant, wasn't he, Paul, to talk to us, bit shy.
Well, he was worried
about his hair. Yeah, he was worried about his hair. His hair was fine.
Jody's 2 goes everything. Emma Barrett, good luck. Ryan Taylor-Truman, go.
Yeah, and he is
gone.
He is absolutely gone. He's just overtaken, I should say, Shane Collins for 5th place. So Ryan Taylor-Truman, he wants to maximise that points haul in relation to both Harrison Crook and Jamie Zyra, because I think he wants the Northern Cup to go with the Southern Cup, doesn't he?
He's behind Scott Smith now. They're very clear, that all-white kart. Even though it's a 177, he still needs to save some weight. But the battle is 2 battles now.
Remember, Nick, that the number 93, Will Murdoch, we saw how he caught and overtook Jamie Zyra in a previous heat to take the win heat from Zyra. We'll see if he can do that. Meanwhile, up ahead of these two, Harrison Crook, he's off. TH Courses, Harrison Crook leading the way by over a second that time by. Let's see where it is this time.
I think he's
crossing the line.
I think he's pulling away each lap at the moment.
1.3.
No, a couple of tenths, that's all you need. Then you've got 3 of them. Taylor-Truman just a little bit off this next battle for 2, 3 and 4. He's the red-nosed kart just coming through the second part of the S's now. Just need to bridge that gap as the rest of the field streams through, literally streams through, because there's streams all over the track.
Yeah, streaming being the
and we're streaming.
Word.
How exciting.
Yes, we are. Zyra doing a great job holding back Murdoch, but I think I've got a feeling Murdoch and Scott Smith behind him can perhaps play a bit of a waiting game. Now, just coming into the picture there, behind Scott Smith, behind these two, then we've got that's Zyra, Murdoch, Smith, and that's the number 3 of Ryan Taylor-Truman. 3rd in the 2023 championship, and wanting so much to take the overall championship this year. There he is, Ryan Taylor-Truman on the number 3.
Yeah, he's looking, trying to bridge that gap. I think he is getting a little bit closer to Scott Smith, but catching is one thing, passing another. As you can see, our leader's got a nice gap. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th could be anybody. For the gap through to Collins in 6th. Dropping down over the valley and into the final chicane. It is that battle for 2nd and 3rd, which is Zyra. At the moment, though, Murdoch not being able to make that swift, aggressive movement before we saw earlier, Joe.
No, he's He's not, has he? I remember Murdoch just caught and kept that momentum by passing Zaira. He's not able to do that. Zaira's had a little tweak on his handling, hasn't he? Because I think he's happier with the handling in the wet conditions now. But look at this for quality. Harrison Crook leading, Jamie Zaira second, Will Murdoch, Scott Smith and Ryan Taylor-Truman absolutely together now on the track.
Yeah, Truman now I'm sure he's going to try and pop out. There's a glance over the right shoulder. Has he got enough? No. Discretion, the better part of valour for Taylor-Truman there. But look how close he is to the all-white Scott Smart machine. But in fact, fairness to Scott, he's actually just creeping up to Murdoch, who actually did have a minor error about 2/3 of a lap back and lost about half a second. So 2, 3, 4 and 5 on the screen. Sort of 4 and 5 where the action's likely to happen. They're looking left and right behind him. So Ryan Taylor-Truman not totally happy with his position at the moment.
Yeah, he's wanting to get by Scott Smith. That's the thing. He's coming up to the bumper in that infield section there, onto the Rogerson straight now, and down towards the left-hander into the final turn here. That will bring them onto the start-finish straight. Jamie Zaira, last time by, was a fastest lap for him. Here they come across the line. Let's see what the gap is between the leaders. Firstly, it was 1.2, it's now 1.4, but we've got Murdoch. Scott Smith with the fastest lap there in that white helmet of his, with Ryan Taylor-Truman right on his bumper. The fastest driver that time by was Scott Smith in the white car.
So Smith in fourth, really looking for that third place of Will Murdoch. Zaira's got a breathing space of 0.3 of a second, which is not breathing for anybody really. But Smith's found a little bit of extra impetus. Taylor-Truman, well, it's a long way to go. We haven't quite reached halfway in what is a very hectic 177 final, but not hectic at the front. Harrison Cook serenely leading now by 1.5 seconds. Glance over the shoulder from Zaira.
Yeah, he just needed to take a view on where everybody was behind him. Will Murdoch is not close enough.
Smith
and
made a mistake, 2 corners back.
Yeah, he went wide, didn't he? And Ryan Taylor-Truman just couldn't quite push out of the corner enough to get on terms and get in that slipstream and maybe drag by. There's Harrison Crook, our leader.
Smith's got very good straight line speed, Joe. Again, about this kind of alternate slightly gearing, but he doesn't, even in the slipstream, Ryan Taylor-Truman doesn't seem to be able to gain on him, but he's all over in these slower sections now.
Yeah.
Needs to dive out here, and he has dived out here. Smith looking to close it off, but nope, discretion's better part of valour. Didn't try and fight it too hard, so Ryan Taylor-Truman picks up that fourth place from Scott Smith. That all came from a mistake coming up here a lap ago.
Yeah, that momentum that you can gather. He did slide wide here, so he may be struggling for a bit of mid-race grip.
I wouldn't put it past him getting past RTT into turn one, because he did seem to have a bit more straight line speed. He has dropped a little bit off the back, but he's got a bit more straight line speed. Defensive from Ryan Taylor-Truman, but not close enough for Scott there.
He lost too much ground to put him into a position to challenge at the end of the straight there. He needs to focus and pick up the speed in the infield sections. Harrison Crook leading by 1.7 here. He's dominated from the front, got into the lead at the Valley on lap 1, which is very early in the lap. And he's been able to pull a gap to Jamie Zaira. Jamie's got 0.6 to Will Murdoch. That's not too far away. That's just a missed breaking point distance, isn't it, to make up?
We've seen those half seconds disappear very quickly.
And that's Ryan Taylor-Truman in the bright yellow helmet there, being chased down by Scott Smith.
If Smith gets the launch off and into the Comrade straight, I think he can take him down at the first corner. He's much closer than last time. And I just think he's got a tiny bit extra speed. He's going to pop out. No, decided against it.
Didn't have
Interesting.
Enough. Do you know why that is, Nick? Because Ryan Taylor-Truman is really braking where he really has to. Right at the very edge of the Dijon there, going into that first turn. Here they come through the Valley chicane and out towards the Paddock now. Paddock on the left as they come past us underneath our position here. And Ryan Taylor-Truman just can't get that car to turn. Look at the way he leant into that corner. Full right-hand lock there, and the car was just going wide. And that's not doing him any favours, and it's helping Scott Smith stay on terms here. And if Scott Smith can stay tidy here, Nick, and then slot in behind, right on his bumper as they come out onto the straight, he's going to be close enough to maybe drag by him.
Now he's got some drive here. Oh! Little slide out from both of them.
He hit the curb. That was what caused that. He hit the curb there.
Good defensive driving by Taylor-Truman, but that, in many ways, Taylor-Truman's little error actually helped him in preventing Smith from getting past.
Well, he kind of woke him up to the point where I've hit the curb there, and that slowed me down a little bit because I had a bit of a slide on there. So I'm going to have to drive defensively.
Second and third getting close as well now.
But to be honest, Nick, Scott Smith didn't have the momentum to get alongside, so that didn't really affect anything.
But we've now got a battle of second and thirds being joined. Will Murdoch getting much closer to Zyra. 2.5 minutes to go still, so several laps. So it is a little bit closer between fourth and fifth, but second and third has come together as well. But they're all just drifting off the back of Harrison Crook, who's put in a superb performance in these weather conditions.
Superb performance indeed. 51.7, fastest lap of the race so far. It came on lap 10, would you believe? 51.7 to Harrison Crook, our leader. He's not just leading, he is absolutely obliterating this field, because he's leading by quite a distance, 2.3 seconds, and he's still the fastest kart on the track.
Yeah, it's a great performance. At this point now, even with 2 minutes and a lap to go, all you need to do is just turn some laps, because they're not going to catch him up, especially they're very busy squabbling. So back to the second and third battle. The 95, the blue and yellow Landon Norris, that is Jamie Zyra, and then of course on the red and the white with the orange helmet, it's Will Murdoch. And Murdoch, as we say, did get Zyra in one of the heats. Hasn't looked the same way now, but they're a long way into this. The karts are a long way into the development throughout the heat. So perhaps there's a little trick or a little bit of balance that's come back to Murdoch, but he doesn't look close enough for anything happening at turn one this time.
Here they go then. 90 seconds or so on the clock as they head into their 13th lap. It is still Harrison Crook, Jamie Zyra, Will Murdoch together, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Scott Smith together. Got Shane Collins and Andy Collinson not that far apart. And then Ben Hitch, Richard Evans, Matt Zanetti, Nathan Schaefer up to 11th now. So his climb from the back of this A final grid has got Nathan Schaefer up to 11th
the
spot.
battle for second place. They've touched.
Together.
But it has. I think they've stayed in the same position, but it was all round the outside of Paddock Bend. It was looking good news for Will Murdoch, but that's now even better news for Ryan Taylor-Truman. Can he capitalise on those? They're coming together. Zyra stays in second.
Zyra turned into the corner, but that gap was filled by Will Murdoch. There was a coming together. Everybody did well. But what has happened here is it's allowed Ryan Taylor-Truman right onto the rear bumper now of Will Murdoch. And Murdoch, after being in a position to challenge Zyra, he's now under pressure.
Got him. Taylor-Truman got him to a switch back there.
He
Beautiful
did.
use of the S's, but I'm not sure he's going to stick, because now Murdoch's at the inside of Taylor-Truman. No, he managed to play. Oh! They've both gone off, but will they get going again? They do. And then there's such a gap. They get going in the same positions.
Incredible drama as ever in the Junction 6 NKC. Here they come into the corner. And it was Will Murdoch that hit the back of Ryan Taylor-Truman. It spun them around. Will Murdoch just desperate to get that position back.
Back with our leader, about to start the last lap. What's the order behind him is the question, though. So he goes across the line, 1 lap to go. Who is it? It's Zyra, who scored second.
Yeah, Zyra now a lonely second with Scott Smith
up
in
to
third.
Murdoch in fourth. Is Taylor-Truman held fifth or not?
He has indeed. Yep.
I think he might be complaints about that.
Ryan Taylor-Truman had 6 seconds to Shane Collins behind him.
I think Taylor-Truman there might be a bit of an argument about that 4th-5th.
This driver here, though, Harrison Crook,
brilliant performance.
He had a chat to us about the season. It's been intensely dramatic at the front of this 177 field, and as we can see, that drama continues there just behind him. He stayed out of the drama this weekend, though, hasn't he? He stayed out of the intensity and just got on with it. And with a great start there, he knew what he had to do. He had to get past Jamie Zyra as quickly as he could, and he's led this race from the valley on lap 1. He takes the win in fine style for TH Corsa. The checkered flag flies, and Jamie Zyra takes second place. Strong finish for him again. Scott Smith was third, Will Murdoch fourth, Ryan Taylor-Truman fifth, Shane Collins sixth, Andy Collinson seventh, Ben Hitch eighth, ninth was Richard Evans, Matt Zanetti finished 10th. Nathan Schaefer, well, he finished 11th overall with 12th. Sam Elliott, the number 44 Sunderland supporter, will be happy with that as he finished as third of the Masters and will finish on the podium in the Masters class.
He has other personality traits apart from being a Sunderland supporter.
Well, he's dad's from Sunderland.
You know, he might like a particular. He might keep tropical fish. You don't know. You don't say tropical fish keeper, do you?
I don't know that, but I know he's a Sunderland supporter because he asked me about the game yesterday.
I demand you find out more things about him for the next.
Right. Well, I am going to interview him in the Paddock Show because his dad's going home for the weekend.
Ah, he's going.
Yes.
Don't forget, you go to that Paddock Show as a live run.
We want to see. Oh, I like that.
Because you can't. You have to do that one because I'm not there to cut it.
All right, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. Who needs an umbrella man when you've got a helmet on?
Well, it keeps everything dry.
Yeah, I suppose also trying to keep the electrics dry, probably.
The drama continues, doesn't it? In the 177 class, it's a class that like a gift that keeps on giving. Another gift that keeps on giving, I suspect, will be the junior Rotax.
Can you tell me where Daniel C is in the grid?
Daniel C?
Yes, good luck. I think he's in 17th, isn't he? Because I have a Laura Clancy saying, good luck, okay. Daniel Clancy, first junior A final.
Wow, well, he's 17th, so that's a great spot to start your first A final in. Let's have a look at the front, though. Will Swills for Coles Racing will start on the pole position with Tom Holden alongside. Freddie Worlock and Charlie Cheesy Green will start on the second row with Jensen Hookie and Melissa Adrian starting on row 3. Row 4, Oakley Garthwaite on the Carlos Sainz chassis starts alongside Leo Basterfield this weekend with Guy Cunnington Racing. They're on row 4. Row 5, Ben Adrian and Harvey Williams. Row 6, Joshua Withcombe and Nathan Travers. Jay Leverton for Goldcart and Paul Ozan will start in 13th with Oliver Meek alongside. Row 8 is Charlie F. and Sam Green Gomez. Daniel Clancy, as we said, starting 17th with Frank Ward alongside. Zari Visarek starts in 19th with championship leader down the order for Lucas Howell to start on the O plate in 20th. So he will need to get as many points forward as he can because Jaden Sherwood starts right behind him. These are the two championship protagonists for the junior Rotax class. And behind them, Karthik Kometa, Charlie Hume. On the then we've got Jacob Hobson, Freddie Theobald and Lincoln Bevan. 27th, 28th is Jack Theobald and George Kate. Then we've got Jacob Aston, Jesse Whitmore, and then it's Dylan Morton, Connor Tubby, Archie Hardiman and Samuel Aston. They are the 4 qualifiers from the B final.
So Niam tells us, come on, Charles Cheesy Green.
Well,
Jensen H. karting. Good luck, Jensen H. 33. Who's Jensen H?
Jensen H is...
Jensen Hookie in 4th.
Jensen Hookie in 4th, of course.
Who's probably got a good chance.
Yeah, he is, yeah. If you look at that front, what? I was going to say, look at that front 4. Hang on. Front 6, 7, 8, 9,
front
10.
4, you're back playing football again.
12, 13, 14. Yeah, look at that junior Rotax field now. It's going to be a ding-dong at the front, Nick. It's the final 12 minutes and 1 lap of racing this weekend here from Three Sisters. We are, as ever, bringing you all of the action on Karting Live TV. The Junction 6 NKC concludes its penultimate round after this one. But it's all to play for.
Go on, Josh Withercombe, says Jack West. Yeah, I'm just doing my shout-outs now.
Okay. Here we go then. Shout-out time is over because we're about to go racing, Nick. If this race gets boring...
Wow, that's the first time.
Yeah, it is. That's quite a first all day. We are racing into turn 1. Into the S's, which lead into the valley, and it's Will Swales that will lead the field of Rotax juniors up the hill, into the valley, and over the brow.
Well, someone in the background there with a blue and fluorescent blue and pink car got knocked the wrong way and then back the right way again within half a corner. So out and away, it's the Will Swales car.
5-1.
5-1. I said cart. No, I said cart that time.
Cart.
I said cart. From Holden, and I'm not paying anyway. And in third... So Charles Cheesy Green was scored 3rd, but it's the bright 10 of Will Swales out and away in these damp conditions.
Now then, once again, Nick, if we've got the likes of Tom Holden, Charlie Green, Oakley Garthwaite going to squabble for this is going to play into Will Swales' hands as they cross the line to complete one lap. Let's see who it is then. Swales, Holden, Green, Hookie, Garthwaite, Harvey Williams, Ben Adrian, Joshua Withcombe, Nathan Travers, Daniel Clancy, Melissa Adrian just dropping outside the top 10 and 11 spot there. What they have to do is they have to work together and not let Will Swales go away because that's what he's hoping for.
Well, at the moment, he's not going away because Tom Holden's keeping him honest. There's a bit of a gap back to Green. There's certainly a lot of money being made. Oh, way wide when Swales completely messed up his braking point and drops into 2nd place. So our leader now is Holden. Swales with a weird error there. But it's obviously he just probably carried 2 miles now too much into the paddock bend.
So Mason Perrin Racing goes into the front of this field with Tom Holden, their driver, ahead of the Coles Racing Will Swales. And whether or not Tom Holden can now hold back Swales, that was a huge error there, just losing a massive amount of time there as the rest of the field streamed through. There is no change from Cheesy Green, Jensen Oakley, Garthwaite, Harvey Williams, no change all the way to 10th, and Freddie Worlock it is now inside the top 10 and ahead of Daniel Clancy, who's now 11th.
So Swales will be kicking himself for that error, but he has at least got more than 10 minutes to make up for it. As he comes around, this is where it went wrong last lap. Charles Green not really making any particular move forward either. And interesting, Jensen Hookey, again, is also keeping a bit of a watching brief as well.
Along the Rogerson Straight then, and into Luna. This is the right-hand part, all important. Cheesy Green getting back up onto the bumper of Will Swales there as they come out of Luna. Can Charles Green and that green and red Guy Cunnington livery cart get on terms with Swales? The Coles Racing cart has a good straight line speed though, and it made no impression whatsoever to Cheesy Green. Oh, Swales all over the curb there in the S's.
Dick and Art, go Will Swales from Nikita Roberts Racing. So Swales must be part of with Nikita Roberts Racing. Archie Hardiman currently penultimate position, but it's happy birthday Archie Hardiman, number 96.
Will Swales, Nikita Roberts Racing.
From them.
All right, okay.
So, plenty of cheering on in the chat.
Will Swales coming under pressure from Charles Green. Why do we call him Cheesy? Well, he loves cheese.
It's the worst nickname ever.
Yeah, he's
honestly,
mum and dad.
I thought it would be something fantastic, sort of like, massive understanding of his entire meaning of life and his psyche. I like cheese.
I like cheese.
What's your favourite cheese? Cheddar.
Cheddar, yeah. Brilliant.
What's in Wednesday, though? Oh, and now Cheesy Green's got the inside, so he may have a very dull
move.
sort of cheese loving, but he's pretty good at overtaking to turn one.
He's had his cheddar for lunch, hasn't he? Because he's right on form. Up and over the brow into the valley. Cheesy Green chasing after Tom Holden.
You realise that during the break he's been fettering his cart.
Oh dear God. Can he bear it? Can he bear it?
Well, he'll be in the lead for a brief moment.
Shall we stop?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh dear.
His mum Sue's the timer. She'll be watching this back when she gets home tonight. Well, actually, it'll be tomorrow now because they live in the south. And here we go. Tom Holden thought he had it all sorted, pulling out a bit of a gap. He's got Cheesy Green right on his bumper now. And Cheesy Green currently... Oh, I haven't got the championship up, Nick. I've let us down.
No, never mind.
Junior Rotax. Cheesy Green is third. And he's going to maximise that championship points haul because he's two protagonists.
Right behind. I
Lucas Howell and Jaden Smith.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for his favourite overtaking moving down the valley there, but not quite. Carry on.
Lucas Howell and Jaden Smith are down the order. Lucas Howell's in 16th. Where is Jaden Sherwood?
15th.
Jaden Sherwood is 15th. Lucas Howell is 16th.
Yeah, it's a good week. I mean, it's just a pity that he lost quite a few points of that bumper penalty in his second heat.
Otherwise he did. Yes. But maximum points, double points here. However, a man that is wanting to stop him is Tom Holden, because Tom is in 4th place in the championship and he's not far behind.
Yeah, so Charles in the green and the red nose, the all-red machine with the black helmet. That's Tom Holden leading. Swales to drop off and they're trying the outside run now. I think it was mainly because Holden went defensive, but he then had a look at the outside. Now, don't forget, we've seen Green go past on the downhill slope just to the left of here.
This is a big ask from Tom Holden, Nick. We're still half a minute away from half distance. So it's a big ask for Tom Holden, but Tom Holden will be fully aware of who's behind him. The blue helmet, the Guy Cunnington livery. He can see when he looks over his shoulder, he knows it's Cheesy Green. And these youngsters, as busy as they are behind the wheel, they know who they've got to beat for the championship. And there, down the inside into Luna, the left-hand part of Luna. But not enough to get a nose inside. And this is where he needs to get on his tail. This is where
Holden needs to go defensive again because he's going to get into the slipstream. He's going to have enough pace.
Oh, he does. Look at that.
Really defensive now. Is Green going to try and sweep around the outside? Can you sweep around the outside with these conditions? Possibly not. Cut back. Try and get some drive. But it's a single line really through here, and you can effectively block the progress of the carts behind you. You can just keep them back in turn one. Now, the pair of them, despite scrapping, are pulling away from Swales. Swales is pulling away from Hookie. And Hookie, in fact, is a little bit under pressure from Joshua Withcombe at the moment. Or Withcombe, sorry.
We've lost Nathan Travers, who's dropped out, dropping 25 places, would you believe. He was in that position sixth. He was sixth. He's dropped down the order. I think he's dropped out of the whole race. Oakley Garthwaite now moving up to sixth ahead of Ben Adrian and Freddie Whirlock.
Nope, there is the cart. That is the cart that he's dropped out from.
He's dropped out, yeah. Nathan Travers.
Right in front of our camera. It's very convenient. Oh, and up the inside goes Charles Green. He takes him from the exit of the... just as we were looking somewhere else, the wrong way again. There goes Charles. He's got the lead, but is he going to lose it again with a sweep round the outside from Holden? Not taking it, so Green just got the drive through the no-name corner, which I think needs a corner name on the Conrod Straight.
Well, I'll tell you something else, Nick. That was all about coming out of Luna into the first kink. Into the first kink. He was alongside, and that was all about how they exited Luna. He found the traction, and now Charles Green will go further ahead of Tom Holden behind him, but it all depends on how many points they've scored in the previous heats, of course, and we know that Cheesy Green dropped down the order with a bumper penalty, but he still came 8th. He was still 8th. He was still up the order.
Holden, though, now can he repay the pet? Now, it is, don't forget, it is easy to fall into the lead. It may be that Holden just may have exactly the same pace or more pace. He's at the inside, and he's thinking about it, and they're going to come together, and they just trip out slightly. That did seem like a quite ambitious move, but it paid off okay. Let's see that one again. So he came in down the straight. It looked really ambitious. He moved up the inside. There wasn't really the space, and he just leans on him. Luckily, Green, I think, was probably applying opposite lock before he's even hit at that point. Yeah,
they had to compromise for one another, didn't we? Tom Holden doing his absolute utmost to emulate his team principal, Mason Perrin's victory in the 162 category. And it looks, if anything, Nick, as though he's falling off the back of Cheesy Green.
I think that last time round it was 2/10. We had that coming together. And they have got a nice little lead over Swales and Hookie. Withcombe, I'm not sure whether Withcombe actually may have... No, is it Hookie? No, I thought so. I thought Withcombe had got past. Withcombe's got past Hookie. And then again, I think that was... Is that Withcombe getting past?
Yeah, I think it was.
Swales. So
yeah.
Withcombe now up to 3rd. Swales down to 4th.
And number 29, Joshua Withcombe.
Sherwood dropping down the field, unfortunately.
They're both Coles drivers there, Nick. They've both got very similar helmet colours. And certainly similar kart liveries, because they're both Will Swills and Joshua Withcombe here with Coles Racing. Remember, Coles joining the NKC at round 1 at Clear Pigeon.
There's our leader, and he's got about 3/4 of a second. So let's does come back. It may have come back a little bit, but let's look at the 3rd and the 4th as they drift through the screen. So the 3rd and 4th will come back, and that's they've separated as well.
Yeah, it's stringing out now, isn't it? 2.5 minutes remaining.
2/10 apart.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes remaining then. Well, we're inside of 2.5 minutes now.
Top 5 very much spread out, and it's the different postcode to the next cart. So have we had our excitement for the day? Has Charles and the gang served up all they can, or does the last 2 minutes of action here at round 5 of the NKC Three Sisters for 2024, is that it for the action? Is there more to come, Joe?
I think so. This will, Cheesy Green, remember, run one at his home track at Forest Edge. He's, I have no idea what you're laughing at. No idea, not a clue. So he's, it's not the first time he's led a final, Nick. He's won 2 heats this year. He's had 3 third places. He was on the podium for 3rd place at the previous round at Wilton Mill, remember. So this is a very, very strong showing from Charlie Green. As he heads up the valley now, he's broken free from Tom Holden. And if anything, Joshua Withcombe looks like he could be catching Tom Holden if he's not careful.
We kind of thought Cheesy Green first really came to our attention at Forest Edge, and he's a bit of a local expert, wasn't it, Forest Edge? Especially the wet. Well, obviously that local expertise is being extended to all the other tracks in the series.
He wouldn't consider himself to be local to Three Sisters.
No.
I'm pretty sure.
And considering you're the only person in the world local to Warden Law.
Yes, I am. Yeah. I'm not. Oakley Garthwaite is.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He's currently 7.
Oakley Garthwaite, who has two spaniels, so that's important to know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hello, Luna, by the way. Hi, Luna. Down.
Inside the final 30 seconds or so now. And Cheesy Green will see the 1 lap to go board next time by. So we're on the penultimate lap of the weekend. And the junior Rotax field is strung out somewhat. There's a fastest lap of the race from Joshua Whitcomb there. And that's because he can see Tom Holden ahead of him.
Yeah, so second and third's where it's at, Ash. And let's let Cheesy go through.
That's the gap
can
that's
he get
coming
there?
down.
He's got one more lap after this one. So he's got only one more attempt at the end of the straight. He's going to be too far away at that point. Going into turn 1, but we're all second and third. Change positions in the final lap. Green will take the last lap board with at least almost 2 seconds of a lead. But this is the chance of a change. You've got to say it's advantage Holden by quite a comfortable mile, but Whitcomb, fastest person on the track, Joe.
Let's see what the gap was, Nick. It was 8 tenths, it's 4 tenths. He's halved it. So that means he's going to be on his tail coming into the final stages of this lap. There's Cheesy Green. We'll keep an eye on Cheesy because we want to see him take the flag as Whitcomb continues to bring that gap down into the Paddock chicane out of the valley and then past the Paddock on the left.
Probably his last chance really over these two
really
corners because after that it just takes an error. He is getting close. He needed another lap, I think, or possibly even another 2 laps. When it's another lap, he's really quick round Paddock, wasn't he?
Yeah, Rogerson straight though. You're into Luna and then you are heading towards the flag as Charles Cheesy Green, the number 77, will be on course as he comes through the first kink and then through the second kink and will take the checkered flag. And Showboats
wow,
certainly got the attention of the man with the checkered flag there. That's
can see what happened earlier. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the thing to do in the wet conditions, Charlie, as much as you have become a bit of your signature
One
ending.
hand up and then give it
yeah. Maybe not.
Well done, Charles, though.
Cheesy Green takes the win then. It's his second win of the season. He took the win at Forest Edge. He takes the win at Three Sisters. Tom Holden was second. We'll see him on the podium for Mason Perrin Racing. And then Coles Racing's Joshua Whitcomb takes that third place. Behind them, Will Swales was fourth. Jensen Hookey fifth. Freddie Worlock sixth. Oakley Garthwaite was seventh. Ben Adrian eighth. Frank Ward was ninth. And then Lucas Howell making his way up the order and into 10th spot. Harvey Williams 11th. Jacob Hobbs then in 12th. Then we've got Melissa Adrian, and then the other championship protagonist, Jaden Sherwood, recovering to 14th and gathering as many points as he could.
And that concludes. And that's it for Three Sisters for 2024. Thank you for all for being with us. We are live with the Kart Championship from Wilton Mill next week. And we are live in 3 weeks' time with the final round of this championship, the NKC from Warden Law. And in between, we go to Ello Park. So if you come and to play with us every Sunday for the next 3 weeks, you'll see top karting action.
I can't believe it's the final round of this championship. It was only a fortnight ago we kicked things off at Clay Pigeon.
I know. And it's
what
just
on earth?
Shot by. I'd like to say thank you very much to Scotty, to Ash, and to Paul, who've been, 2 of them have been getting wet, one of them's been pressing buttons. To my partner in crime, Mr. Jay Bradley, I look forward to seeing you again in 2 weeks. And my name's Nick Doman. We are Karting Live TV. Thank you very much for being with us. And we'll be with you next week for a different championship and in 3 weeks' time for this championship. Until then, adieu.